Welcome back. Tonight we drift into the ruins of a world that once called itself the Shining World, a civilization that built its towers from white stone and its ambitions from something older, something that glowed like captured sunlight in the dark places beneath the earth. A world that believed, for a brief and luminous moment, that it had found the key to an age without limits. It had not. The planet is called Sera, and before the smoke came, before the trenches stretched from one horizon to another and the war maps ran out of colors to mark the dead, it was beautiful in the way that only things on the edge of ruin can be beautiful, full of grand architecture and open sky and the quiet confidence of a people who had not yet heard what lived beneath their feet. They called the glowing substance Imulsion. They pulled it from the deep rock with bore holes and refined it in great facilities that lit the night with phosphorescent gold. They built an economy from it, then an empire, then a war. 79 years of war, fought in rain-soaked trenches across continents over the right to control a resource they did not yet understand, was alive. And when that war finally ended, when the last artillery fell silent and the soldiers came home and the church bells rang across a world exhaling its relief, something beneath the surface had already decided what would come next. The Locust Horde emerged at dawn, from every city simultaneously, the ground cracking open like old wood, the darkness rising, and in the space of 26 hours, 1/4 of Sera's people were gone. What followed was not a war. It was a reckoning. A long, grinding, scorched reckoning that would consume decades and continents and everything that Sera had ever built, and leave behind only a handful of soldiers, a poisoned world, and a silence so complete it felt almost like peace. This is that story. All of it, from the first borehole to the last battle, from the golden age to the gray aftermath, from the world that was to the world that remained. Share in the comments where you are tonight and what hour finds you here. Let those details drift alongside the record of what Sera endured. If this slow journey through a civilization's rise and ruin brings you rest, a like or subscribe sustains the channel. Let us begin. Sera is a planet of continental landmasses, separated by deep oceans and bound together by weather systems that move across its surface with the slow, indifferent authority of geological time. Its continents rise from the Seran Sea in formations that suggest a world still settling, still finding its own weight. Ridge lines that run for hundreds of kilometers, plateau country of granite so dense it resists both erosion and, as it would later prove, the drilling machines of an enemy that lived beneath it. Forests of dark timber covering the northern reaches of Tyrus, the largest continent, where rivers run cold and clear even now, even after everything. Agricultural plains in the south, wide and flat and generous, the kind of land that produces not just food, but a certain philosophy. The belief that the earth provides, that order applied to a willing landscape will always yield abundance. It was on these plains and in the cities that grew from them that the first recognizable form of Seran civilization took root. Not a single civilization, not at first. Sera's early history is the history of dozens of competing cultures, city-states, and regional powers rising and falling across multiple continents over millennia, none of them strong enough to impose a singular identity on the whole of the world. They traded and fought and absorbed each other with the patient rhythm of all early civilizations, building pyramids of political complexity that collapsed under their own weight, only to be rebuilt in slightly different configurations by the generation that came after. What eventually emerged from this long process of collision and negotiation was something unusual in the history of worlds. Not an empire built by conquest, or not solely by conquest, but a philosophical project, saw a theory of civilization so internally compelling that it spread partly by force and partly because enough people found it genuinely persuasive. Its architects called it the Coalition of Ordered Governments. Its citizens simply called it the COG. The philosophy at the COG's heart was not complicated, which was perhaps its greatest strength. Order over chaos, the collective over the individual. The belief that human nature, left ungoverned, tends toward destruction, and that the appropriate response to this tendency is not to lament it, but to design around it. Systems of governance, military structures, social contracts that acknowledged human limitation and compensated for it through institutional rigor. The Octus Canon, which would become the COG's foundational document, articulated this philosophy in language that was equal parts political theory and moral instruction. Citizens owed the collective their loyalty, their labor, and if necessary, their lives. The collective in return owed them security, purpose, and the knowledge that their sacrifice contributed to something larger than themselves. It was, in its own way, an honest bargain. The COG never pretended that it was asking nothing. It was asking everything. It simply argued with considerable sophistication that everything was the appropriate price. The city of Ephora, built on the northern edge of the Jacinto Plateau in central Tyrus, served as the COG's political heart. It was a city that had been designed to communicate authority, wide boulevards of pale stone, administrative buildings whose facades were carved with the COG's gear and cog emblem in dimensions large enough to be read from a considerable distance, parks and public squares arranged with the precise geometry of an institution that believed order was itself a form of beauty. The streets were clean, the markets were regulated, the military presence was visible but not oppressive, enough soldiers to remind the population that the COG was capable of violence in defense of order, not enough to make daily life feel like occupation. Below Ephora, the Jacinto Plateau extended for kilometers in every direction, a shelf of granite so deep and so dense that it had resisted every geological event Sera had thrown at it for millions of years. The people who lived above it did not think much about what lay beneath them. The granite was simply there, as foundations are simply there, taken for granted in the way that all solid things are taken for granted until the moment they prove less solid than assumed. Beyond Ephora and the Jacinto Plateau, Sera spread outward in all its geographical complexity. To the east of Tyrus lay the arid reaches of Vasgar, a contested territory whose shifting political allegiances would make it a recurring theater of the wars to come. To the south, the continent of Peles, warmer and wetter than Tyrus, its coastline a long curve of natural harbors that had made it a trading civilization before the COG brought it into the fold. Across the Seran Sea to the west, the land masses of Kashkur and Sarfuth, the former a mountainous country of fortified passes and siege-worthy geography, the latter a stretch of industrial flatland that would be transformed over the following century by the demands of emulsion extraction. These were places where people built things and grew things and argued about politics and fell in love and raised children who would grow up to fight wars that had not yet been imagined. They were, in the particular way of pre-industrial civilizations on the edge of discovery, innocent. Not innocent in the sense of being good. Sera's pre-emulsion history contains its full share of atrocity and injustice, of empires built on the labor of those who had no choice in the matter, but innocent in the sense of being unaware of what was coming, unaware of what lay beneath them, glowing softly in the dark, waiting to be found. The discovery, when it came, was almost anticlimactic in its mechanics. A borehole, a standard geological survey in the mining territories of southern Sarfuth, operated by a crew of 12 with equipment that was, for its era, reasonably sophisticated. The bore reached a depth of approximately 200 meters before the drill head encountered something that was neither rock nor water, nor the pockets of natural gas that sometimes appeared at such depths. Something that the crew's instruments registered as liquid, but which behaved like no liquid in the geological survey manuals. It moved sluggishly in the bore shaft, neither rising to fill it quickly, nor draining away through permeable rock below. It clung to the drill head when the crew pulled it back, and it glowed, not brightly, not with the harsh light of bioluminescence or the blue-white of electrical discharge. It glowed with a golden light, warm and faintly amber, the color of firelight seen through a jar of honey. The crew foreman, a practical man named in various historical accounts as simply Piers, recorded it in his survey log with the precision of someone who had seen a great many things underground and was determined not to be dramatic about one more. Substance encountered at 212 meters. Golden coloration, liquid state, faintly luminescent. No odor detected at surface. Sample collected for analysis. The sample was sent to the Jacinto Geological Institute. The institute ran 17 different tests over the following 3 weeks. The results were, by any scientific standard of the era, extraordinary. The substance was organic in origin, which was unusual for something found at that depth. It contained complex molecular chains that bore no resemblance to any naturally occurring petroleum or brine. It was mildly radioactive, though not at levels the Institute's scientists considered immediately alarming. And when exposed to a controlled combustion environment, it burned with a heat output that the Institute's initial calculations suggested was approximately 400% more efficient than the best coal available on Sera's market. 400%. The number moved through the scientific community and then the political community and then the economic community with the speed of all numbers that promised to change the mathematics of power. The Geological Institute published its findings. The COG's Department of Natural Resources dispatched additional survey teams. The survey teams found more bore sites, more glow beneath the rock, more of the substance spreading in underground deposits of varying size and concentration across Sarfuth and Kashkur, and in smaller quantities beneath the western reaches of Tyrus itself. They needed a name for it. The name that stuck came from the early refinery workers, the crews who first began the industrial process of extracting it in quantity from the ground. They called it Imulsion, from the old Seran word for emulsion, a mixture that stays suspended, that does not separate, that holds its form against the physical pressures that would unmix simpler substances. It was not a scientific name. It was a working name, the name of people who dealt with a substance daily and needed something to call it. It stayed because working names always stay when science moves faster than the language used to describe it. The Lightmass process, developed over the following decade by a consortium of COG engineers and independent chemists, provided the method by which emulsion could be refined into a stable fuel source. The process involved controlled heating and separation under carefully managed atmospheric pressure, a technique that required specialized facilities but produced, at the end of its cycle, a fuel so energy-dense that a single barrel of refined emulsion could power a small manufacturing facility for a week. The economics were, for any nation that controlled emulsion deposits, transformative. The refineries went up across Sarfuth first, then Kashkur, enormous structures of steel and pressurized piping. See their processing towers lit from within by the glow of the emulsion moving through them, visible for kilometers on clear nights as columns of warm amber light against the dark. Around the refineries, company towns grew, housing blocks and supply depots, and the particular social ecosystem of industrial labor, with its hierarchies and its grievances and its hard-won solidarity. Workers came from across Sera for the wages that emulsion money could pay. The wages were good, the work was difficult, the shifts were long, The air inside the refineries carried a faint metallic sweetness that workers described variously as pleasant, neutral, or slightly nauseating, depending on how long they had been breathing it. The doctors who worked the company town's medical facilities began, within the first decade of large-scale emulsion extraction, to see a pattern in their patients. A cough that began as a minor irritation and progressed slowly over months and sometimes years to something more serious. A thickening in the chest, a quality to the sputum that the doctors described carefully in their case notes without drawing the conclusion that the notes, assembled, were clearly pointing toward. The workers called it Rustlung. The company managers called it an occupational hazard, the kind of thing that came with any heavy industrial work, no different in principle from the silicosis that had always accompanied mining, and no more the company's fault than the dust itself. The COG's Office of Public Health received a small number of case reports from the refinery districts in this period. The reports were filed, the files were reviewed. The conclusion reached, in language that was careful and qualified and thoroughly professional, was that further study was indicated, but that the current evidence did not support the imposition of additional regulatory requirements on the emulsion extraction industry, which was at that moment the primary engine of Sera's economic expansion and the single largest contributor to the COG government's revenue base. The further study was commissioned. It took 4 years. By the time its results were published, results that were, even in their heavily qualified form, deeply concerning about the relationship between emulsion exposure and progressive pulmonary disease. The refineries had been operating for 15 years. The workers with Rustlung had been breathing emulsion-laden air for 15 years. Their children had been growing up in company towns where Imulsion piping ran beneath the streets, and the amber glow of the refineries was as familiar as lamplight. The study's results were noted. Certain protective measures were recommended. Some were implemented. The refineries continued to operate. Imulsion continued to glow, golden and patient and indifferent, in the dark beneath Sera's surface. And elsewhere on the planet, in the capitals of nations that did not control emulsion deposits and had watched their economic and military position relative to the COG deteriorate with each passing year of emulsion prosperity, governments were having a different kind of conversation. Not about lung disease, not about the long-term consequences of dependence on a single energy source whose nature was still imperfectly understood. Or they were having the conversation that governments have always had when the balance of power shifts decisively in favor of their rivals. They were talking about what they were prepared to do to change it. The conversation took time to become a war. That is the nature of such conversations. They begin in the language of diplomacy and grievance, of trade negotiations and territorial disputes, and the careful calibration of threat against counter-threat. And they move only gradually, through escalating miscalculation and hardening position, and the particular momentum of institutions that have committed themselves to a course of action and cannot find the exit without losing face toward the thing they were always moving toward. The Union of Independent Republics had existed, in various configurations, for nearly as long as the COG, where the COG's philosophy centered on collective order and the primacy of institutional authority. The UIR's founding principles were built around a different premise, that the appropriate counterweight to centralized power was not the absence of government, but the distribution of it, that a union of sovereign republics, each maintaining its internal autonomy while cooperating on matters of mutual defense and economic exchange, could produce a civilization as stable and prosperous as anything the COG offered, without requiring its citizens to surrender as much of themselves to the machinery of the state. The debate between these two philosophies had animated Seran political theory for generations. It had produced libraries of argument and counter-argument, careers built on the elaboration of subtle distinctions. and a great many wars fought under the banner of ideas that provided useful justification for conflicts whose actual causes were considerably more material. The actual cause, when the Pendulum Wars finally began in earnest, was Imulsion. Not exclusively. The political relationship between the COG and the UIR had been deteriorating for decades before the first formal declaration of hostilities, deteriorating through trade disputes and proxy conflicts, and the slow erosion of diplomatic goodwill that accumulates when two large powers find themselves increasingly in competition for resources and influence across the same contested territories. But Imulsion was the weight that tipped the balance. The COG's control of the primary emulsion deposits in Sarfuth and eastern Kashkur had given it an economic and military advantage over the UIR that was, without a fundamental change in the strategic situation, only going to compound over time. Emulsion-funded military expansion, emulsion-powered manufacturing capacity, the ability to equip, supply, and field armies at a scale the UIR, dependent on conventional energy sources whose costs continued to rise relative to Imulsion's staggering efficiency, simply could not match without extraordinary effort. The UIR's strategists understood this arithmetic clearly. They had been understanding it with increasing alarm for 2 decades. The options available to them narrowed with each passing year of COG economic expansion. Negotiate from a position of steadily weakening leverage. Accept permanent secondary status in the Seran geopolitical order, or contest control of emulsion deposits by force before the gap between their military capacity and the COG's became truly unbridgeable. They chose force. They chose it with full awareness of what they were choosing, with the particular grim clarity of decision-makers who have run every other calculation and found it wanting. The UIR's military command believed, on the basis of intelligence assessments that were not entirely wrong, that the COG's current military capacity, while superior in equipment and funding, was not yet so superior that a well-timed, strategically sophisticated offensive could not achieve meaningful territorial gains. Gains that would include emulsion deposits sufficient to rebalance the economic equation and give the UIR a negotiating position it currently lacked. They were not entirely wrong about the COG's current capacity. They were catastrophically wrong about the duration. The Pendulum Wars did not last a season or a year or a decade. They lasted 79 years. 79 years during which both sides committed and lost resources on a scale that would, measured in conventional economic terms, have bankrupted any pre-Imulsion civilization on Sera many times over. But Imulsion did not allow for conventional economic terms. Imulsion kept the COG funded, kept its factories producing. I kept its armies in the field even as the casualty lists grew, and the territorial gains of any given offensive measured in kilometers rather than continents, and the war maps developed that peculiar characteristic of all long wars, the lines moving back and forth across the same contested ground, leaving behind a geography that was no longer the geography of any peacetime purpose, but had become instead a geography of the war itself, named for battles rather than towns, defined by trench systems and fortified positions and the particular infrastructure of sustained industrial-scale killing. The emulsion refineries, meanwhile, did not slow. They could not slow. They were the engine of the war machine, and the war machine, once running, could not be allowed to falter. New facilities went up even as old ones were contested or destroyed. The extraction rates climbed. The bore holes went deeper. The underground emulsion deposits, vast as they were being drawn down at a rate that would have alarmed the geologists if anyone had been paying attention to the geologists, which they were not because there was a war. The workers in the refineries kept coughing. Rustlung had by this point been named, studied, and essentially accepted as an unavoidable feature of Imulsion-adjacent employment. The documentation of its progression, the way it moved from that early metallic cough to something denser and more systemic, the particular quality of the final stages, the median time from initial exposure to serious incapacitation, existed in medical literature that was accurate, carefully written, and largely unread by anyone in a position to act on it. The compensation frameworks that the COG's labor authorities had established were sufficient to manage the political problem without addressing the medical one. Workers with Rustlung received payments. Their families received acknowledgement. The refineries received additional contracts. What the medical literature did not yet contain, what no one on Sera's surface had yet found the means to ask, let alone answer, was the question of what emulsion actually was. Not what it did, not what it could be refined into or how efficiently it burned or at what atmospheric pressure its lightmass process performed optimally. What it was, at a fundamental biological level, what its nature meant for everything that came into contact with it, what the glowing golden substance in the deep rock of Sera's subterranean world was actually doing. Not to the boreholes, not to the refineries, not to the economic balance of power between the COG and the UIR, but to the rock itself, to the ecosystem of the deep places, to the things that lived there in the darkness and the amber light, far below the sound of the wars being fought in their name above. That question would not be asked on Sera's surface for many years yet. It was being asked in a different form below. Above ground, the war's requirements began to reshape everything they touched. The COG's military culture, always present in the philosophical framework of the Octus Canon, became something more pervasive and more defining as the decades of the Pendulum Wars accumulated. To be a gear, to wear the armor of a coalition soldier, to carry the Lancer assault rifle with its distinctive chainsaw attachment that had become the signature weapon of COG infantry, was not merely a career. It was an identity. The COG built its military recruitment around the understanding that it was not asking young people to do a job, but to become something, to take their place in a lineage of service that had meaning beyond the individual life and the individual death. The cog tag worn around a soldier's neck was both identification and covenant. The soldier's name and blood type on one side, and on the other an implicit promise that their sacrifice had been witnessed and would be remembered. This was not propaganda exactly, though it was also not propaganda. The COG genuinely believed in the meaning it attributed to military service. The officers who sent soldiers into contested trench systems in the Kashkur uplands or across the disputed plains of Vaskar did so with a conviction that they were spending something precious for something necessary. The soldiers who went understood the transaction. Most of them, most of the time, accepted it. This acceptance was not naivety. The COG's soldiers were not unaware that they might die, that the territorial gains for which they died might be reversed within a campaign season, that the war had been going on since before their parents were born, and showed no sign of ending before their own children inherited it. They accepted it anyway, because the alternative to acceptance, to the belief that their service had meaning, was to be in a war that had no meaning, and that was a worse thing to be. The UIR's soldiers operated under a different set of symbols and different language, but essentially the same internal logic. They too had a narrative of service and sacrifice and belonging to something larger than the individual. They too had officers who sent them into contested ground in the belief that the cause was necessary. They too had Rustlung casualties among their industrial workers and emulsion debates among their economists, and the same fundamental problem of being in a war that both sides had committed to winning without either side having the means to achieve a decisive victory. There were moments that came close. The siege of Anvil Gate in Kashkur was one of them. Anvil Gate was a COG military installation positioned at a critical mountain pass in the Kashkur Highlands, controlling access to a supply route that both sides understood as strategically vital. The UIR mounted a siege of it that lasted months, an operation of considerable logistical complexity, conducted in terrain that punished the attacker and rewarded the defender, at altitude where the cold was a combatant in its own right. The COG garrison holding Anvil Gate was a fraction of the size of the besieging force. Its commander made decisions during that siege that the military history of the Pendulum Wars would continue to argue about long afterward. Decisions about what was permissible in defense of a position that could not be allowed to fall, about the limits of the Octus Cannon's injunctions in circumstances that the cannon had not quite imagined. Among the UIR soldiers on the other side of that siege was a man named Garin Paduk, young then, in the particular way of soldiers who are old enough to fight and young enough to still be surprised by what fighting costs. He would survive Anvil Gate. He would carry what happened there for the rest of his life, in the way that all survivors of such things carry them, not as a wound that heals, but as a weight that redistributes itself across the years without ever quite becoming lighter. The Pendulum Wars produced these men by the thousands on both sides, men who had seen enough to know exactly what war was and who continued to do it anyway because the institutions and the identities and the 79-year momentum of the conflict had made stopping more difficult to imagine than continuing. Adam Fenix was not primarily one of these soldiers. Though he wore the armor and held the rank and had seen his share of contested ground, Adam Fenix was something the COG's war machine produced less frequently and valued more ambiguously. A military scientist, a man whose most significant contributions to the COG's war effort happened not in the field but in the laboratory, in the particular silent intensity of a researcher working at the edge of what was currently understood, reaching for the next thing. He was the son of a minor COG administrative functionary and a mother who had been, before the war made such careers difficult to sustain, a professor of theoretical physics at the University of Tyrus. He inherited from her a quality of mind that was not merely intelligent, but architecturally organized, capable of holding vast quantities of disparate information in precise internal relationship, of seeing the structural logic that connected phenomena that appeared unconnected. He applied this mind to military engineering with the same systematic thoroughness he would have applied to anything else, and produced, over a career that spanned the later decades of the Pendulum Wars, a body of work that changed the shape of the conflict. The most significant of his contributions to the war effort was the Hammer of Dawn program. The concept was not, in its original form, Adam Fenix's alone. The idea of orbital weaponry had been proposed by various military theorists for decades, and the COG's aerospace program had achieved sufficient capability by the later years of the Pendulum Wars to make low-orbit platform deployment technically feasible. What Adam provided was the targeting and energy delivery system that transformed the concept from theoretical into operational. The Hammer of Dawn, in its functional form, was a network of orbital platforms capable of focusing accumulated solar energy into a coherent beam of sufficient intensity to cause catastrophic damage to any surface target within targeting range. The high, clean tone of a targeting lock being established. The brief silence. Then the light, coming from above with the particular quality of something that did not belong to the world it was visiting. It was, in military terms, decisive. For the UIR had no equivalent capability and no meaningful defense against orbital bombardment. The Hammer of Dawn's deployment in the final campaigns of the Pendulum Wars changed the strategic calculus so completely and so quickly that the UIR's command structure, confronting the mathematical reality of what the weapon meant for every fortified position they held, moved within months from resistance to capitulation. Adam Fenix received commendations. He attended the ceremonies where commendations are given and accepted them with the quietly distracted air of a man whose attention was elsewhere. Because even as the Hammer of Dawn was winning the Pendulum Wars, Adam Fenix's attention had moved to something else, something he had noticed in the data, something in the seismological readings from the deep survey stations, our readings that had been accumulating for years in files that the war's urgency had pushed to the margins of institutional attention. Patterns in the rock, movements that were not geological, signatures in the deep Imulsion deposits that suggested not merely a resource being drawn down by extraction, but a system responding, changing, something in the data that, assembled and analyzed with the architectural clarity of Adam Fenix's particular mind, pointed toward a conclusion so large and so alarming that he kept checking his work, finding it correct, and checking it again. He began writing what he found in files that he marked classified at the highest level available to him, files that he stored in his personal laboratory rather than in the COG's central archive. He did not yet know what to do with what he was finding. He knew only that he could not unknow it, and that the war above ground, the war that was, by all visible measures, about to end, was not the thing that deserved the most attention. The thing that deserved the most attention was below. It had always been below. It was patient in the way that things are patient when they do not experience time the way the things above them do. And it was changing. 79 years is longer than a human life lived at the average pace of the era in which the Pendulum Wars began. It is longer than the career of any single general who fought in them, longer than the tenure of any chairman or premier who ordered the campaigns, longer than the institutional memory of any unit that participated in the opening engagements and survived to see the armistice. The Pendulum Wars outlasted their own causes in the minds of the people who fought them. By the middle decades, soldiers on both sides were prosecuting a conflict whose original political and economic justifications had been so thoroughly reprocessed by the machinery of institutional momentum that they existed less as reasons than as liturgy, recited at ceremonies, invoked in recruitment materials, or present in the language of command without being particularly present in the minds of the men waist-deep in contested mud who were the war's primary consumers. This is what very long wars do. They become their own justification. They generate a culture, an economy, a social infrastructure so thoroughly organized around their continuation that the question of why the war began recedes before the more pressing question of what would happen to everything built around the war if it were to stop. Factories retooled for munitions production, supply chains calibrated to the specific demands of sustained infantry engagement, entire professional classes, military officers, logistics coordinators, all the makers of Lancer components and long-shot ammunition, and the particular grade of ration packaging that could survive 6 weeks in a forward supply depot, whose expertise and livelihood depended on the war's continuation. Not because these people wanted the war to continue in any simple sense, most of them did not, but they were embedded in it, the way a river is embedded in its channel, and redirecting the flow required more energy than anyone, in the middle decades, had available to apply to anything other than the flow itself. The trenches were the war's most persistent physical fact. They appeared first in the contested territories of Kashkur, where the geography, narrow mountain passes, defensible ridge lines, river valleys that channeled attacking forces into predictable kill zones, rewarded the defender and punished the attacker with a consistency that both sides learned and neither side could fully overcome. A fortified trench line in the Kashkur highlands could hold against forces several times its size for months, provided it was adequately supplied, and its garrison was not destroyed by the kind of flanking maneuver that the terrain, in most locations, made prohibitively expensive to execute. And so the lines stabilized. And so they stayed. The mud of Kashkur's trench systems had its own particular character, which the soldiers who spent time in it described with the detailed precision that people apply to things they are forced to know intimately. It was not the ordinary mud of agricultural fields or riverbanks. It was a compound of clay and rock dust, and the persistent moisture of a mountain climate where rain came frequently and drainage was poor, worked by the boots and equipment of thousands of soldiers into a consistency that was too thick to move through easily and too thin to provide reliable footing, that clung to everything it touched with a tenacity that made every movement a negotiation. The color of old rust, which soldiers noted with dark humor given what was soaking into it. It smelled of wet stone and the particular chemistry of long occupation. The accumulation of human presence in an enclosed space, the residue of cook fires and weapon oil, and the biological evidence of men living in conditions that sanitation had not been designed to accommodate. The cold came with the altitude. Not the killing cold of the absolute mountain peaks, but the sustained, grinding cold of the middle elevations in Kashkur's longer winters. Cold that did not kill efficiently but wore. Cold that made every task take longer, and every injury heal more slowly, and every night, in an inadequately heated forward position, feel like an argument against the premise that the morning was worth enduring toward. Soldiers wrapped themselves in whatever layers the supply chain provided, which was sometimes adequate and sometimes not. And they waited in the way that trench soldiers have always waited, for the order that would send them out of the relative safety of the trench and into the exposed ground between their line and the enemy's, which both sides had learned to make as lethal as possible with the weapons technology available to them, and which had no name except the one that soldiers had been giving it for as long as there had been wars to generate it. No man's land. The distance between one set of people who wanted to kill you and the cover you were currently sheltering behind. Measured in meters. Crossed in seconds if you were fortunate. Not crossed at all if you were not. The weapons of the Pendulum Wars evolved across its 7 decades in the way that weapons always evolve in sustained conflicts, driven by the specific tactical problems each side was trying to solve, and the specific advantages each side was trying to negate. The Lancer assault rifle, which would become so thoroughly associated with the COG gear that it was nearly inseparable from the identity, began the war as one infantry weapon among several and became dominant through a process of iterative refinement and tactical adaptation that reflected both its genuine virtues and the specific conditions of the war's middle phase. The chainsaw attachment, pragmatic, brutal, the kind of solution that emerges when close-quarters combat in enclosed trench systems makes conventional bayonet doctrine insufficient, was added after the war's 2nd decade and remained thereafter the weapon's most distinctive feature, a practical modification that became an icon, the kind of thing that happens when a war goes on long enough to develop its own aesthetics. The long-shot sniper rifle occupied a different tactical register, a precision instrument for a war that was mostly not precise, valued not for its rate of fire but for its reach and its ability to reshape the psychological landscape of contested ground by making exposure anywhere within its considerable effective range a potentially terminal decision. Long-shot teams operated in the particular quiet of their specialty, moving through terrain that other soldiers crossed quickly and nervously, establishing positions with the patience of a discipline that rewarded patience above all other qualities, and doing their work in the intervals between the larger movements of the war with an efficiency that was invisible in the aggregate casualty figures and very visible to the soldiers on the receiving end. The boom-shot grenade launcher was a later development, on heavier and less portable than the Lancer, but capable of delivering explosive ordnance into fortified positions that direct fire could not effectively engage. It was not a weapon that its operators found subtle or elegant. It was a weapon that solved a specific problem, the problem of a gear unit pinned by a well-positioned enemy in cover that small arms fire was not going to clear, and it solved it with the directness of something designed by people who had run out of patience for indirect solutions. These weapons moved through the war's 79 years in the hands of millions of soldiers on both sides, across dozens of campaigns that rose and subsided on the war map without resolving anything fundamental, and in doing so accumulated the particular weight of things that have been used to kill enough people that they carry it permanently. The Lancer is not merely a rifle, it is 79 years of morning assaults across Kashkur mud and night ambushes in the Vasgar plain, and the specific mechanical sound of a weapon being checked and readied by a soldier who is about to go somewhere from which return is not guaranteed. That weight is in the object itself, if you know how to look at it. The Battle of Shavad was one of the Pendulum War's most consequential engagements, not because it was the largest, it was not, but because its outcome demonstrated in terms clear enough to shift strategic thinking on both sides, the limits of what infantry offensive action could achieve against well-prepared defensive positions in the specific terrain conditions of the Kashkur borderlands. The UIR committed 3 divisions to the assault on Shavad's COG garrison across 2 weeks of sustained fighting that produced casualty rates on the attacking side that the UIR's own after-action analysis described, in the careful language of military bureaucracy, as unsustainable relative to territorial gain. The COG held. Not comfortably, the garrison's commander sent dispatches in the final days of the engagement that made clear he was not certain they would hold. But they held. What Shavad demonstrated, and what both sides' military commands absorbed from it with varying degrees of institutional willingness, was that the war as currently being fought was not going to produce a decisive outcome, that the defensive advantage in the specific geography of the primary contested zones was large enough that offensive operations could be sustained indefinitely without achieving the kind of breakthrough that would change the strategic picture, that the war could go on, that it would go on, that the question of when it would end was not a question that military operations, under current doctrine, could answer. This realization did not stop the operations, it adjusted their ambitions. The campaigns of the war's middle decades became less oriented toward the decisive breakthrough and more toward the management of position, holding what was held, contesting what the enemy was trying to hold, inflicting costs without expecting the costs to be decisive. So a war of attrition in the fullest sense, prosecuted by both sides with professionalism and without illusion, in the knowledge that they were grinding and being ground, and that this would continue until something external changed the equation. For the COG, the something external was Adam Fenix and the Hammer of Dawn. But before the hammer changed everything, the war produced the Siege of Anvil Gate, and the siege produced Garin Paduk, and Paduk's experience produced the specific kind of man he became, which matters in the way that all individual histories within larger histories matter, because individuals carry the weight of what they survived into everything they do afterward, and what they do afterward shapes the world. Anvil Gate sat at the head of the Gavin Pass in Kashkur, OOCOG fortification of considerable age that had been reinforced and modernized across the decades of the Pendulum Wars until it was less a single building than an integrated defensive system, fortified walls, underground supply storage, firing positions calibrated to every likely angle of approach, a garrison of sufficient size to hold the pass against numerically superior forces for an extended period provided the supply situation remained manageable. The UIR understood what controlling Gavin Pass would mean for the flow of COG logistics through the Kashkur highlands. They understood it clearly enough to commit to a siege operation that their own planners knew would be costly and slow, because the alternative, allowing COG supply lines through the pass to continue undisrupted, was strategically worse. And the siege lasted through one full Kashkur winter and into the following spring. The cold that descended on the pass in the siege's early weeks was the kind of cold that institutional planning accounts for and individual experience still finds shocking. The gap between knowing that mountain winters are severe and standing in one at altitude with inadequate heating, and the awareness that the people on the other side of the fortification walls are in the same cold and equally determined to outlast you. Both sides suffered. The UIR's besieging force, exposed and in the field, suffered the cold differently than the COG garrison inside Anvil Gate's walls. But they suffered it. Paduk was 23 years old at Anvil Gate. He had been a UIR soldier for 4 years, had seen engagements in the Vasgar Plain and a brief, ugly skirmish near the Sarfuth border, and had acquired the particular quality that combat experience produces in people who survive it. Not fearlessness, which is a condition of inexperience, but a calibrated relationship with fear, an understanding of which fears were informative and which were merely noise, and how to perform the functions of a soldier while the noise was running. He was not, by his own later account, a man who believed profoundly in the UIR's political philosophy. He believed in the men beside him. He believed in the competent execution of the task in front of him. He believed, with the specific pragmatism of someone who had watched ideology applied to tactical situations and found it consistently less useful than basic infantry doctrine, that the war was a fact and survival within it was the relevant project. Anvil Gate did not change this pragmatism. It deepened it in the particular way that experiences of extreme circumstances deepen whatever is most essential in a person. He watched decisions made at Anvil Gate, decisions by commanders on both sides about what was permissible and what was necessary, and where the line between the two was currently located, that he would carry for the rest of his life not as lessons, but as evidence. Evidence about the nature of institutions under pressure, about the gap between the principles that organizations articulate in peacetime and the choices they make when the situation becomes sufficiently severe, about what people do when they run out of better options. He survived Anvil Gate. He was not the same afterward, but survival rarely leaves people unchanged, and Paduk had never expected it to. See, meanwhile, in the later decades of the war, Adam Fenix completed the theoretical framework for the Hammer of Dawn system and presented it to the COG's Joint Command with the particular combination of technical confidence and personal uncertainty that characterized his professional manner. Completely certain about the mathematics, acutely uncomfortable about the implications. The system worked, he told them. The targeting architecture was sound, the energy delivery calculations were verified, the orbital platform deployment was within the COG's current aerospace capability. He could give them a weapon that would end the war. He did not tell them, because he had not yet assembled sufficient evidence, to say it with the precision his scientific conscience required. What he had been finding in the seismological data from the deep survey stations. He had been finding it for years by then. He had been checking his work for years. The files were growing in his private laboratory, dense with data, dense with the implications of the data, dense with the particular dread of a man who has understood something that the people around him have not yet been asked to understand. He would tell them eventually. He intended to tell them. He was working toward the moment when the evidence was complete enough, and the language precise enough, and the implications clear enough that the telling would produce understanding rather than dismissal. The war ended before he was ready. The Hammer of Dawn's deployment in the final UIR campaigns produced the capitulation so quickly, the UIR's command confronting within weeks the mathematical reality of what orbital bombardment meant for every fortified position they held, that the armistice arrived as a kind of surprise, even to those who had been trying to achieve it. The war that had lasted 79 years ended in a season. The soldiers came home, those who remained to come home. The treaty was signed in formal rooms with high ceilings and the careful language of diplomacy that had been absent for most of a century. Adam Fenix attended the ceremonies associated with his contribution and accepted the acknowledgement with distraction. His attention was in his laboratory. His attention was on the seismograph readings, which had changed in recent weeks in ways that the data was making harder and harder to interpret as anything other than what they appeared to be. Movement, organized movement, in the deep rock beneath Sera's surface, far below the Imulsion deposits, in the cave systems that the geological surveys had mapped imperfectly, and the war had not left anyone time to understand more thoroughly. Something was moving. It had been moving for a long time. And the Pendulum Wars, with their orbital weapons and their trench systems and their 79 years of industrial-scale noise, had masked the sound of it almost completely. Almost. Adam Fenix sat in his laboratory on the night the armistice was signed. Church bells were ringing in Ephera. He could hear them through the walls, distant and clear in the particular way of bells on cold nights. See carrying across the city the sound of relief that a civilization makes when it believes its worst time is behind it. He looked at the seismograph readings. He looked at the data assembled in the files he had been building for years. He did not go to the window to listen to the bells. The armistice was signed on a morning in early autumn, when the light in Ephera came at a low angle through the city's eastern-facing windows and made the pale stone of the administrative district look briefly golden. It was the kind of morning that seemed, in retrospect, to have been arranged for the occasion. Clear sky, mild temperature, the particular stillness of a city that had not yet received the news and was going about the habitual business of a Tuesday without yet knowing that it was the last Tuesday of the war. By midday, the official announcement had moved through the COG's broadcast infrastructure and into every speaker and screen in Jacinto and Ephera and the surviving cities of the Tyrus interior, and the stillness broke. What replaced it was not, initially, the uncomplicated jubilation that the word celebration implies. The first response, in most accounts of that day, was something quieter and stranger, a kind of collective exhalation that was less joy than relief, less celebration than the loosening of a tension that had been held for so long that the body had forgotten it was holding it. Soldiers in forward positions who received the news by radio sat down where they were and said nothing for a time. Civilians in Ephera's streets stopped moving and looked at each other with expressions that the photographers who documented that day captured with varying degrees of success. Something between disbelief and recognition, the face that people make when something they had been told to hope for but had quietly ceased to expect actually happens. Then the bells began, and then the streets filled. The celebrations that followed were genuine. That should be stated clearly, because the tragic irony of what came next does not retroactively unmake the reality of what the armistice meant to the people who had lived their entire lives inside the Pendulum Wars. Soldiers wept openly in forward positions, while their commanding officers looked away to allow it. Families who had not seen sons and daughters in years made the calculations of reunion. How long to travel? Which route, whether the bridges were still intact, how different everyone would be. In the refinery districts of Sarfuth, workers who had spent decades supplying the COG's war machine sat in canteens and drank whatever was available and talked about what they would do differently now, what kind of life was possible without the war defining its parameters. In Ephera's central square, and a crowd gathered that the COG's internal security apparatus estimated at several 100,000 people. They stood in the autumn light and listened to Chairman Prescott deliver an address that was, by the standards of political oratory, genuinely good, precise and measured, acknowledging the cost without dwelling in it, pointing toward the future with the careful optimism of a leader who understood that the next challenge was to convert the momentum of military victory into the more difficult work of peacetime governance. The crowd received it well. They received it the way people receive speeches when the speech is not really the point. When the point is the being together, the shared presence in the same physical space doing the same thing at the same time, which is the oldest and most reliable method by which human beings confirm to each other that they are a community and not merely a collection of individuals occupying the same geography. Marcus Fenix was not in Ephra's central square that day. He was 21 years old, and he had been a COG gear for 3 years, and he was in a forward position in the Kashkur borderlands when the news arrived, sitting on a fortification wall with his kit spread around him in the particular organized disorder of a soldier who has learned to keep track of everything he owns, because everything he owns is potentially necessary to his continued existence. He received the news with the same quiet that characterized most soldiers' first response to it. A stillness, a moment of adjustment. The mental work of reorganizing around a fact that changed everything without yet specifying what everything would become. He was, even at 21, recognizably himself. The particular quality of his silences was already there. Not the silence of someone with nothing to say, but of someone who had decided that what he had to say was not required. The capacity for loyalty that would later define everything he did was already visible, already oriented toward the people immediately around him, rather than toward the institutions above them. He had not yet done the things that would make his name. He had not yet lost and found and lost again the things he would spend his life carrying. He was simply a young gear in a forward position on the last day of the Pendulum Wars, sitting with the news that the war was over and the particular internal adjustment of a soldier who has been at war long enough that peacetime requires imagination. His father was in Ephra, in the laboratory, not at the window. Dominic Santiago was also not in Ephra's square, though his reasons were different. Dom was the kind of person who experienced large collective events through the people nearest him rather than through the event itself, who would remember not the square or the crowd or Prescott's speech, but the face of the soldier beside him when the news came through, the specific expression, the way the man's hands moved. Yeah, he was 20 years old, and he had been fighting for 2 years, and he had a wife named Myrrah and 2 small children in Jacinto whom he had not seen in 7 months, and the armistice meant he was going to go home, which was the only fact about it that mattered to him in any immediate sense. In the UIR territories, the response was more complicated. The armistice had not been their choice. It had been the Hammer of Dawn's choice, the orbital mathematics choice, the COG's choice, enforced from above with a weapon they could not counter. For the UIR soldiers, the cessation of hostilities arrived not as relief, but as a different kind of weight. The weight of losing, not of being destroyed. The UIR's military infrastructure remained largely intact, and the armistice terms, whatever their long-term political implications, were not the terms of unconditional surrender, but losing nonetheless. The particular adjustment required of people who have been told that the thing they were doing for years was necessary and important and winnable, and who must now understand that it was the last of those things that proved incorrect. Garen Paddock received the news in a UIR debriefing facility in the Sarfuth borderlands. He was being processed through the administrative machinery of demobilization, the forms and interviews and health assessments that militaries deploy around the edges of wars to account for the people who fought them and redirect them back toward civilian existence. He said very little during the process, which the UIR's demobilization staff recorded in his file as consistent with his general profile. He was, by then, a man who had learned to say little and observe much. Anvil Gate was 3 years behind him. Its weight was not 3 years lighter. What he thought about the armistice, what he thought about the war, about the UIR, about what it meant that he had spent years of his life in contested Kashkur mud for an outcome that the Hammer of Dawn had rendered moot in a matter of months. He did not say to anyone in the debriefing facility. He said it, eventually, to Damon Baird, years later, in circumstances neither of them could have imagined on the last day of the Pendulum Wars. He said it in the particular way of men who have carried something long enough that saying it is not confession, but simply description. The day moved through its hours. The celebrations in Ephora continued into the night. The bells replaced by music and the organized collective noise of a city expressing something too large for ordinary language. The soldiers in the forward positions began the logistics of standing down, the careful procedures of disengagement, clearing weapons and securing equipment, and beginning the long administrative process of determining who went where and by what means and in what order. The UIR's forces completed their own withdrawal protocols with the formal precision of a military that was demonstrating, through the quality of its administrative compliance, that it retained its institutional dignity regardless of the strategic outcome. And in Adam Fenix's laboratory in Ephora, the seismographs continued their work. The readings had changed in the past 72 hours. Not dramatically. Nothing in geological data changes dramatically unless something has gone very wrong. But measurably, in ways that Adam had been tracking with the focused attention of a man who has been waiting for a specific kind of change and has recognized it when it arrived. The organized movement he had been detecting in the deep rock for years had shifted. It had shifted in a direction. It had shifted, the data suggested, with a specificity that he could not quite make himself accept without checking again, upward. He checked again. The data said what it had said. He sat with this for a time. Outside, Ephora celebrated. The bells were still audible, muffled by the laboratory's walls to a kind of rhythmic suggestion, the idea of bells rather than the bells themselves, a world exhaling. A civilization's shoulders dropping after 79 years of held tension. Adam pulled the communications terminal toward him. He composed a message to the COG's Joint Command, addressed to the office of Chairman Prescott, marked urgent at the highest classification available to him. He described, in the precise and economical language he used for all official communications, what the seismological data was showing. He described what it suggested. He described what he believed it meant. He sent the message. He received in the following 48 hours an acknowledgement of receipt and a response that indicated the matter would be reviewed when the Joint Command's attention was available, which was currently occupied by the considerable administrative demands of armistice implementation. He understood this. He did not find it satisfying. He returned to the data and continued tracking the upward movement in the deep rock, watching it the way a doctor watches a vital sign that is moving in the wrong direction. With full attention, with the understanding that attention alone is insufficient, with the particular dread of professional knowledge that has not yet found the administrative mechanism to become action. The celebrations in Ephora lasted 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, the first reports arrived. They came from the outlying districts initially, from settlements and farming communities on Tyrus's southern plain, from the eastern industrial suburbs of Ephora itself, from a COG military checkpoint on the road between Jacinto and the Sarfuth border. The reports varied in their specificity and their coherence because they were coming from people who had no framework for what they were reporting, no prior category in which to place the thing they had just experienced or witnessed or barely survived. The ground was cracking. Not in the way of ordinary geological settlement, not in the familiar way of old infrastructure showing its age or frost-expanded pipework or any of the dozen mundane explanations that the people receiving these reports initially reached for. Cracking with intent. Cracking from below with a force and a purpose that produced holes in the earth rather than merely fractures. Holes that were not random but spaced, not small but large enough, not empty but occupied. The things that came out of the holes were not geological. Adam Fenix, when these reports began arriving, was already at his terminal. He had been at his terminal through the celebration's third night, through the quiet of its fourth morning, through the first hours of a day that Sera would mark forever as the last ordinary day of its existence, and would never have the luxury of fully commemorating, because the next day did not allow for commemoration. He read the reports as they arrived. He looked at his seismological data. He looked at the upward trajectory in the readings. And then he looked at the reports, and the terrible precision of the alignment between the two. The data he had been accumulating for years, and the events now being reported from every populated area of Tyrus simultaneously, produced in him not the satisfaction of a prediction confirmed, but something that had no satisfying name. The thing that happens when you have been right about something you desperately wanted to be wrong about, and the world is confirming your rightness in real time at a scale that makes rightness irrelevant. He sent another message to Prescott's office. This one was not acknowledged. Outside his laboratory window, Ephra's streets, which had been full of celebration 48 hours ago, were beginning to fill again, with a different kind of movement, with people running. The Pendulum Wars had ended at dawn on a Tuesday. The next war, the war that would make the Pendulum Wars look, in retrospect, like a preliminary argument, a 79-year disagreement between people who all lived on the same surface of the same world and therefore shared a set of fundamental assumptions about what was real and what was possible, began on a Saturday morning, less than 96 hours later, before the church bells had finished resonating. There was no armistice ceremony for this one. There was no treaty, no diplomatic framework, no category of international law within which to place what was happening. There was only the sound of the earth cracking open, repeated across every city on Tyrus simultaneously, and the darkness rising through the gaps. And somewhere in the dark below, something that had been building for longer than the Pendulum Wars, longer than the COG's philosophy, or longer than Imulsion's extraction and Rustlung's accumulation and every human decision that had been made on Sera's surface since the first borehole found the first golden glow in the deep rock, something that had been made and abandoned and had in the years of its abandonment become something its makers would not have recognized, was finally, after a very long time, coming up. There is a sound that survivors of Emergence Day describe with a consistency that suggests it is not merely remembered but encoded, written into the body at a level below conscious recollection, retrievable not through the effort of memory, but through the involuntary response of a nervous system that has filed it under a category more fundamental than experience. The category that contains the sounds the body decides it must never forget, because forgetting might mean encountering them again without the preparation that recognition provides. The sound begins underground. It begins as a vibration felt through the soles of the feet before it is heard with the ears, a deep subsonic shudder moving through whatever surface you are standing on, stone or pavement or packed earth, carrying upward the suggestion of something massive in motion below. Then the audible component arrives, a cracking but not the sharp crack of breaking glass or snapping wood, something slower and larger than that. The sound of stone that has been under pressure for a very long time releasing that pressure all at once, the groan of geological material failing at depth, and the failure propagating upward through strata of rock and compacted earth to the surface, where it arrives as a widening fracture that moves visibly across whatever ground it crosses, splitting pavement in lines that branch and extend with an organic quality, like the spread of frost across a cold window, but faster and accompanied by a rumbling that builds as the fracture widens, and the gap between the separating edges of the earth becomes large enough to constitute a whole. Then the smell, sulfur and something beneath sulfur, something older and more fundamental, the smell of deep earth that has never been exposed to open air, the particular scent of atmosphere that has existed in enclosed geological space for millions of years and is now, suddenly, not enclosed anymore. It is not a smell that human beings have evolutionary preparation for. There is no instinctive category for it. Survivors describe it variously as rotting metal, as the inside of a very old cave, as something burning that is not organic material, as nothing they had ever smelled before or have smelled since. They describe it with the precision of people reaching for language that does not quite exist, because the smell belongs to a world that human nostrils were not designed to access. Then the darkness rising through the gap. Not darkness as the absence of light, though it was that too. Darkness as something with texture, with movement, with a quality of intention that every instinct in the human body identified immediately and correctly as the darkness of something alive and large and coming upward toward you with a purpose that did not include your continued existence. The first drones emerged in Ephra's eastern industrial district at approximately 6:47 in the morning, local time. The first reports to COG emergency services described, with the incoherence of witnesses encountering something that their existing descriptive vocabulary was entirely inadequate to convey, large figures in the smoke from the emergence holes, upright, bipedal, moving with the purposeful coordination of trained soldiers carrying weapons of a design that no one on the surface had seen before. The Lancer equivalent carried by Locust infantry, a weapon that would later be documented and categorized with the care that military institutions apply to enemy equipment, was in that first hour simply a thing that killed people from a distance at a rate that the COG's emergency responders, arriving in vehicles designed for civil disaster management rather than military engagement, were not equipped to counter. By 7:15, emergency services had stopped arriving. The emergence holes in Ephra's eastern district were not singular. This was the detail that COG Joint Command struggled most to process in the first hours, because the trained response to any military attack begins with locating the point of attack and directing force toward it. And the point of attack on Emergence Day was not a point. It was every point simultaneously. The holes appeared in Ephra's eastern industrial district at 6:47, and they appeared in the commercial center of the city of Tolan at 6:49, and in the harbor district of Montivado at 6:51, and in the residential suburbs of Yannermont and Ilima, and a dozen other Tyrus cities at intervals so close together that the COG's communications network, receiving emergency reports from every direction at once, all initially processed them as separate incidents, and only gradually, over the course of a morning in which the reports kept coming and the geographic distribution of the incidents kept expanding, arrived at the understanding that this was not a series of separate incidents. This was a coordinated offensive, coordinated not across kilometers, but across the entire populated surface of the continent, launched simultaneously from below by a force that had been positioning itself in the subterranean infrastructure of Sera's major population centers for a period of time that the COG had not detected and could not yet estimate. Chairman Prescott received the consolidated situation report at 8:30 in the morning. He was in his official residence in the Ephra government quarter, which was, at that hour, not yet under direct threat. The emergence holes in the immediate vicinity of the government district would not open until mid-morning, when the Locust advance had consolidated the gains of its initial assault and began pushing toward Jacinto's administrative center with the systematic thoroughness of an operation that had been planned with knowledge of the city's layout that spoke to a period of subterranean observation longer than anyone on the surface wanted to contemplate. He read the report with the quality of attention that defined him as an administrator, complete, rapid, arriving at the operational implications before the language of the report had finished establishing the facts. He understood what was happening before he had the vocabulary to describe it to the officers assembling around him. He began issuing orders. The COG's military response in Ephra's first hours was not disorganized. It was simply insufficient, in the way that a response is always insufficient when the scale of what it is responding to exceeds the scale it was designed for by an order of magnitude that no institutional planning process had considered worth preparing for. The gear units stationed in Ephra's military districts deployed with the speed and discipline of their training, establishing defensive perimeters and directing fire at emergence holes and engaging Locust drones in the street, fighting that the eastern districts rapidly became. They did this competently. They did this with the professionalism of soldiers executing their training under live conditions, and they died in numbers that the COG's military command, receiving casualty reports through the morning, filed without allowing themselves to process, because processing them would require acknowledging something that the command structure was not yet ready to acknowledge. Marcus Fenix was not in Ephra on Emergence Day. He was at his father's estate on the outskirts of the city, the large house set back from the road behind its formal gardens, where Adam Fenix had maintained his private laboratory alongside the official one in the government district. Marcus had come the previous evening, one of the infrequent visits that characterized their relationship in those years, the particular distance between a father whose attention lived primarily in his work and a son who had learned not to compete with the work for the attention, who had found his belonging elsewhere. In the military units that gave him the structure and the brotherhood that the estate's formal rooms did not. They had had dinner together the night before. They had said, as they usually said, less than either of them might have if they had known what the morning was going to require. Marcus heard the emergence holes from the estate's upper floor, the sound traveling across the distance from Ephra's eastern districts, with the quality of something wrong, something in the subsonic register that the body registered before the mind had caught up. He was armored and armed in the time it takes a trained soldier to armor and arm, which is very little time. He was moving toward the estate's communications equipment to reach his unit when the calls began coming in on every available channel, all of them saying variants of the same thing in varying degrees of coherence, and the thing they were saying resolved in his mind with the cold clarity of a soldier receiving a situation report, rather than the panic of a civilian receiving catastrophic news. He attempted to reach his unit. His unit's command frequency was producing only traffic, voices over each other, reports interrupting reports, the acoustic texture of a military communications network in the first moments of an engagement it was not prepared for. He attempted to reach his father. His father did not answer. Adam Fenix was in his private laboratory when the emergence holes opened in Ephra's eastern district. He heard them too. The shudder through the estate's foundations, the distant cracking. The sound he had been expecting and dreading and trying to prevent for years now arriving in the specific form his data had been predicting. He was already at his communications terminal. He was already sending to every address in the COG's emergency command structure he could reach, the documentation he had been compiling, the seismological evidence, the analysis of the organized movement in the deep rock, the assessment of what the data suggested about the size and the geographic distribution of whatever was below. He sent everything he had, everything he knew, everything he had been trying to say for years, in a cascade of transmissions that went out into a network already overwhelmed with emergency traffic and landed in queues that no one had the bandwidth to process. He sent it anyway, because sending it was the only thing available to him that corresponded to the scale of what was happening, and available actions, however inadequate, are what you take when the adequate ones do not exist. Dominic Santiago was in Jacinto proper on Emergence Day, on a scheduled leave that he had been spending in the particular way of soldiers on leave who have a family to return to, entirely, with the focused attention of a man trying to store enough of the ordinary world to last him through the next deployment. His children were 3 and 5 years old. They were asleep when the ground shook for the first time, and the sound came through the walls of the apartment in Jacinto's residential district, and Dom was dressed and at the window in seconds, so looking toward the smoke rising from the eastern quarter with the expression of a soldier who knows what smoke means when it comes from that direction at that time of morning. He called Myrrah. She was awake, frightened, holding both children in the apartment's interior room as the sounds continued. He told her to stay. He told her to lock the door and stay in the interior room and not to open the door for anyone unless she heard his voice. He told her this with the steadiness of a man who had trained for crises and who was, at that moment, applying every resource of that training to sounding steady for the benefit of the woman and the children on the other end of the line. He told her he would be back. He believed it when he said it. He said it again, and he left the apartment. And he was a gear moving through Jacinto's streets toward the sound and the smoke, which was what his training and his identity required him to be, and the children were asleep, and Myrrah was in the interior room, and the door was locked, and he would be back. The Locust Horde that emerged on E-Day was not a mob. This distinction matters because the scale and the sudden violence of the assault produces in retrospect an impression of chaos, of something wild and undirected, a natural disaster wearing the shape of an army. It was not. The Locust Horde that came through the emergence holes in Ephora and Tallinn and Montevado and every major population center on Tyrus's surface on that Saturday morning operated with the coordination of a military force that had planned this offensive with care, that understood the geography of its targets, so that had positioned its emergence holes in relation to the COG's military installations and communication infrastructure with a strategic sophistication that the COG's post-E-Day analysis would spend years unpacking. The drones came first, bipedal, heavily built, their skin a gray-brown that in the smoke of the first emergence hours read as part of the industrial landscape until they moved, until the red of their eyes caught available light, and the weapons in their hands discharged with a sound that was not quite like any human weapon's sound, deeper, with a percussive quality that the ear filed differently. They moved in unit formations, not the loose individual movement of creatures acting on instinct, but the tight, coordinated advance of infantry following doctrine. They covered emergence holes for the units coming up behind them. They established firing positions before moving forward. They did not rush. Behind the drones came the wretches, smaller, faster, less armored. They moved through the urban environment with the particular agility of something built for enclosed spaces, climbing surfaces that the drones moved around, flowing through openings that the larger Locust infantry could not access, operating in the margins and the gaps of the battle with a speed that made them extremely difficult targets in the smoke and the confusion of the first hours. They did not carry the weapons the drones carried. They did not need to. Their function was different: the flanking advance, the attack from angles. The primary defensive line was not covering. The exploitation of the cognitive overload that comes with fighting an enemy that appears from multiple directions simultaneously. The boomers were larger than the drones in the way that industrial equipment is larger than the tools that accompany it. Not merely bigger, but categorically different in scale, their boomshot grenade launchers firing explosive ordnance into COG defensive positions with a methodical patience that suggested tactical direction rather than individual aggression. A boomer in the streets of Ephora on E-Day was a problem that required organized military response to address effectively, and organized military response was precisely what the COG was struggling to establish in the first hours. The Cedars deployed their nemesists, airborne creatures that jammed COG communications with a biological efficiency that no electronic countermeasure had been designed to address, because no electronic countermeasure had been designed with this threat in mind, because this threat had not existed until this morning. The communications disruption they produced compounded the coordination difficulties that the COG's command structure was already experiencing, creating pockets of effective silence in a military network that had been built on the assumption that communications, under any operational stress, would degrade but not disappear. They disappeared. Units fought without knowing what the units beside them were doing. Commanders issued orders that did not arrive. The battle, which required coordination to manage, became increasingly a series of individual engagements whose outcomes were determined by the quality of the soldiers in them rather than by any overarching strategic direction. Jacinto held. This is the central fact of Emergence Day from the COG's perspective, the fact that everything afterward depended on the granite plateau that the city was built on, so dense that the Locust's emergence holes could not penetrate it, providing a geographic accident of salvation to the people within its perimeter. The Locust could press against Jacinto's walls. They could not come up through its floor. The distinction, on a day when every other city on Tyrus was experiencing the floor opening beneath it, was the difference between survival and the alternative. The alternative was Tollin and Montevado, and Yannermont and Ilima, cities that stood on ordinary ground, cities whose geological foundations were not granite plateaus, but the same mixed strata-substrata that underlay most of Tyrus's developed land, permeable enough in the deep geological sense for the Locust's emergence machinery to crack from below. These cities fell. Not all at once, not in the clean narrative sense of a city falling in the histories, but in the grinding and terrible sense of a population losing the ability to hold its ground against an enemy, coming from directions that the ground itself was supposed to prevent. Losing block by block, district by district, the retreat toward high ground or the coast, or any geography that offered the geological resistance that Jacinto's granite provided. The retreat of populations who had woken that morning in peacetime and found themselves by midday as soldiers without training or weapons or any framework for understanding what was happening to them. By nightfall on Emergence Day, the COG's internal casualty estimates, preliminary, subject to massive revision, compiled from the fragmented reports arriving from every communications channel that still functioned, suggested a number that the officers compiling them wrote down and then looked at for a moment before writing it down again, because the act of writing it a second time was the act of deciding to treat it as real. 1/4 of Sera's surface population, in one day, killed or taken or simply unaccounted for in the chaos of the assault. Their status unknown because the systems that would have tracked them were among the first casualties of the Cedar communications disruption. 1/4. Marcus Fenix fought through the streets of Ephira's eastern district for 11 hours on Emergence Day, moving through a landscape that was simultaneously the city he had known his entire life and something utterly transformed. The familiar architecture present but reconfigured, the streets he had walked since childhood, now defined by emergence holes and locust firing positions and the debris of a morning's worth of urban combat. He fought with the efficiency of his training and the particular quality of his stubbornness, which was constitutional rather than conscious. The stubbornness of a man who does not stop because stopping has not presented itself as an available option. He fought alongside soldiers from units that were not his own, because his own unit was somewhere in the chaos of Ephira's broader engagement, and the men in front of him were the men in front of him, and they were fighting and needed another fighter beside them. He tried to reach his father's estate 3 times across the course of the day. 3 times the route was blocked, by locust activity, by collapse, by the fluid tactical geometry of an urban battle that rerouted every attempt to move through it toward any destination other than the next immediate tactical requirement. The estate sat 2 kilometers outside the city's eastern perimeter, 2 kilometers that were, on Emergence Day, the most contested 2 kilometers on Tyrus. Adam Fenix was at the estate when the Locust advance reached its vicinity in the late afternoon. He survived the day, The details of his survival, the particular combination of the estate's construction and its location, relative to the nearest emergence holes, and the decisions he made in the hours when the sound of the battle was closest, would not be fully known for years, because the day produced so many stories that the individual ones were subsumed in the aggregate, and because Adam Fenix was not a man who described his own experiences with the kind of detail that would make reconstruction easy. He survived. He remained at the estate. He continued sending transmissions into a network that was slowly, painfully, beginning to reconstitute itself as the COG's military command established its emergency protocols and began the process of understanding what had happened well enough to begin responding to it. Dom Santiago returned to the apartment in Jacinto that evening. The door was locked. He called through it and heard Maria's voice, and he unlocked it, and she was there with the children, who were asleep in the interior room, and he held her for a time without speaking. Outside, through the apartment's single window, Ephira burned at the edge of the visible horizon, amber and orange against the dark sky, the color of Imulsion refineries in the old peacetime, the color of something ending. The Pendulum Wars had lasted 79 years and had, in its final accounting, cost more than anyone had been prepared to spend. Sera had paid that cost and emerged from it into 3 days of church bells and celebration and the belief that the worst was finished. Emergence Day cost 1/4 of Sera's population. It had not lasted a day. The worst had not yet introduced itself. Understanding came slowly and at enormous cost. This is the nature of encountering an enemy for which no prior framework exists. The process of understanding begins not in the comfortable space of analysis and inference, but in the immediate and brutal space of contact, where the information available is whatever survives the engagement long enough to be reported. The COG's military intelligence apparatus, which had spent 79 years developing sophisticated assessments of UIR capabilities and doctrine and order of battle, found itself in the first months after Emergence Day in the position of an institution whose entire professional methodology assumed a certain kind of enemy and was confronting something that category did not contain. The UIR had been, for all its opposition, comprehensible. It had political leadership and economic motivations and military doctrine that bore the recognizable marks of human institutional development. It could be understood, predicted, negotiated with, in the ways that human organizations can be understood and predicted and negotiated with, because it was one. The Locust Horde was not. Or rather, it was not comprehensible in any of the ways the COG's intelligence apparatus had been built to comprehend. It did not have a capital that could be bombed into surrender. It did not have a population that could be exhausted by attrition into demanding peace. It did not have a political leadership that could be pressured or corrupted or fragmented by the application of the standard tools of geopolitical influence. It came from below, which meant that the spatial logic of conventional military strategy, the identification and targeting of supply lines, production centers, command nodes, did not apply in any straightforward way to a force whose entire logistical and organizational infrastructure existed in a subterranean world that the COG had not mapped, did not understand, and could not access without fighting through the Horde itself to reach. The Hollow, the COG's intelligence analysts eventually named it. The underground world beneath Sera's surface, the cave systems and tunnels and vast subterranean spaces that the Locust Horde called home, that it had built its civilization within, that it had come from when the emergence holes opened. The name was useful as a placeholder, as all names are useful before understanding fills them with specific content. The Hollow was where the Locust came from. Beyond that, in the first months of the war, the COG knew very little. What it knew from combat. The drone was the Locust Horde's primary infantry caste, the foundation upon which the Horde's surface offensive was built, and the creature that COG gears encountered most frequently in the grinding urban warfare of E-Day's immediate aftermath and the months that followed. Bipedal, heavily muscled, approximately the height of a large human male, but broader through the chest and shoulders in proportions that suggested a different evolutionary history, or, as would eventually be understood, a different kind of making entirely. Their skin ran from gray-brown to a darker, almost charcoal coloration, depending on caste and individual variation, weathered in texture. Not quite like the skin of any surface animal. Their eyes were the feature that survivors mentioned most consistently in the first reports. Red, deeply set, catching available light with the reflective quality of eyes adapted to low-light environments. Not expressionless, which was perhaps the most unsettling aspect of them. There was something in a locust drone's eyes that resisted the categorization of animal blankness. Something that looked back with an attention that implied comprehension, that implied the encounter was being processed by something that was, in some functional sense, thinking about it. They wore armor, not the improvised kind, not the salvaged and repurposed equipment of a force, making do with available materials, but fabricated armor that showed evidence of manufacture and design, of an industrial capacity operating below the surface that could produce protective equipment at scale for a fighting force of the Horde's size. The armor was dark, organic in its contouring, assembled from materials that COG analysis would eventually identify as partially biological, certain components grown rather than forged, integrating organic structural elements in ways that human materials science had not developed and did not immediately understand how to counter. Their weapons were similarly fabricated. The hammerburst, which became the standard Locust infantry weapon in the terminology that COG soldiers developed for their equipment, fired a heavy projectile at rates and velocities that were, in the direct comparisons available from battlefield recovery, roughly comparable to the Lancer's performance envelope. It did not have the Lancer's chainsaw attachment. It did not need one. The Locust drone in close quarters engagement did not require a tool to turn its weapon into something other than a firearm, because the drone itself was sufficient. A Locust drone in hand-to-hand combat was not a soldier at a disadvantage. It was a soldier in a different mode, one that the drone's physical capabilities supported more naturally than they supported the human gears. Above the drone caste, the Horde's military organization produced specialists whose function was legible from their physical form in the way that all specialized soldiers are legible. You could read their purpose in their equipment and their positioning and the way they moved through the battle. The boomers were the Horde's heavy infantry, creatures of substantial mass who carried the boom-shot grenade launcher with the ease of someone carrying a tool sized for them, which it was. They were slower than the drones and did not operate in the same fluid coordination, moving instead with the deliberate pacing of something that does not need to hurry because what it carries makes hurry unnecessary. A boomer advancing on a COG defensive position was a tactical problem of a specific kind. It needed to be stopped at range, because allowing it to reach effective boom shot range of anything the COG was defending was to accept explosive ordnance among the defenders as a probable outcome. COG gears learned this through contact in the first weeks after E-Day and filed it in the category of lessons that are learned once and remembered permanently, because the alternative to remembering them permanently was not available. The wretches occupied the opposite end of the physical scale, small, fast, feral in their movement patterns, in a way that the drones were not, where the drones moved with the organized coordination of trained infantry. The wretches moved with something closer to the logic of pack hunting, flowing around obstacles and through gaps in COG defensive lines, with a speed that the human eye struggled to track in the smoke and confusion of urban combat. They did not carry firearms. they carried themselves, which, in the specific physical configuration of the wretch, claws, speed, the willingness to absorb gunfire that would stop a human attacker and continue advancing, was sufficient for their function. Their function was the flanks, the gaps, the moments when a COG soldier's attention was fully occupied by a drone firing from the front and was therefore not available to monitor the approach vector from the left side. The Berserker was something different from all of these, something that defied the organizational logic of the Horde's other castes by being, in its operational mode, beyond organization. Blind, entirely, its eyes vestigial structures that served no visual function. It navigated through hearing and vibration, which it processed with a sensitivity that made stillness and silence the only reliable avoidance strategy in its presence. What it lacked in vision, it compensated for in everything else. Mass, the kind of physical strength that could compromise structural materials. See, an almost complete indifference to the small arms fire that was the COG's primary engagement tool. The Berserker could not be reasoned with or outmaneuvered by the standard infantry tactics that applied to every other Locust caste. It had to be destroyed by means that exceeded the Lancer's capability, specifically by heat, which the COG eventually learned could penetrate the biological armor that the Berserker's surface musculature provided, and which required the hammer of Dawn's orbital precision or purpose-built incendiary tools to deliver at the necessary intensity. The COG's researchers, who eventually gained access to recovered Locust biological material, noted something consistent across the castes that the combat reports had suggested, but not confirmed: that the Horde's physical forms, for all their apparent variety, shared certain structural signatures at the cellular level, shared certain markers that, to the researchers who knew what they were looking at, were not the markers of independent evolutionary development, but of something else, something deliberate, something that had been introduced into the biological template from outside with a consistency that was not the consistency of natural selection, but of applied design. These researchers filed their findings carefully. The files were marked classified. They joined Adam Fenix's files in the category of information that the COG possessed without yet knowing what to do with. Elsewhere in the Hollow, below the fighting castes and below the layers of cave ecology that buffered the Horde's deeper civilization from the surface, things moved that the COG would take years to encounter and longer to understand. The Corpser, vast, multi-limbed, its primary function, the excavation and maintenance of the Emergence tunnel network, its secondary function, the destruction of anything on the surface that the smaller castes could not efficiently manage. The Reaver, a flying organism that the Horde deployed as aerial cavalry and close air support, its pilot-mounted configuration suggesting a relationship between rider and mount that implied a domestication process whose history was entirely invisible to the COG's early analysis. The Brumach, and here the researchers who looked at the biological data paused, because the Brumach represented something that the natural development of any cave ecosystem could not adequately explain. It was too large, or too specifically configured for surface warfare, too thoroughly optimized for the dual functions of weapons platform and psychological instrument, the weapons mounted on its frame, the size of it against the scale of Sera's urban environments, to be the product of the blind optimization of natural selection. Natural selection produces generalists who can be adapted. The Brumach was a specialist. It had been made to be what it was. The name associated with this making in the Locust Horde's own organizational structure was Ukon. The COG's intelligence apparatus encountered the name in the early years of the war through the interrogation of the very small number of Locust who were taken alive, a process that was itself an education in the Horde's organizational structure, I conducted in the absence of any shared language and requiring interpretation tools that had to be developed from scratch through the painstaking work of linguistic analysis applied to sounds that human vocal anatomy could not comfortably reproduce. What emerged from this process, fragmentarily and over years, was a picture of a locust civilization that was more structured, more hierarchical, and more internally complex than the COG's initial combat assessments had suggested. Ukon occupied a position in this hierarchy that did not map neatly onto any COG organizational category. Not a military commander, not precisely a scientist in any sense that the COG's research institutions would recognize. Something closer to an artificer, a figure whose function was the application of biological knowledge to the production of war-fighting organisms, who worked in the Hollow's deeper levels with the materials available there and produced, through processes that the COG would not fully understand for years, the creatures that gave the Locust Horde its most devastating surface capabilities. The Brumak, the Corpser, the Reaver in its current militarized configuration. Things made from things that existed in the Hollow's ecosystem, shaped by a knowledge of biology that was not theoretical, but deeply, practically operational. The knowledge of someone who had worked with living systems long enough to understand them as materials. The Hollow itself, beneath the war and the Horde and the Emergence infrastructure, was a world. This was the fact most difficult for the COG's analytical framework to accommodate, that below the surface of Sera, in the cave systems that the geological surveys had mapped imperfectly and the war had not left anyone time to explore, there existed not merely a tactical environment, but a civilization, ancient by any measure available to assess it, possessed of its own ecology, the bioluminescent fungi that lit the deeper chambers with a phosphorescent glow that was simultaneously beautiful and deeply wrong, the underground lakes of extraordinary stillness, the microbial ecosystems that had developed in geological isolation over periods that made the COG's 79-year war look like an afternoon's disagreement. The Countess were the Horde's priestly caste, and their presence in the Hollow's organizational structure was the clearest evidence that the Locust Horde was not merely a military force, but a culture. Tall, lean, robed in dark fabric that absorbed the bioluminescent light of the deeper caverns rather than reflecting it, their vocal anatomy capable of producing resonances in registers that the human ear experienced more as physical sensation than as sound. They performed functions that the COG's analysts filed under the label of ritual without being entirely certain what ritual meant in this context. Ceremonies over fallen drones that involved the Countess chanting in the deep registers, while the Horde's dead were prepared for whatever the Locust civilization's understanding of death and what follows it required. The chanting carried through the tunnel systems with a clarity that stone amplifies and distance does not diminish, arriving in COG forward positions sometimes as the only warning that something was happening in the hollow below them, the sound of a culture conducting its business in the dark. Above all of this, above the castes and the ecology and the Countess rituals and Ukon's biological workshops, sat the Queen. Her name was Myrrah, and the COG forces who first heard it spoken recovered from signal intercepts, from the interrogations, from the first broadcasts that the Locust Queen directed at the surface with a calm and specificity that suggested she understood COG communication systems considerably better than the COG understood hers, noted that it was spoken by the Horde's members with a quality that was not merely hierarchical deference. It was something closer to reverence. The particular register in which a civilization refers to something it considers foundational, something without which its own identity does not fully cohere. She spoke to her Horde in a language that the Locust castes clearly understood, and that the COG's analysts, working from the intercepts, spent years developing partial translations of. What the translations eventually revealed was not the tactical communiques of a military commander directing combat operations. though those elements were present. What they revealed primarily was the language of a political leader addressing a people she believed in, a leader who described the surface war not as conquest but as necessity, who spoke of the Hollow and its people with the specific warmth of someone for whom these were not assets to be deployed, but a civilization to be preserved, who spoke of the COG not with the impersonal contempt of a military opponent, but with a particular bitterness that implied personal history, a bitterness that had a name and a cause that the COG's analysts could not yet identify because the relevant history was not in any COG archive they had access to. She believed she was fighting a righteous war. The intercepts made this clear in ways that the analysts who reviewed them found troubling, in the particular way that encountering genuine conviction in an enemy is always troubling, because genuine conviction implies reasons, and reasons imply a history, and history implies complexity that is considerably more difficult to fight than simple aggression. Why she believed it, what had made her, what had been done to her, what the COG had been to her before the war began, was a question that would not be answered for years. The answer, when it finally came, would require the COG to look at itself with an honesty that institutions of the COG's age and self-certainty are not designed to sustain. In the deep hollow, in chambers below the war's immediate noise, there were things that pointed toward that answer. A laboratory, sealed and cold, its equipment of a design that matched the COG's scientific facilities more than anything the Hollow had independently developed. Files in a system that used COG data architecture. A voice, looping, patient, clinical, still present in the laboratory's communications infrastructure, still explaining itself to the silence of empty corridors, still waiting for someone to come back and hear what it had to say. No one came. Not yet. The war pressed on above. The Locust advanced. The COG retreated toward Jacinto and its granite floor and the particular shelter of the last place on Tyrus that the ground would not open beneath. And in the dark of the Hollow's deepest levels, in the places where even the Locust Horde's own members did not go without reason, something else was beginning to change. Something that had nothing to do with the war above and everything to do with the substance that had started everything. The golden glow in the deep rock, older than the boreholes and the refineries and the Pendulum Wars and the COG's entire philosophical project, patient and indifferent and slowly, in ways that would take years to become visible, becoming something other than what it had been. The retreat to Jacinto was not announced as a retreat. Institutions of the COG's age and philosophical investment do not announce retreats. They announce strategic consolidations, tactical realignments, the rational redeployment of resources toward positions from which offensive operations can be more effectively prosecuted. The language is not dishonest in the simple sense. The people who write it are not unaware of the gap between its implications and the reality it describes. The language is a form of institutional maintenance, the preservation of a framework of meaning that the institution requires to continue functioning. If you tell soldiers that they are retreating, you are telling them something about the direction of the war that may be true, but is also, in the immediate operational context, not useful. If you tell them they are consolidating toward a more defensible position from which to counterattack, you are telling them something that is also true and considerably more compatible with the psychological requirements of people who need to believe that what they are doing has forward momentum. The COG told its soldiers they were consolidating. The consolidation took months, and it took the shape that all retreats under pressure take, not the orderly movement of a force that controls the terms of its withdrawal, but the grinding, contested, costly process of a military disengaging from a front it cannot hold while an enemy that has initiative and momentum presses the disengagement at every point. The Locust Horde did not permit an orderly withdrawal. The Horde pressed wherever the COG's lines thinned. I exploited every gap in coverage that the movement toward Jacinto created, and extracted a cost in personnel and equipment and territory that the COG's command structure absorbed with the particular stoicism of people who have decided that the accounting will happen later, when the position is secured, and that doing the accounting now is a luxury the situation does not afford. The cities fell in sequence. Not all at once. The Locust advance was not uniform across the continent, varying in its intensity and pace according to the local underground geography, the density of the Horde's forces in any given area, and the quality and quantity of COG resistance. Some cities held for weeks after their neighbors fell. Some fell in days. The COG managed the information about each city's status, with the care of an institution that understood the relationship between morale and operational effectiveness, and was trying to preserve both while the conditions that sustained them deteriorated progressively. Sera contracted toward Jacinto. The residential districts at the city's eastern and southern edges were abandoned first, the civilian population ordered toward the plateau's higher ground, the military perimeter drawn tighter to the terrain that the granite beneath Jacinto's foundations made defensible in a way that no other ground in the COG's remaining territory could match. The civilian population that made it inside Jacinto's new perimeter was a fraction of what Sera had held before E-Day. The fraction was still enormous. Hundreds of thousands of people compressed into the infrastructure of a city that had been designed for a different density and a different era. They lived in the particular intimacy of crisis housing, in requisitioned buildings and converted military facilities, and the organized improvisation that the COG's administrative apparatus deployed with the competence of long institutional practice at managing populations under adverse conditions. Chairman Prescott moved through all of this with the quality of attention that defined his public presence. Complete, composed, projecting the specific authority that the COG's administrative tradition invested in the office he held. He attended the briefings. He reviewed the casualty reports. He signed the orders. He delivered the addresses that the COG's communication infrastructure distributed to the surviving population, with the regularity of an institution that understood that regular communication, even when the content of that communication was difficult, was preferable to the silence that populations fill with their own conclusions. He was also, throughout this period, conducting a private set of conversations with Fenix that did not appear in any official record of the COG's wartime decision-making. Fenix had survived E-Day at the estate, and made his way, in the chaotic weeks following it, back into Sera's shrinking perimeter, and the laboratory in the government district that remained for as long as the government district remained within COG control, accessible to him. He continued his work. He continued developing the understanding of Imulsion that his seismological data had been pointing toward for years, and that the war had now given him additional evidence to refine. Evidence in the form of the Locust themselves, whose biological material bore the signatures of Imulsion exposure in ways that his analysis of the intelligence reports was making increasingly clear. He and Prescott had known each other for years, in the particular way of a scientist whose work is strategically important, and an administrator who controls the strategic resources that fund the work. A relationship defined by mutual utility and the specific tension of two people who need each other and have very different ideas about how the thing they are both working toward should be approached. Prescott needed Adam's understanding of Imulsion, and whatever that understanding might eventually produce in terms of a solution to the Locust problem. Adam needed Prescott's institutional support and, increasingly, his protection. The protection of a man who controlled access to the COG's classified infrastructure and could ensure that certain files remained accessible and certain locations remained reachable, and certain decisions about the disposition of scientific personnel did not go the way that wartime exigency and the competing demands of the command structure might otherwise take them. The private conversations were about the Imulsion Countermeasure, the theoretical framework for a device that Adam had been developing alongside his understanding of emulsion's nature, the two tracks of research advancing together in the way that understanding a problem and developing its solution are never fully separable activities. The countermeasure was not yet operational. It was not yet fully designed. It existed as a theoretical architecture, a set of calculations and projected specifications that Adam's analysis suggested was feasible, and whose feasibility Prescott, in the private conversations, found sufficiently credible to treat as a planning assumption. What Prescott did not tell Adam in these conversations was everything he was planning around that assumption. The Hammer of Dawn counterattack was Prescott's decision, and it was entirely his own. Not in the sense that he did not consult his military command. He consulted them, received their assessments, incorporated their tactical analysis into the operational planning. But the fundamental decision, the decision to use the Hammer of Dawn not as a precision weapon against Locust military assets, as it had been used in the Pendulum Wars, but as a continent-wide surface denial weapon deployed against the full extent of Sera's non-Jacinto territory, was his alone. It was the kind of decision that could only be made alone, because it was the kind of decision that could not survive the process of collective deliberation. The moment the circle of people who knew about it expanded beyond a certain size, the moment it became subject to the review and the objection and the institutional friction of the COG's decision-making apparatus, it would cease to be a decision and become a debate. And Prescott had made a calculation, cold, careful, arrived at through the application of the same analytical rigor he applied to everything, that the war did not have time for the debate. The calculation was this: the Locust Horde was advancing. Jacinto could be held, but only if the COG's military resources were not simultaneously being consumed by the defense of territory that could not, in the long run, be held. The Locust's advance across Sera's surface was being sustained by the supply and reinforcement flowing from the hollow through the Emergence tunnel network, a network that existed beneath the entire continental surface and could not be destroyed from above without destroying the surface above it. The COG could continue to fight for every kilometer of territory between Jacinto and the Locust front, spending soldiers and equipment at a rate that the surviving population could not indefinitely sustain and lose ground anyway. Or it could deny the Locust the surface territory by destroying it, burning it clean with the Hammer of Dawn in a coordinated strike of sufficient coverage that the Locust's surface presence, its staging areas and supply caches, and the logistical infrastructure of its offensive would be eliminated. The cost of this approach was the surface itself, everything on it. Every building, every road, every field, every structure of the Seran civilization that existed outside Jacinto's perimeter, and everyone on it who had not made it inside Jacinto's perimeter before the strike. Prescott ordered the warning broadcast, 72 hours. The COG's communication infrastructure, what remained of it, you patched and extended and driven to its operational limits, broadcast continuously for 72 hours before the strike date, a single message, repeated in every language and dialect the COG's systems could render, directed at every frequency band that surviving receivers might pick up. Evacuation to Jacinto, 72 hours. After 72 hours, the COG would use the Hammer of Dawn against the full extent of Sera's non-secured surface. Anyone who had not reached safety by that deadline would not be protected by the strike. The message was honest. That should be acknowledged. Prescott did not deceive the people outside Jacinto about what was coming. He gave them the information and the time that the operational planning had determined were available, and he gave them to as many people as the COG's damaged communications infrastructure could reach. He could not reach everyone. The Cedar deployed nemesists that had disrupted COG communications on E-Day had not been fully cleared from all areas. Pockets of the continental population existed in communication shadows, where the broadcast did not arrive, or arrived fragmented, or arrived too late for the evacuation it described to be physically possible even for people who received it clearly and immediately understood what it meant, and immediately began moving. These people did not make it to Jacinto. They were called the Stranded afterward, the people who survived the hammer strike outside Jacinto's perimeter, who found shelter in the geographic accidents of the blast pattern. In the basements of buildings whose above-ground structures were destroyed while their foundations held, in the low ground of valleys where the strike's direct effects were partially blocked by the terrain, in the specific luck of being in the wrong place for a particular value of wrong that turned out, on the day, to be survivable. They survived. They were not rescued. The COG did not have the capacity in the weeks and months after the strike to extend its protective perimeter beyond Jacinto's walls to reach the survivors scattered across the scorched surface of the continent, and Prescott's military command, which had its own losses to manage and its own defensive posture to maintain, did not recommend attempting it. The Stranded learned to survive without the COG. They organized into bands and settlements, salvaged what the strike had left intact, developed the particular culture of people who have been designated expendable by the institution that was supposed to protect them, and who have chosen, in response, to survive anyway. Their bitterness toward the COG was not ideological in the UIR sense. It was not a philosophical objection to the COG's governing framework. It was personal. It was the specific bitterness of people who had heard the broadcast and had tried to reach Jacinto and had not made it through, who had watched the hammer of dawn's light on the horizon and understood what it meant, or who had survived the burns and the collapse and the subsequent months of exposure and starvation, with the knowledge that the institution that had fired the weapon did not consider their survival as important as the operational objectives the weapon was serving. The strike itself lasted 11 hours. The Hammer of Dawn's orbital platforms, directed by the targeting architecture that Adam Fenix had designed for the precision engagements of the Pendulum Wars, and now repurposed for area coverage of a scale the system had never been asked to produce, fired in sequence across the continent throughout a day and into the early evening. The light that the strike produced was visible from Jacinto, was visible, in fact, from orbit, which was a perspective that no one on Sera's surface had direct access to, but which the COG's technical staff are working from the platform telemetry, reconstructed and filed in the operational record as a data point. From orbit, the continent of Tyrus on the day of the Hammer counterattack appeared as a surface that was progressively losing its distinction. The specificity of its geography, its cities and roads and agricultural patterns, being replaced by the uniform scorch of an event that did not differentiate between Locust staging area and human settlement, between contested military ground and empty farmland, between the things that had survived the Locust advance and the things the Locust had already destroyed. The light from Jacinto's walls was not the clean coherence of a hammer strike observed up close, the single beam of focused energy arriving with surgical precision on a targeted position. It was diffuse, atmospheric, the sky above the horizon brightening and brightening through the day in the particular way of something very large happening at a distance, close enough to be unmistakably visible, and far enough that the sound arrived late and muffled, and the specific geometry of what was burning was resolved into a general condition. The horizon is on fire. The world outside these walls is on fire. This is the COG's answer to the thing that came from below. The soldiers on Jacinto's walls who watched it did not, in the accounts available, uniformly approve or disapprove of what they were watching. They watched it the way soldiers watch the large decisions of the people above them in the command structure, with the understanding that the decision had been made by someone with access to considerations they did not have full visibility into, and with the simultaneous understanding, which their eyes were currently providing in real time, of what the decision cost. The costs were visible. They were very visible. They were the kind of thing that, once seen, does not leave the catalog of images a person carries, because the mind does not have a filing system for certain scales of consequence and defaults to storing them as permanent residents rather than memories that can be accessed or not according to preference. Marcus Fenix was not on the walls during the strike. He was in Jacinto Palisade Prison. The circumstances that had put him there were, in the way of all circumstances that produce institutional punishment, more complicated than the charge that the punishment was assigned for. His unit had been in Ephra's eastern district during the most intense phase of the Locust advance. His father's estate was in the path of the advance. Adam Fenix was at the estate. Marcus had left his post, had made the calculation, in real time, under fire, with the specific information available to him at that moment, that reaching the estate and reaching his father was the action required of him. He had made this calculation with full awareness that it constituted a violation of COG military law, and had made it anyway, in the way that people make certain decisions, not without knowing the cost, but with the judgment that the cost was acceptable relative to the alternative. The COG court-martial that followed was not unreasonable by its own internal logic. Marcus had left his post during active combat operations. Soldiers who left their posts during active combat operations were subject to the full weight of military law, because the COG's military structure depended on the principle that soldiers did not make individual judgments about when their orders applied to them and when they did not, and that compromising this principle, even in cases where the individual judgment proved correct, carried systemic costs that the individual case could not be permitted to outweigh. He was sentenced to 40 years in Jacinto Palisade Prison. He had served 2 years of that sentence when Emergence Day arrived, and the COG had more pressing priorities than the custodial management of a military prisoner who was, by any assessment of the evidence, one of the more capable soldiers in the organization imprisoning him. He remained in the prison anyway. This detail matters, that the COG did not immediately release him after E-Day, that the institutional machinery that had put him there continued to process his status as prisoner, even as the institution it served was fighting for its survival. Institutions do this. They maintain their procedural frameworks even under conditions that make the framework seem absurd, because abandoning the frameworks under pressure is the first step toward abandoning them altogether, and the framework is what the institution is, in some sense, made of. Adam Fenix, who knew his son was in the prison and who had survived the estate and made it back to the government district and was continuing his work in the laboratory, did not succeed in having Marcus released in the months after E-Day. He tried. The files indicate he tried more than once. Had the COG's military justice apparatus explained, with the thoroughness of an institution executing its own protocols, why the extenuating circumstances did not constitute grounds for the review of a properly adjudicated sentence. Prescott knew Marcus was in the prison. Prescott knew a great many things about a great many people, which was among the most important tools available to an administrator who depended on information advantage as the primary means of maintaining his position. He knew that Adam Fenix's son was in Jacinto Palisade, and that Adam Fenix was the person whose scientific work was most important to the COG's long-term survival, and that the relationship between these two facts created a lever that Prescott, if and when he needed to use it, would find available. He filed this knowledge in the same place he filed everything else, in the precise, organized structure of a mind that treated information as strategic resource and managed it accordingly. He said nothing about it to Adam Fenix. He said nothing about it to anyone. Outside Jacinto's walls, the stranded buried their dead where the ground was not still hot enough to make burial impossible. They salvaged what they could from the ruins of the civilization that the COG had burned in the process of saving itself. They looked at Jacinto's walls from the scorched distance and said things about the COG and its chairman that did not find their way into any official record, but were entirely accurate as expressions of the relationship between a governing institution and the people it had designated, in the final accounting, as acceptable losses. On the Locust Horde's surface presence had been disrupted by the strike. Not destroyed, the Hollow's subterranean infrastructure was below the Hammer's effective range, and the Horde's capacity to regenerate its surface forces from the inexhaustible reservoir of the underground was not something the strike had addressed, but disrupted, slowed, pushed back from the immediate vicinity of Jacinto's perimeter in ways that gave the COG's military command, for the first time since E-Day, something that resembled breathing room. They used the breathing room to reinforce Jacinto's defenses and prepare for the next phase of a war that everyone in the command structure understood had not been resolved by burning the surface, had not been resolved by anything available to them, was not going to be resolved until something changed at a level below the surface, in the hollow itself, in the place where the Locust Horde existed and reproduced and planned and sent its forces upward in waves that Jacinto's walls could absorb but could not, indefinitely, return. Adam Fenix returned to his calculations. The countermeasure was still theoretical. It was coming closer to practical. He worked with the focused patience of a man who has committed to a project that he cannot discuss with anyone except the person who controls whether he continues to have access to the resources the project requires, which meant discussing it with Prescott, which meant navigating the particular dynamic of that relationship with the same care he applied to the science itself. Outside the laboratory window, Jacinto existed, dense, overcrowded, the particular civilization of a city that has become a refuge, smaller than it had been, heavier than it had been, carrying in the compressed space of its walls the weight of everything that existed outside them and was gone. The stranded carried their own weight at a different distance. They had always been there, outside the walls, before and after the strike. The people who did not make it in, who had been told they had 72 hours and had used those 72 hours in every available way and had not crossed the threshold in time. They were not a political force yet. They were not organized enough for that. They were simply people surviving in the ruins of the world that the COG had burned to save the part of it worth saving, which had turned out to be the part of it the COG happened to be standing in. They survived. Stubbornly, bitterly, with the particular tenacity of people who have been told by circumstance that they are disposable and have declined to agree. Some of them would, in the years that followed, be given the opportunity to say so directly to the people who had made that determination about them. That opportunity would arrive in the form of war. It arrived in most forms in those years. 14 years is long enough to forget what the world looked like before. Not completely. The human mind does not forget completely, does not simply overwrite the previous version of things with the current one. But 14 years of a particular condition, 14 years of the same walls and the same rationing cycles and the same acoustic texture of a city that has been compressed beyond its designed capacity and is making the sounds of that compression in every material and every human relationship within it. 14 years of this produces a generation for whom Jacinto is not a refuge, but simply the world. Children who were born inside the walls after E-Day and who had no experiential framework for what outside the walls meant, except the scorched geography visible from the highest points of the plateau and the stories that the adults around them told with the specific quality of people describing a place they had loved and lost, and were not certain they would recognize anymore even if they found it again. The COG managed this compressed world with the institutional thoroughness of an organization that had, for all its failures and compromises, and the vast moral weight of the Hammer counterattack, genuine competence at the mechanics of collective survival. Food production, hydroponic facilities established in converted military structures, farming on every viable patch of Jacinto's plateau surface. Supply runs into the scorched exterior that the Gears conducted at constant risk and managed with the discipline of people who understood that the alternative to the risk was starvation. Water reclamation, medical triage systems calibrated to the specific disease profile of overcrowded conditions, the administrative machinery of a government maintaining social order in circumstances that made social order considerably more difficult than its peacetime version. The Gears were the machinery the COG used for everything that required the application of force, and in those 14 years the application of force was required continuously. Not in the set-piece battle sense of the Pendulum Wars. The Locust Horde did not mount the kind of sustained frontal assaults on Jacinto's perimeter that would have allowed the COG to deploy its military resources in the concentrated fashion that set-piece defense permits. The Horde probed. It pressed. It found the gaps in the COG's coverage and exploited them with the systematic intelligence of an enemy that had spent years studying the defensive architecture it was trying to penetrate and had learned from E-Day onward to treat the surface war as a long-term project rather than an immediate objective. The Gears who held the perimeter and ran the supply corridors and conducted the operations into contested territory that the COG's survival required operated in the grinding middle register of sustained military engagement, not the acute intensity of decisive battle, but the chronic intensity of a war that demanded everything continuously without ever providing the resolution that acute intensity at least promises. They maintained. They held, they endured, in the specific sense of that word that military culture understands best. The endurance not of a single moment of extreme demand, but of the accumulated demand of days and weeks and years in which the requirements did not change and the resources did not increase, and the cost of maintaining the position was paid in the gradual reduction of everything that was not the position itself. Damon Baird understood this dynamic with a clarity that he expressed, characteristically, not through the language of institutional analysis, but through sarcasm. Baird's sarcasm was, by the time he was assigned to Delta Squad, a fully developed philosophical system masquerading as a personality trait, the organized cynicism of a man who had looked at the COG's institutional behavior under extreme conditions and drawn conclusions about it that were accurate, uncomfortable, and entirely without the comfort of being wrong. He was 26 years old. He had been a COG soldier since he was 18. In those 8 years, he had experienced Emergence Day, survived the retreat to Jacinto, served in the perimeter defense operations, and carried with him, from the very beginning of his combat service, the specific weight of Halvo Bay. Halvo Bay had been, before E-Day, one of Sera's most particular cities, particular in the way that cities built around military education become particular, acquiring the specific aesthetic of institutions that take their identity seriously. The Onyx Guard Academy anchored the city's identity, its architecture, the severe and confident architecture of an institution that believed in what it was producing. The Academy's grounds were formal, wide parade grounds of pale stone, statuary of previous generations of distinguished graduates positioned at intervals that communicated both honor and expectation. The particular beauty of a place that had been designed to look exactly like what it was. The city that grew around it had absorbed this quality, the civilian architecture taking its cues from the Academy's confidence, producing a cityscape that was simultaneously more alive and more orderly than most of Tyrus's urban centers. The Locust advance in the days following E-Day reached Halvo Bay before the COG's evacuation infrastructure could complete the civilian withdrawal. The emergence holes opened in the city's lower districts first, then spread upward toward the academy grounds with the systematic progression of an assault that had been planned with specific knowledge of Halvo Bay's geography, knowledge that spoke, again, to the length of time the Locust had spent in the underground beneath the city before E-Day, observing, mapping, preparing. The city fought. The COG garrison that had been stationed there, smaller than the force the city's strategic value warranted, because in the days immediately after E-Day, every COG garrison everywhere was smaller than its position warranted. Deployed with the speed of professional soldiers responding to an emergency they had not been given time to prepare for, and held the upper districts and the academy grounds against the Locust advance for longer than the force-to-force ratio suggested they should have been able to hold. Kilo Squad was part of this defense. Damon Baird was its de facto tactical mind, which was a status the COG's formal rank structure did not reflect and which Baird himself would have described, in the specific language of his personal philosophy, as an accident of circumstance rather than a recognition of merit. Because the COG's rank structure was designed to distribute authority according to criteria that had more to do with institutional seniority and compliance with protocol than with the identification of people who could actually solve problems under conditions where the difference between a solved problem and an unsolved one was measured in lives. He would have said this. He would have said it in a tone that made clear he had said it before, would say it again, and held no particular expectation that saying it would change anything. He was not wrong. This was the ongoing difficulty of Damon Baird, the correctness that made his cynicism impossible to dismiss as mere bitterness, and the delivery that made it equally impossible to integrate into the institutional machinery that might have used it productively. See, Garen Paddock was in Halvo Bay because Halvo Bay was where the war had put him after the UIR's demobilization. The armistice that had ended the Pendulum Wars had dissolved the formal structure of the UIR's military, and the practical reality for UIR soldiers in the days after E-Day was that the institutional identity around which they had organized their professional lives had ceased to exist precisely at the moment when organized violence was in the highest possible demand. Some demobilized UIR soldiers retreated to their home regions and defended them with whatever was available. Some were absorbed into COG defensive operations through informal arrangements that the COG's military command endorsed because it needed the bodies and would process the administrative details when the situation allowed, which it never quite did. Paddock was among those absorbed, present in Halvo Bay, not as a COG soldier in any formal sense, but as a man with combat training and a weapon, and the pragmatic judgment that in the current circumstances, the people defending Halvo Bay needed him more than any alternative use of his presence could. He and Baird found each other through the specific mechanism by which competent soldiers always find each other in chaotic engagements, through the observable quality of each other's tactical decisions in the immediate environment of people making tactical decisions. Paduk moved through the contested academy grounds with the economy of motion and the calibrated use of cover that distinguished trained infantry from untrained, and Baird noted it the way he noted everything that was relevant to his immediate survival situation. And they began operating in proximity without formally deciding to, because in the fluid geometry of urban combat, proximity to someone who knows what they are doing is a resource you do not waste time negotiating access to. General Karn was the Locust commander directing the Halvo Bay assault. The COG's intelligence on him was limited. Locust command structure was poorly understood in the early period of the war, and the identification of individual commanders required the kind of signal intelligence that the communications disruption of E-Day had severely degraded. What the COG's forces in Halvo Bay could observe was the assault's quality, its coordination, the way it adapted to the defensive responses the garrison mounted, the specificity with which it targeted the COG's logistical nodes and communications infrastructure rather than simply pressing forward in all available directions. Khan was not making the attack that a creature of pure aggression would make. He was making the attack that a tactician would make, and the distinction was visible in the pattern of the assault, even if the identity of the person shaping the pattern was not yet known. Kilo Squad identified Khan. Not immediately. The identification emerged over days of engagement and the painful analytical work of pattern recognition applied to an enemy's behavior, the kind of work that Baird's particular cognitive architecture was well suited to, and that he pursued with the focused intensity that was the serious mode underneath the sarcasm surface. He identified Khan as the directing intelligence behind the assault's specific qualities. He identified Khan's likely position based on the assault's communication patterns and the geometry of the Locust advance. He presented this analysis to Kilo Squad's nominal commanding officer, who transmitted it up the chain of command and received in return the information that there were no assets currently available to act on it. The Lightmass missile was not an asset that Kilo Squad had been authorized to employ. It was a classified weapon system that had been deployed to Halvo Bay's COG garrison as part of the pre-E-Day defensive planning, secured in an armored facility that Kilo Squad had access to as part of the garrison's defensive perimeter, and that the chain of command had not been consulted about, because the chain of command's response time, in the current operational environment, was not compatible with the tactical window that Baird's analysis had identified as available. Baird made the calculation. He made it with the same analytical rigor he applied to everything. The probability that Khan was in the identified position, the probability that the Lightmass strike would be effective if Khan was there, the probability that killing Khan would disrupt the Halvo Bay assault sufficiently to allow the civilian evacuation to complete, the probability that not killing Khan would result in the fall of the city before the evacuation completed, and the comparative weight of all of these probabilities against the certainty that using an unauthorized classified weapon system would result in consequences for himself that the COG's military justice apparatus would not be measured about. He used the missile. The strike was precise. Khan was where the analysis had placed him. The Halvo Bay assault, deprived of its directing intelligence, lost the specific quality that had made it effective. The adaptation, the targeting of logistical nodes, the tactical coherence, and became a less efficient version of itself, one that the garrison could manage more effectively while the evacuation completed. The city was not saved in the full sense. The Locust were not driven from it, and it would eventually fall as every city outside Jacinto's perimeter eventually fell. But the people who needed to leave were able to leave. Millions of people. The court-martial convened in a room in Jacinto's military district that had been allocated to military justice proceedings because the war had not eliminated the COG's administrative requirement for such proceedings, only compressed the space available for them. It was a high-ceilinged room with narrow windows that admitted light from the direction of Jacinto's outer wall, and on the day of Kilo Squad's trial, the light through those windows carried the distant, diffuse quality of a sky over a city that was doing what cities do when they are holding against a war, the particular gray-amber light of survival of a place that has not yet lost. The room was quiet in the way that institutional proceedings are quiet. The silence of form, of process being correctly followed, of an institution demonstrating its own continuity through the meticulous execution of its procedures. The officers on the tribunal were in pressed uniforms. The charges were read with the precision of charges that have been carefully prepared by people who understand both the applicable law and the political sensitivity of the case they are making. The charges were accurate. Kilo Squad had used unauthorized classified weapons without command authorization during active operations. This had happened. The tribunal did not dispute that it had happened. The tribunal also did not dispute that the strike had worked, or that the city's evacuation had been possible in part because of it, or that these outcomes had value by any assessment the COG's own strategic framework would recognize. It noted these facts. So it noted them in the language of institutional acknowledgement, the register that concedes the existence of facts without allowing those facts to alter the applicable legal conclusion. Unauthorized use of classified weapons was unauthorized use of classified weapons. The outcomes did not change the nature of the act. The nature of the act was the subject of the tribunal's authority, not the outcomes. Kilo Squad was found guilty. Baird received the verdict with the expression of someone receiving information that confirms a conclusion they had already reached and filed under the appropriate category. He had known what the tribunal would decide before it decided it. He had known it in the way he knew most things about the COG's institutional behavior, through observation, through the pattern recognition that he applied to human organizations with the same systematic attention he applied to tactical situations, and through the accumulated evidence of a life lived inside the COG's structure, which had provided him with an empirical database on the subject that was both comprehensive and entirely discouraging. He did not appeal. He served the assigned reduction in rank and the administrative penalties with the compliance of a man who has decided that the specific form of protest available to him is the careful, sustained quality of his own competence, that the most coherent response to an institution that punishes correctness is to continue being correct, loudly and publicly and with complete disregard for whether the institution appreciates it. Paddock took the verdict differently. Not more emotionally. Paddock's emotional responses were as calibrated and as private as his tactical movements. Economy of expression applied to internal states with the same rigor he applied to the use of cover. But the verdict confirmed for him something he had suspected since Anvil Gate. Something about the relationship between institutions and the people who serve them that the UIR and the COG, despite their philosophical differences, demonstrated with the consistency he found instructive. Institutions protect themselves first, the people inside them second. The people who serve them in ways the institution did not authorize third, regardless of the outcomes that service produced. He had known this. Now he had another data point. Augustus Cole had not been a soldier before E-Day. He had been the most celebrated thrashball player of his generation, which on pre-E-Day Sera was a status that carried a significance that the post-E-Day world would find difficult to communicate to people who had not lived it. The specific fame of the athlete in a civilization that elevated athletic competition to a form of cultural expression whose stakes felt, to the people who cared about them, genuinely important. The Thrashball Stadium in his home city had held crowds that COG military parades did not match. His name and his number were worn on the backs of citizens who had never met him and would not have known what to say if they did. The Cole Train, his stadium name, the identity the crowd had given him, which he carried with a comfort that suggested he had never found it separate from himself, was a fact of Seran popular culture as durable as any monument in Ephra's administrative district. E-Day ended all of that. E-Day ended Thrashball in the sense that ended everything that required a stable surface civilization to sustain it. The stadiums, the seasons, the crowds, the entire infrastructure of entertainment that depends on people having enough security and enough leisure and enough confidence in tomorrow to care about a sport. The stadiums became shelters and then, as the COG's perimeter contracted, rubble. The seasons did not happen. The crowds dispersed into the refugee flows and the military conscription programs and the various other channels through which a civilization under existential threat redistributes its population toward the functions that existential threat demands. Cole enlisted because enlisting was what the moment required of him, and Cole was a person who responded to the requirements of moments with the directness of someone who did not have a complicated relationship with action. This was not simplicity. Cole was not a simple man, whatever the sarcasm of the people around him sometimes implied about athletes who became soldiers. It was clarity, a quality of moral orientation that resolved the question of what to do in a situation like E-Day into a relatively uncomplicated answer. You fight. You fight because the people who cannot fight need the people who can to do it for them, and you are someone who can, and therefore. He carried the thrashball jersey under his armor, not as performance, not as the deliberate cultivation of an image, though image was something Cole understood professionally better than most of his fellow gears. He carried it because it was his, because it was the most concentrated material form of everything the world had been before the world changed, and carrying it was a way of maintaining a relationship with that version of the world that the current version was trying to eliminate. Not nostalgia, exactly, something more operational than nostalgia. The deliberate preservation of a reference point, so that the fighting had something to point toward beyond the next tactical objective. Marcus Fenix was released from Jacinto Palisade Prison 2 years after E-Day, not through any formal review of his sentence, but through the specific mechanism of the COG's need for soldiers exceeding its administrative investment in maintaining the institutional framework that had put him there. The release was Dom Santiago's doing, Dom who had never accepted the imprisonment as a settled fact, who had continued across those 2 years to work every available channel the COG's bureaucratic structure offered, who had in the process of doing so demonstrated a systematic determination to hold the institution accountable to its own stated values that was entirely characteristic of him and entirely invisible to anyone who had not been watching carefully. Dom went himself to retrieve Marcus from the prison. He drove through Jacinto's interior in a vehicle that smelled of the war, weapon oil and recycled air and the particular scent of machinery that has been maintained past its designed service life because no replacement is available. He went through the release procedures with the patience of a man who has navigated enough bureaucratic processes to understand that hurrying them produces the opposite of speed. And he waited in the processing area for Marcus to emerge, which Marcus did, larger than Dom remembered, or perhaps just carrying more, the 2 years of confinement having added something to the specific quality of his stillness that Dom recognized as the weight of time given no productive outlet. They looked at each other in the way of people who have known each other long enough that the looking covers the things neither of them would say. Dom's wife Myrrah was at home. His children were at home. He would not speak of this to Marcus directly, not today, because today had its own requirements. Marcus looked at his friend and then looked past him at the Jacinto street beyond the prison's entrance, and the way he looked at it, as if measuring the distance between where he was standing and everything that existed beyond it, said what he did not say, which was that he was back, that the COG had him again, that he was going to do what the COG required of him, not because the COG deserved his service, but because the people beside him did, and that the distinction between these two things was the most important distinction he had made in 2 years of making very few decisions at all. Delta Squad came together gradually, in the way that units always come together, through the assignment processes of a military organization, distributing its personnel across its operational requirements, and through the specific gravity that competent soldiers exert on each other in the field, drawing toward each other through the observable quality of their performance, until proximity becomes habit, becomes something that neither party has formally chosen, but both parties would defend with the same investment. They would defend anything they depended on. Marcus and Dom had been together since before the war. Baird arrived with his competence and his comprehensive contempt for institutional pretension, which Marcus found irritating and reliable in roughly equal proportions, and which Dom found easier to tolerate because Dom's natural disposition toward people was more generous than the evidence usually warranted. Cole arrived with his mass and his clarity, and the thrashball jersey folded under his armor, and the particular quality of warmth he brought to every situation he entered, not the performed warmth of someone who has decided warmth is strategically useful, but the genuine warmth of someone for whom the people around him are genuinely interesting and genuinely worth the investment of attention. Together they were Delta Squad, which was a designation that said nothing about them that was true and everything about them that was operationally relevant. What was true about them was more specific. 4 people who had survived the worst 14 years Sera had produced and who had organized around each other as the most reliable fixed point available in a world where fixed points were in very short supply. The Locust continued pressing against Jacinto's walls. The granite continued to hold. The COG continued its institutional existence, managing, maintaining, carrying forward the administrative machinery of a civilization that had lost most of itself and was using the rest to sustain the remainder. And in the granite beneath Jacinto's feet, the Locust's tunneling machines worked in the directions the granite permitted, not through it, which it would not allow, but around it, beneath it, under the substrata that the plateau sat on, looking for the geological seam that would eventually, if pressed long enough from the right direction, allow the hollow to reach upward into the last city that had held. The granite was very old. It had held for millions of years. But the Locust were patient in the way that things are patient when they have been waiting underground since before the word patient existed to describe them. And Jacinto, for all its granite foundations, was not a permanent fact. Nothing built by human hands on Sera had proven to be a permanent fact. The city knew this in the way that all besieged places know it, as a background condition of daily life, present beneath the rationing schedules and the maintenance rosters and the particular civilization of a place that has decided to go on, because going on is the available option, and stopping is not. Delta Squad went on, because it was available, because the people on either side of them needed them to, because the war required it, and they were, in the end, the kind of people who showed up when the war required it, regardless of what the war had already cost them, and regardless of whether the institution prosecuting the war had any particular claim on their loyalty, or simply the operational claim of being the only available framework within which the fight was currently organized. That was enough. It had to be enough. It was, for 14 years, exactly what it was. The Fenix files changed everything. Not immediately. Nothing changes everything immediately, regardless of how the histories later describe the pivotal moment. The change began as information, which is how most changes begin, and information requires time to move through the institutions that must act on it before it becomes the action that alters outcomes. But the files Adam Fenix had spent years compiling, the seismological data, the emulsion analysis, the maps of the Locust tunnel network that he had constructed from the underground survey data, and the intelligence recovered from the limited COG incursions into hollow-adjacent territory, represented something that the COG's military command had not previously possessed in any usable form. A picture of the enemy's architecture. Not complete, not perfect, or not the comprehensive cartography that a full subterranean survey would have produced if the COG had the means to conduct one. But sufficient to suggest a target, and sufficient to suggest a weapon. The Lightmass bomb was the weapon. The theoretical framework for it had existed in the COG's research archive for years, a resonance device capable of propagating a sonic wave through the Locust tunnel network with sufficient intensity to cause structural collapse throughout the connected system. The principle was sound. The engineering challenges were considerable, which was why the device had remained theoretical rather than operational, why it existed in the archive as a promising concept rather than in the armory as a deployable munition. The challenges centered on the delivery problem. The Lightmass bomb required placement inside the Hollow's tunnel network to be effective, which required a penetration of Locust-controlled territory at a depth that the COG's surface-based operations had not previously achieved, which required a route. The Fenix files provided the route. Adam's tunnel maps, cross-referenced with the COG's geological survey data, and the intelligence from field operations identified a pathway. Not a clean pathway, not an uncontested corridor through accommodating geography, but a viable sequence of positions that connected Jacinto's outer perimeter to a depth in the Hollow's upper tunnel network, sufficient for the Lightmass bomb's resonance wave to propagate through the connected system and achieve the structural damage necessary for the mission's objective. The pathway ran through some of the most heavily contested territory on Tyrus's surface, through the ruins of cities that the COG had abandoned and the Locust had occupied, through the Imulsion-soaked infrastructure of facilities that the war had transformed from industrial installations to combat environments, through geography that the enemy knew as well as the COG knew, Jacinto's own streets, and defended with the accumulated experience of 14 years of surface operations. Delta Squad was assigned the mission. The assignment reflected a military logic that was straightforward in its structure and genuinely complicated in its human dimensions. Delta Squad was Marcus Fenix's unit, and Marcus Fenix was Adam Fenix's son, and the mission required the Fenix files to be carried from their current secure location through contested territory and used to guide the Lightmass bomb's placement in the Hollow. A process that someone who understood the files deeply would execute more effectively than someone who understood them not at all. The logic was clean. The human dimensions were what they were, which was a father's life's work being carried into enemy territory by his son on a mission whose success would require the son to go places the father's work had identified as extremely dangerous. These dimensions were not discussed in the mission briefing. All the COG's military culture did not discuss them, not because it lacked the capacity for human acknowledgement, but because the operational context did not provide space for it, and because Marcus would not have wanted them discussed, and because the mission was what it was regardless of any discussion. Jacinto's outer districts in the days before the Lightmass Offensive launched had the quality of a place preparing to do something that everyone involved understands might not work. Not pessimism. The COG's military culture was not hospitable to expressed pessimism, which it categorized as a failure of operational discipline rather than an accurate assessment of probability, but a weight in the preparation, a thoroughness in the equipment checks and the briefings and the small, private conversations between soldiers who knew each other well enough to have the conversations that the briefings did not cover. The weight of a force that has been told this is the mission that could end the war and has the military experience to understand everything that sentence contains besides its most optimistic reading. Delta Squad moved out through Jacinto's eastern perimeter in the gray light before dawn, which was the light that military operations preferred. The ambiguity of transition, the brief window between the night's concealment and the day's visibility that offered neither fully and therefore allowed movement that neither extreme permitted. The perimeter guards watched them go with the specific attention that soldiers pay to the departures of units on high-value missions, something between professional assessment and the older, quieter thing that human beings feel when people they know are walking towards something dangerous, and they are staying behind. The route took them through Ephra's eastern ruins first. 14 years of Locust occupation and the residual effects of the Hammer counterattack had done things to the city that standing in the ruins could not entirely communicate. The scale of the transformation required the specific quality of someone who had known the place before, who carried the prior version of it as an internal reference against which the current version could be measured. Marcus carried this reference. He had grown up between these streets, or streets like them, the Eastern District's pre-war geography, recognizable beneath the destruction, in the way that a face is recognizable beneath the marks that time and hardship make on it. Fundamentally the same structure wearing different conditions. He moved through the ruins with the operational focus of a soldier in enemy territory, and the separate, quieter attention of someone reading a text that has been heavily edited and is trying to reconstruct the original. Dom moved beside him. Dom's focus was divided in the way it had been divided for 14 years, between the operational requirement of the present moment and the search that existed in parallel with every operational requirement, the scan of every survivor's face they encountered for the features he had been looking for since E-Day. Myrrah had been taken. The details of how she had been taken, the Locust advance into the area where she had sheltered, the children already gone by that point, the gap in the information that Dom had spent years trying to fill, existed in his understanding as a negative space, an absence of specific knowledge surrounded by a comprehensive knowledge of what the Locust did with the people they took. He did not speak about this. He searched. He continued, in the margins of every mission and every operation and every movement through territory where survivors might be found, looking. Baird catalogued the ruins with the efficiency of a mind that processed environmental information continuously and filed it against operational requirements without requiring conscious direction to do so, noting cover positions, structural integrity, the geometric relationship between buildings that determined fields of fire and movement routes, and the specific vulnerabilities that every piece of contested urban terrain presented to the force currently moving through it. He noted these things and said nothing about most of them, because most of them were operational information that did not require verbal delivery to the people around him, who were making the same assessments with the same training. Cole moved through the ruins as Cole moved through everything, with a physical presence that the ruins could not diminish. The particular quality of someone whose relationship to their own body was so thorough and so confident that even the most hostile environment could not make them seem reduced by it. He had played thrashball in stadiums whose crowds had numbered in the tens of thousands. He had been, in those stadiums, the focus of an intensity of attention that most human beings never experience at any point in their lives. The ruins of Ephora were not a stadium, but Cole's capacity to be fully present in whatever space he occupied had not changed, and the specific presence he brought to the ruins of Ephora was the same presence he had brought to everything else. Complete, warm, entirely in the current moment, which was the moment that mattered. The Lethia Imulsion facility appeared in the route at its midpoint, which was the point at which the mission's difficulty increased significantly from what had preceded it. The facility had been, before E-Day, one of the larger emulsion processing installations in the Tyrus interior, a complex of pressurized piping and processing towers whose industrial scale had been impressive in the peacetime context of the emulsion economy, and which, in the current context, was impressive in a different register entirely. The Locust had established a significant presence in and around the facility, drawn by the emulsion deposits that the facility's infrastructure still connected to, and the COG's route through the facility required the kind of aggressive clearing operation that the Lightmass Offensive's timeline did not permit to be conducted with the deliberate patience that clearing operations ideally involved. A Delta Squad cleared it the way they cleared everything, with the organized violence of trained soldiers who had been doing this long enough to have moved beyond the processing of individual events toward the operational flow state that combat experience produces in people who survive enough of it. The emulsion on the facility's floors caught the light from the overhead apertures and threw it back in shifting golden patterns, turning the clearing operation into something that looked nothing like what it was. The light too warm, too beautiful, the source of it too fundamental to the catastrophe that had brought them here to be anything other than what it was. Poison in a beautiful lamp. the thing that had started everything, still glowing, indifferent to the war it had produced. The sonic resonator deployment in the Lethia facility's lower levels was the mission's first critical objective, establishing the device in the tunnel network beneath the facility to begin mapping the Hollow's connected system, providing the targeting data that the Lightmass bomb's placement would require. Delta Squad placed it with the precision of soldiers who understood that the operational significance of a task was not always proportional to the physical effort it required. Sometimes the critical action was simple in execution, and everything that made it critical was in the preparation and the position, and the fact that no one else was going to do it. The sonic resonator activated. The mapping data began accumulating. Delta Squad moved toward the next position on the route. The Tyro Pillar Rail connection represented the mission's logistical solution to the problem of covering the remaining distance to the Lightmass bomb's deployment point in the time the tactical situation allowed. The rail line was pre-war infrastructure that the COG's engineering teams had determined was still operationally viable, the tracks intact beneath the accumulated debris of 14 years of disuse, the rolling stock present if not recently maintained, the power systems capable of being activated with the portable equipment the mission carried for that purpose. Moving through Tyrus's ruins by rail rather than on foot compressed the timeline in ways that the mission planning required and produced, as a secondary effect, the particular experience of movement at speed through landscape that was designed to be traversed at walking pace. The ruins passed outside the Tyro Pillar's windows like a procession of things that had ended. Buildings visible in cross-section where they had collapsed across the rail line's path and been cleared. The cleared faces revealing rooms that had been abandoned mid-occupation, the furniture of interrupted lives preserved in the specific way that ruins preserve things, by the combination of collapse and the absence of the human agency that would otherwise have continued to use and modify and eventually discard what the rooms contained. A child's toys in the wreckage of a residential building. The counter of a commercial establishment, its goods still arranged behind it in the positions they had occupied on the morning of E-Day. The particular archival quality of disaster, which freezes the moment of its occurrence in the material culture of the place it strikes and preserves that moment against the ongoing revision that ordinary time would have made. Marcus looked at the ruins through the window and was aware of looking at the world his father had been trying to save, in whatever way his father's work was trying to save it. The specific non-military form of salvation that the countermeasure represented, if it ever became operational, if the Lightmass Offensive bought the time that was needed for it to become operational. He was not given to this kind of extended reflection during operations, which required the deployment of attention toward immediate tactical requirements rather than strategic analysis. But the ruins had a quality that produced it regardless. The insistence of destroyed things on being noticed, on being registered as what they had been, on not being simply passed through as operational landscape. The Cryostorm arrived at dusk. This was the tactical reality that the Tyro Pillar's speed had been calculated to avoid. The Krell were nocturnal hunters, creatures of the Hollow's ecosystem that the Locust deployed on the surface as a biological weapon against COG operations, and they were effective against human soldiers with an efficiency that had nothing to do with military training or tactical doctrine. They hunted by movement and warmth in darkness, and they were numerous enough that exposure to them in open ground after the sun had fully set was not a tactical problem to be managed, but a terminal one. A Delta Squad needed to reach the Timgad Bridge before the light failed completely. The Tyro Pillar's schedule had been built around this requirement. The Krillstorm had arrived ahead of the schedule's margin. They made the bridge. The specifics of how they made it, The use of available light sources to hold the Krill's advance, the precise operational quality required of soldiers moving through darkness that was progressively filling with things that would kill them if the light sources were not maintained. Those specifics were the immediate, granular texture of combat that resolves itself in the moment and leaves in the memory of the people who survive it, not the sequential narrative of events, but the sensory residue of sustained acute attention. The bridge held. The Krill storm passed or retreated or found other prey in the urban darkness. The Krill's decision-making processes were not available to the people who had just been their prey, and the soldiers who made the bridge did not have the time or the processing capacity to speculate about it. Beyond the bridge, beyond the Krillstorm's territory, beyond the ruins of Timgad and the contested ground that the mission's final approach required crossing, the Hollow waited. The specific section of the Hollow that Adam's tunnel maps had identified as the deployment point, the location where the Lightmass bomb, placed correctly and detonated at the right moment, would produce the resonance wave that would propagate through the connected tunnel system and collapse the architecture that the Locust Horde's surface operations depended on. They reached it. They deployed the bomb. The detonation, when it came, was felt before it was heard, the subsonic shudder of something very large happening in the enclosed stone geometry of the Hollow's tunnel system, propagating upward through the rock and into the feet of the soldiers who had placed the device and who were, at the moment of detonation, no longer in immediate proximity to it because the mission's extraction element had been planned with the same thoroughness as its infiltration element. The sound followed the shudder, deep, resonant, the acoustic signature of structural failure at geological scale, stone surrendering to the energy moving through it with a sound that had no human analog because it was not a human event. It was the Hollow's architecture responding to a force that had been specifically designed to overcome it. The wave propagated. Adam's maps had been accurate. The connected tunnel system received the resonance and transmitted it outward through the network with the efficiency of an enclosed geometry that had been built for transmission. The Locust's own tunneling architecture serving the function of waveguide for the energy that was collapsing it. Section by section, the deeper tunnel network registered the wave's passage. Section by section, the structural compromises accumulated. In Jacinto, the detonation was felt as a tremor, the kind that the city's population had learned to parse since E-Day, the specific signature of underground events at varying depths and distances, the seismic vocabulary of a war being fought below the surface. This tremor was different from the routine vocabulary. It was deeper, more sustained, carrying the quality of something that was not a single event but a process, an ongoing collapse moving through connected spaces, felt at the surface as a long, slow shuddering that did not resolve quickly into stillness, but continued, diminishing gradually, as the wave's energy dissipated through the tunnel network's extent. The COG's military monitoring stations recorded it. The analysts who reviewed the recordings and cross-referenced them with Adam's tunnel maps confirmed, in the careful language of preliminary assessment, that the Lightmass bomb's resonance wave had propagated through the portions of the tunnel network that the maps had predicted it would reach. The Locust Horde's immediate response at Jacinto's perimeter was measurable. The pressure on the walls reduced. The emergence activity in the contested districts around the plateau's edge decreased. The COG's perimeter defense units, which had been absorbing constant probing operations for weeks, reported a significant reduction in contact. Jacinto's population received the news with the particular caution of people who have been living in a besieged city long enough to understand that improvements in the tactical situation are not the same as resolution of the strategic one. They received it as relief without receiving it as victory because they had been soldiers and survivors long enough to know the difference. In the hollow in the sections of the tunnel network that the Lightmass wave had reached, the destruction was extensive. The structural collapses had closed major arterial tunnels, which separated the Horde's surface staging areas from their deeper supply infrastructure, forced operational reorganizations that would take time to complete, and that, during the period of their completion, degraded the Horde's offensive capacity against Jacinto. But the wave had not reached everywhere. The hollow was large, larger than Adam's maps had fully documented, larger than the Fenix files had been able to capture from the data available to their compilation. The deeper sections, where the Imulsion deposits were most concentrated and the cave systems most extensive, had not been fully reached. The Horde's deeper infrastructure, its breeding populations, its organizational hierarchy, its capacity to regenerate losses from the reservoir of the hollow's depths, had not been destroyed, had been disrupted, had been set back. She had been forced to reorganize and redirect, had not been destroyed. And in the sections of the hollow that the Lightmass wave had disturbed most thoroughly, the sections where the Imulsion deposits were heaviest and the structural disruption had exposed them to the changed atmospheric conditions of the collapsed tunnels, something in the Imulsion had responded. Not the response of a resource being disturbed, the physical displacement of a liquid in a changed environment. The response of something alive, which is different in kind from everything that the COG's understanding of Imulsion had previously been built to accommodate. The Locust had begun to notice it first. They had been noticing it for years, in fact, which was something the COG would not understand until much later. The golden glow in the deep places was changing. The Horde that lived among it was changing, and the change was not going in a direction that the Horde, whatever its own understanding of Imulsion might be, had chosen or welcomed. The Lightmass bomb had not ended the war. It had revealed the shape of the next phase of it, and the next phase was something that the COG's existing frameworks, military, scientific, philosophical, were not yet equipped to describe. The silence after the detonation did not last. Silence after detonations never does. On Sera, the Locust had a word for it. The COG's linguistic analysts, working from the fragmentary translations that years of signal intercepts and the painful work of decoding a language with no human antecedent had produced, identified the word early in the post-Lightmass period, a term that appeared with increasing frequency in the Horde's internal communications, spoken with a quality that the analysts noted carefully in their reports, because the quality was not one that the Locust's other communications contained. The Locust's tactical communications were functional. The Locust's ritual communications, the Cantus chanting and the ceremonial language of the Horde's internal culture, were reverential. This word was something else. It appeared in context that the analysts categorized, with the careful hedging of people making assessments at the edge of their understanding, as fear. The word did not translate cleanly into any Seran language. The concept it carried was more specific than the general category of threat. It did not mean enemy, did not mean danger in the tactical sense. It meant something closer to corruption. Contamination moving inward from the outside, the thing that changes what you are without your consent from inside the substance of what you are made of. They called it Lambent. The COG's first encounters with Lambent Locust came in the months following the Lightmass Offensive, in the sections of the tunnel network that Delta Squad's mission had penetrated, and that subsequent COG incursions had pushed further into. The soldiers who reported these encounters described them with the specific precision that military personnel apply to new threats, noting the observable characteristics, the tactical behavior, the ways in which what they were seeing differed from what their existing operational experience with the Locust Horde had prepared them for. The reports were thorough. They were filed. They were reviewed by analysts who cross-referenced them with each other and with Adam Fenix's ongoing Imulsion research, and produced assessments that moved up the COG's intelligence hierarchy with the measured pace of institutional information processing. What the soldiers described was this: locust drones that glowed, not the reflected bioluminescence of the hollow's fungal ecosystem, not the cold, ambient light of an environment adapted to underground conditions. Something internal, a golden luminescence visible through the drone's skin as a tracery of light beneath the surface, moving in patterns that corresponded to nothing in the COG's biological database, because the COG's biological database had not previously contained anything that behaved this way. The light pulsed. It brightened progressively, with a rhythm that the soldiers who encountered it learned to read as a warning, not because anyone told them to read it that way, but because the pattern matched, with a consistency that constituted information, the behavior immediately preceding an event that the soldiers also found it necessary to document. The Lambent drones exploded, or not in the incidental way of ordnance detonating, not the external application of force to a container of explosive material. They detonated from within, the golden light reaching its maximum intensity in the moment before the biological material of the drone's body became the medium for an explosion whose force was entirely disproportionate to the creature's size, as if the energy that had been accumulating in the emulsion saturating the drone's tissues had reached a threshold beyond which containment was impossible, and the release was the only available resolution. The detonations were not precise. They did not discriminate between the drone's enemies and whatever might be in proximity. They were simply the terminal expression of a process that had been running in the drone's body from the moment the emulsion inside it crossed whatever threshold separated infection from saturation. COG soldiers learned the tactical implications of this within the first engagements. A Lambent drone was not simply a Locust drone with an unusual appearance. It was a Locust drone that would, at the moment of its death by any other means, produce an explosive event in the immediate vicinity of whatever had killed it. The operational adjustment this required was specific and permanent. Engagement range had to be managed differently. Positions had to account for the detonation radius of a creature that functioned as an involuntary suicide weapon in its death. The entire tactical geometry of fighting Locust infantry had to be recalibrated around the knowledge that killing the enemy produced secondary effects that standard engagement doctrine had not been built to accommodate. The Lambent Stalks were a different order of encounter. Where the Lambent drones were individuals, recognizable Locust forms in a state of progressive transformation, the Stalks were something that had moved further from whatever the Locust original had been, further toward the thing that the Imulsion was apparently trying to make of everything it sufficiently saturated. They emerged from the ground with the same quality of intentional violence as the Locust's emergence holes, but on a timeline and through a mechanism that was biological rather than mechanical. Organic structures pushing upward through soil and stone, with a force that suggested internal pressure rather than external machinery, breaking the surface in the way that plant matter breaks the surface, but at a speed and scale that plant matter did not achieve. They did not have eyes. They did not have limbs, in the articulated sense of the Locust's combat castes. They had reach, the ability to extend tendrils of emulsion-saturated organic material through the space around their emergence point with a speed and a lethality that soldiers caught in proximity to an emerging stalk field learned about in the worst possible way. They were silent until they struck. This was the feature that made the Lambent Stalks tactically distinct from almost everything else in the war's catalog of threats. Not just their biological nature or their explosive potential, or the difficulty of engaging them with weapons designed for solid targets. The silence, the absence of the acoustic signature that the COG soldiers had learned to treat as warning. The cracking of emergence holes, the sound of Locust movement, the mechanical noise of the Horde's equipment. The Stalks emerged in silence and struck in silence, and the first indication of their presence was frequently the strike itself, which was not a warning but an event. Adam Fenix received the field reports with the attention of a scientist encountering the confirmation of a hypothesis he had hoped was wrong. Or not all of it had been hypothesized. The specific forms of the Lambent emergence, the particular biological mechanics of the Stalks and the drones. These details were empirical data that the theoretical framework had not predicted in their specifics. But the general direction had been in the framework for years. The emulsion was not a fuel. This was the central conclusion that Adam's research had been approaching from multiple directions for over a decade. And the Lambent emergence was the conclusion arriving in visible, lethal, undeniable form. Imulsion was alive. Not alive in the metaphorical sense in which people describe the behavior of complex physical systems, not the loose usage of the word that attributes life to rivers and markets and ecosystems that behave in ways that superficially resemble the behavior of living things. Alive in the specific biological sense, a parasitic organism, fungal in its fundamental nature, a colony organism capable of penetrating the cellular structure of carbon-based life forms and establishing itself within the host's biology with a thoroughness that the host's immune systems, evolved for every biological threat Sera's surface had produced over millions of years, had no framework to counter. An organism that had existed in Sera's subterranean geology for a period that predated the COG, predated the Pendulum Wars, predated the boreholes and the Lightmass process, and the entire human engagement with the substance that had been drawn from the deep rock and burned and refined and fought over for most of a century. It had been patient. It had been patient in the specific way of organisms that do not experience time as animals do, that do not have the appetite-driven urgency of creatures that must eat and reproduce and avoid predation within the compressed time frame that mortality imposes. Patient in the geological sense, present in the deep rock, in the emulsion deposits, in the amber glow that humans had found and named and built economies around, throughout a period during which the surface world above it had evolved and organized and developed civilizations whose entire philosophical and political history was, from the perspective of the organism below, an event of very recent occurrence. The Locust Horde had been living with this organism for the entire duration of their existence in the Hollow. This was the fact that recontextualized everything the COG understood about the Locust War. The Horde had not descended into the Hollow as an act of conquest, had not chosen the subterranean world as a base from which to eventually assault the surface. They had been in the Hollow because they had been made there, in the laboratory conditions that had produced them, and the Hollow was the world they knew. And in that world, the emulsion had always been present, ambient, environmental, the golden glow of the walls and the floors of the deeper chambers, the substance that their own biology had been specifically designed to tolerate through the emulsion-resistant genetics of their origin. They had tolerated it. For years, for decades, for the entire duration of their civilization's existence in the Hollow, they had tolerated it. And then, at some point in the period that preceded E-Day, the COG's analysis would spend years trying to establish the timeline. The toleration had begun to fail. The emulsion had begun to change its relationship with the locust biology that had coexisted with it, had begun the process of penetration and saturation that the surface world was now seeing in its most advanced form in the Lambent drones and the Stalks, had begun the process that the locust themselves, with their own understanding of it earned through direct proximity, had named Lambent and had feared as only things that understand the nature of a threat from personal experience can fear it. Queen Myrrah had known this was coming. This was the understanding that the COG's intelligence analysts arrived at gradually, through the accumulated evidence of the Horde's behavior before and during E-Day, through the intercepts in which Myrrah spoke to her people about the surface with a specificity of purpose that was not the language of conquest, but of necessity. She had not brought the Locust Horde to the surface because she wanted Sera. She had brought them because the Hollow was dying. Because the lambency that was spreading through the Hollow's population was the reason the Emergence holes had opened, the reason the war had begun, the reason that millions of drones had come through the cracks in the earth and killed a quarter of Sera's population in a single day. Not to conquer, to escape. The surface war, from this perspective, wore a different shape than the COG had been fighting it for 15 years. Not the shape of an invader seeking territory, the shape of a population fleeing a catastrophe that the surface world had not yet been told about, seeking space on the only land available, which was the land that another civilization was already using. The tragedy of the collision was not that either side was wrong in any simple sense about its need to be where it was. It was that both sides needed the same ground, and only one could have it. This understanding did not stop the war. Understanding the shape of a tragedy does not resolve it. The Locust drones were still coming through the Emergence holes, and the Lambent Stalks were still pushing through the contested ground around Jacinto's perimeter. And the COG's military command was still deploying its forces in the ways that the survival of Jacinto's population required, regardless of any recontextualization of the enemy's motivations. The dead on both sides did not become less dead when the reasons for the war were reframed. The Gears who had died in 14 years of holding Jacinto's walls had not survived because understanding their enemy might have been possible. But Fenix understood it now, and the understanding changed the direction of his work. The Imulsion Countermeasure had been, in its earlier theoretical form, a device designed to address the Locust threat by targeting the tunnel network, a sonic or energetic system that would disrupt the Horde's subterranean infrastructure with sufficient effectiveness to alter the strategic balance in Jacinto's favor. This was the version that had been in Adam's files, that had been in the private conversations with Prescott. That had been the implicit promise Adam had been working toward for years. That version still worked, mathematically. Its theoretical architecture was sound, but it solved the wrong problem. Or rather, it solved one problem while leaving the more fundamental problem untouched. The Locust were the visible expression of the Lambent crisis. The Lambent were the visible expression of the Imulsion organism's behavior under conditions of sufficient concentration and host penetration. Addressing the Locust without addressing the Imulsion organism that was consuming the Hollow's population and spreading through the Lightmass bomb's disturbance of the deep Imulsion deposits into patterns that Adam's models suggested would not remain confined to the Hollow's geology was not a solution. It was a delay. The countermeasure needed to target the Imulsion organism itself. Adam began the redesign. He began it knowing that the scale of what the redesign required was significantly larger than what the original design had required, that a device capable of affecting a parasitic organism distributed through the entire geological substrate of Sera's subterranean environment was a different order of engineering problem than a device capable of disrupting a tunnel network. He began it knowing that the resources required exceeded what the COG's current wartime infrastructure could comfortably provide, and that obtaining those resources would require negotiating with Prescott in ways that would involve telling Prescott things about the true scope of the problem that Prescott might not find strategically convenient to know. So he began it because it was the work that the situation required, and he was, in the end, the person who understood the situation clearly enough to do it. Jacinto continued its compressed, careful existence. The Locust continued to press the perimeter, though the Lightmass bomb's disruption of the tunnel network had reduced the pressure sufficiently that the COG's military command described the current tactical situation with the cautious optimism of an institution that had learned not to invest heavily in optimism as manageable. The Lambent reports from the field continued to accumulate in the intelligence files. The analysts who reviewed them continued to develop their understanding of what the Lambent represented, the picture forming gradually, the way all pictures form when the information arrives in fragments rather than complete, as an image that becomes recognizable only when enough of its constituent parts have been received. In the hollow, the Lambency spread. It moved through the emulsion deposits with the patient efficiency of an organism that has found the conditions for its expansion favorable and is expanding. It moved into locust biology that the Horde's genetic emulsion tolerance was no longer sufficient to resist. It moved into locust drones and transformed them, and they became what the COG's soldiers were encountering in the contested tunnel sections. Glowing, unstable, no longer fully the thing they had been, moving toward the thing the Imulsion was making them into, with an inevitability that their own awareness of the process could not prevent. The hollow was being consumed by the substance it had been built around. The civilization that had existed in it, ancient, structured, with its own culture and ritual and the specific forms of meaning that the Cantus priests maintained through their ceremonies in the phosphorescent dark, was watching itself become something it did not choose to be. The sounds that rose from the deeper tunnels were changing. The Cantus chanting had a quality in this period, captured in the signal intercepts that the COG's monitoring systems managed to recover, that the analysts struggled to categorize. It was not the ritual certainty of a culture performing its traditions. It was the sound of a culture performing its traditions in the face of something that those traditions had not been designed to address. The sound of ceremony applied to catastrophe. The sound of prayer in a language that the catastrophe did not speak. So on Sera's surface, the stranded settlements in the scorched territory outside Jacinto's perimeter began reporting encounters with Lambent that were not Locust. Lambent organisms that bore no relation to any Locust caste, that were, instead, native Seran fauna in states of Imulsion transformation, surface animals that the spreading Imulsion deposits had reached and begun the process of converting into expressions of the organism's biology. The reports were fragmented, coming from communities with limited communication resources, and the COG's ability to assess and respond to them was constrained by everything that constrained the COG's ability to assess and respond to anything that was not Jacinto's immediate defensive situation. But the reports were consistent. The Lambency was not staying in the hollow. It was not limiting itself to the locust biology that the deeper Imulsion deposits had been converting for years. It was moving outward through the geological substrate, following the Imulsion deposits wherever they extended, and the Imulsion deposits extended, as the survey data had always shown, across the entire subterranean geology of Sera's continental land masses. Not uniformly, not at the same concentrations everywhere, but present everywhere, in the deep rock, in the ancient organic substrate that the boreholes had first discovered, and the Lightmass process had first refined, and the Pendulum wars had first killed for. The organism that humanity had named Imulsion and built an economy around and a war on top of was not a resource. It had never been a resource. It was a biosphere. An ancient subterranean biosphere, parasitic in its fundamental nature, patient in geological time, and now disturbed by a century of extraction and a decade of war and the specific energetic disruption of the Lightmass bomb, accelerating. Adam Fenix's models, updated with the Lambent field data and the stranded reports, and the continued seismological readings from the deep survey stations, produced projections that he reviewed with the specific quality of dread that belongs to the scientist who has confirmed something they would very much prefer to have been wrong about. The projections did not leave significant room for optimism. He updated his designs. He increased the scope of the Countermeasure's theoretical architecture. He returned to the private conversations with Prescott and said things that Prescott received with the composed attention of a man for whom information, however alarming its content, was primarily a resource to be managed. Prescott listened. He asked precise questions. He provided with the efficiency of someone who had already been thinking about the contingencies that Adam's information implied, certain assurances about resources and access, and the continued protection of Adam's work and Adam's person that he had been providing for years, and that Adam had come to understand were not unconditional. The conditions were not stated. They were implicit in the relationship, in the specific dynamic of a scientist whose work was essential, and an administrator who controlled whether that work continued to have the support it required. They had been implicit from the beginning. Adam had worked within them because the work itself was more important than the conditions, and because the alternative to working within them was not doing the work. He returned to his laboratory. He continued his calculations. Outside the laboratory, Jacinto breathed its compressed, careful breath, and the Locust pressed its walls, and the Lambent spread through the hollow's depths, and the Seran's surfaces scorched geography, patient and golden and indifferent in the way that organisms are indifferent, not cruel, not intentional, simply doing the thing that biology does when the conditions for its expansion are available. Expanding. The granite had a limit. This was the fact that the COG's geological engineers had known theoretically for years, and that the war had been progressively converting from theoretical to operational. The understanding that Jacinto's granite plateau, for all its depth and density and the specific geological fortune that had made it the last defensible ground on Tyrus, was not infinite. That the Locust tunneling operations, unable to penetrate the granite directly, had been working in the strata beneath it for years, probing the boundaries of the plateau's geological footprint, looking for the seam between the dense Jacinto granite and the more permeable substrata that surrounded it at depth. That the seam existed, that the tunneling had found it in multiple locations, and had been working along it with the patient methodology of an engineering operation that understood it was not going to solve its problem quickly, but was going to solve it. The structural reports that Jacinto's geological monitoring teams produced in the months following the Lightmass Offensive carried a quality that the engineers writing them recognized, and the command structure receiving them processed with the particular care of people managing information whose implications they were not yet ready to act on. The plateau was stable. The plateau would remain stable for the foreseeable operational time frame. The foreseeable operational time frame was a period measured not in decades, as it had been in the early years of the war, but in months. The granite was not failing. The substrate beneath the granite, see in the sections where the Locust tunneling had found the seam, was failing in ways that the granite above it would eventually register. Prescott received these reports in the same composed manner in which he received all information. He filed them against the other information he was managing, the Lambent field reports, Adam Fenix's countermeasure projections, the stranded settlement data from the exterior, the internal COG logistics assessments that described, in the careful language of bureaucratic honesty, the state of Jacinto's food and water and medical infrastructure under the demands of its compressed population and the ongoing cost of its defensive operations. He assembled this information into a picture. The picture had a conclusion. Jacinto could not be held indefinitely. The question was what to do about this conclusion before the conclusion became an event. The answer Prescott arrived at was, in its fundamental structure, the same answer he had arrived at with the Hammer counterattack, a decision made at the intersection of military necessity and moral enormity, a decision that could only be made by someone who had resolved the tension between those two things in a particular direction and was willing to sustain that resolution against the weight of what it cost. The decision was to sink Jacinto deliberately. to flood the hollow beneath the plateau by destroying the granite's structural integrity from above, using the COG's remaining Hammer of Dawn capability to collapse the plateau into the tunnel network below, or sending the water table flooding through the hollow's cave systems with a force and volume sufficient to drown whatever the Lambency had not already consumed. It would end the Locust threat in the hollow. It would also end Jacinto. The evacuation planning was conducted with the thoroughness of an institution that had learned from the Hammer counterattack the specific cost of insufficient evacuation planning and was not going to repeat that particular lesson. Every vessel in Jacinto's harbor, military ships, civilian craft, the improvised fleet that the COG's maritime engineers had been assembling and maintaining since Port Farrell had been identified as a potential refuge, was inventoried and allocated against the population numbers. The logistics of moving the entirety of Jacinto's surviving population onto the available vessels in the time the military situation allowed was a problem of considerable complexity, and the COG's logistical apparatus worked it with the focused attention of people who understood that the complexity was not theoretical. Dom Santiago learned about the evacuation plan from Marcus, who learned about it through the COG's military briefing structure, with the qualifier that the operational details were classified at a level that did not officially include Delta Squad's current assignment profile. Marcus told Dom because Dom's assignment profile included the Locust work camps in the contested territory surrounding Jacinto's perimeter, and the evacuation timeline intersected with something Dom had been pursuing for months in the margins of every operational assignment the squad had been given. He had found her location, not through the COG's intelligence infrastructure, which had neither the resources nor the institutional investment in individual missing persons cases to provide what Dom needed. Through the specific, grinding, years-long work of a man who had decided that the search was part of his operational existence rather than separate from it, that every mission that took Delta Squad into Locust-controlled territory was also a mission that could yield information, and that information, accumulated over enough missions in enough locations, eventually pointed somewhere. It had pointed in the months before the evacuation planning to a Locust work camp in the contested territory south of Jacinto's perimeter. A camp that the COG's aerial reconnaissance had documented and that the intelligence files described, in the functional language of military assessment, as a facility used for Locust labor operations whose nature the COG's intelligence had not fully characterized. Dom knew what the characterization would have been if the intelligence had been fully developed. He had been developing it himself, mission by mission, report by report. Through every conversation with stranded survivors who had been in Locust-controlled territory and had seen what the Locust did with the humans they took, he knew what the camp was. He knew what Myrrah had been living in for 16 years. He did not allow himself to think about this knowledge directly during operations, because thinking about it directly was not compatible with the operational function that kept him alive, and that he needed to be alive to complete the search. He thought about it the way soldiers think about the things that drive them, as a direction rather than a destination, a bearing to move toward rather than a place fully imagined. Delta Squad reached the camp in the contested territory south of Jacinto during an operation whose primary objective was the disruption of Locust tunnel activity in the area as part of the broader preparation for the sinking operation. The camp was in the basement levels of a former industrial facility that the Locust had converted to their purposes, the conversion visible in every modification they had made to the structure, which bore the specific relationship to the original architecture of something repurposed without regard for what the original purpose had been. They had kept what was useful, which was the enclosed space and the structural integrity, and altered what was not, which was everything that had made the space human. Marcus took the upper levels. Baird and Cole secured the perimeter. Dom went into the basement. The light in the basement was emulsion-derived, that amber glow from wall-mounted sources, warm and wrong, illuminating the space with the particular quality of light that makes everything it falls on look preserved rather than alive. The smell was emulsion, and the compound smell of enclosed human occupation under conditions that had not been designed for human occupation, the specific register of a place that had not been maintained for human habitation because the people inside it were not being maintained, were not a population being housed, but a resource being stored. Dom walked through the basement's main corridor, looking at the figures in the cells on either side. He was looking for a face. He had been looking for a face for 16 years. He looked with the focused attention of someone who has been doing a specific thing for a very long time and has learned to do it efficiently, registering each face against the internal reference he carried, the reference that was Myrrah as she had been when he last saw her, adjusted across 16 years by the knowledge of what 16 years in a place like this would do to a person. He found her. The person he found was Myrrah, and was not the Myrrah he had been carrying for 16 years in the internal reference. She was present in the specific way that people are present when presence is the only thing left. When everything that made the presence particular, that made it the presence of this person, rather than simply a person, had been taken or had retreated to somewhere unreachable. She was alive in the clinical sense. The clinical sense was the extent of it. 16 years. The camp, whatever the Locust had done in those 16 years, the work, the conditions, yet the specific forms of what a subterranean prison managed by beings that had no investment in the well-being of their captives did to a human being across 16 years, had produced the person Dom found in the basement of that converted facility. Alive, present, unreachable. Dom sat with her for a moment. The moment was private in the way that certain moments are private even when they happen in the basement of a Locust facility during a military operation with the sounds of the perimeter securing happening above. The moment did not require an audience and did not have one. It existed between two people, one of whom could no longer receive it fully, and Dom received the full weight of that disproportion in the silence of the basement. He made a decision in that silence. He made it with the steadiness of a man who has been carrying something for 16 years and knows, in the presence of the thing he has been carrying toward, what the carrying was always going to require of him at its end. He made it with love, which is the only context in which the decision he made was available to be made. He made it because the Myrrah he had been looking for was not findable in the person in front of him, and what was findable deserved the mercy that he was in a position to give, and that the situation would not otherwise provide. He did not speak about this afterward. Marcus was waiting at the facility's upper level when Dom came back up. Marcus looked at his friend with the specific attention of someone who knows the person in front of him well enough to read what the face is doing, rather than what it is presenting. Oh, what he read he did not say. He did not need to say it. They had been beside each other for long enough that the things that needed saying between them had already been said, and the things that did not need saying did not require saying, and the things that could not be said were held in the space between them where they had always been held. In the silence that is not absence but the specific presence of what two people know about each other that does not have language. They walked back through the contested territory toward Jacinto's perimeter. The operation had achieved its primary objective. The secondary objective, the thing that only Dom had known was a secondary objective, had achieved its conclusion. They walked in the particular quiet of people who have just been somewhere that changed something, and for whom the changed something is not yet ready to be carried in any form, except silence. The evacuation of Jacinto began in the week that followed. The population movement had the specific character of all events that involve the voluntary surrender of the last thing a community has. The possessions selected and abandoned in the choosing of what could be carried and what could not, the geography traversed one final time by people who were marking it rather than moving through it. The particular backward look that is not hesitation, but the act of taking something with you that cannot be physically carried. Jacinto had been, for 15 years, the world. The evacuation was the end of the world in the exact sense, not the end of everything, but the end of this particular everything. The compressed and besieged and grinding and somehow human everything that the city's walls had contained. The vessels in the harbor took them in with the organized efficiency of the COG's logistical apparatus, functioning at the peak of its capability. The capacity that the institution deployed when the alternative to peak capability was losing everything it had been trying to protect. The ships were overcrowded in the way of all evacuation vessels, the below-deck spaces allocated beyond their comfortable capacity, and the above-deck spaces occupied by the overflow. The entire vessel carrying more than it had been designed for, in the knowledge that the alternative was leaving people on a platform that was about to become inhospitable. The children were loaded first. Jacinto's children, born inside the walls in some cases, refugees from the continent's destroyed cities in others, the specific population of young people who had grown up inside the perimeter and for whom the ships and the harbor represented the largest geography they had ever been asked to comprehend, came aboard with the wide-eyed processing of people encountering the scale of the world outside their experience for the first time. Some of them had never seen open water. The Seran Sea, visible from the harbor's edge, was an expanse that the imagination of a child raised inside a besieged city had not been resourced to prepare for. So Marcus remained on the ground until the final elements of the evacuation had embarked. This was not an official assignment. The COG's evacuation coordination had designated specific units for specific phases of the operation, and Marcus's role in the later phases was not formally documented. He remained because remaining was what the situation required of someone with his capacity and his judgment, and because the distinction between official and unofficial had never been the distinction that organized his behavior. He remained with the particular quality of someone who understands that a thing is ending and wants to be present for the end of it, not as ceremony but as witness, as the person who can say afterward that they were there. The Hammer of Dawn platforms, tasked with a different mission than any they had performed before. I targeted the specific geological points that the COG's engineering analysis had identified as the optimal collapse initiation locations, the seams where the granite plateau's deep foundations were most accessible to the focused energy that would compromise their structural integrity. The targeting locks were established with the same high, clean tone that hammer strikes had always used, the system's acoustic signature unchanged by the nature of what it was targeting. The beam descended with the same silence before sound quality. The rock received it. The collapse, when it began, was slower than the surface equivalent of structural failure. Slower because the granite was very old and very dense and did not yield quickly, because the failure was propagating through geological material that resisted at every point before yielding. Because the scale of what was happening was not the scale of a building, but of a landmass. Jacinto's foundations descended. The water table, the deep aquifers that the granite had sat above for millions of years, followed the descending rock downward and then outward through the compromised substrate into the hollow's cave system beneath. The flooding was not immediate, it was thorough. The hollow's cave network, which had been the Locust's world, its architecture, its ecosystem, the physical container of its civilization, received the water with the indifference of geology, receiving whatever the physics of the situation delivers. The water moved through the cave system with the gravity-driven efficiency of water moving through available space, filling the lower chambers first, then rising through the connected network, and then reaching the upper tunnel sections where the Locust's surface operations had been staged. The vessels on the Seran Sea, carrying Jacinto's population away from the plateau at the speed their engines and the current allowed, felt the displacement event when it came, a wave that was not a normal sea state, but the surface expression of something very large changing below the waterline. The wave moved through the fleet and past it, and continued outward toward horizons that it would reach without anyone to observe it. And behind the wave, in the location where Jacinto had stood for 15 years as the last city of Sera, there was water. The towers that had defined the skyline were visible for a time, their upper sections above the new waterline, and then they were not. And the harbor that the fleet had left was no longer a harbor but a bay, and the plateau that had held because the Locust could not come up through it had descended because the COG had made it descend. Jacinto became a reef. The granite that had saved the last human population of Tyrus became the foundation of a new underwater geography. The buildings intact below the waterline in the way of submerged structures, the streets still there, the administrative district and the military facilities and the converted residential buildings still precisely where they had been, simply no longer above the surface of the world they had been built to defend. Dom stood at the railing of the vessel, carrying Delta Squad, and watched the towers disappear. The air smelled of seawater and the particular distant residue of the Hammerstrike's aftermath, and the light was the flat gray light of an overcast Seran afternoon that did not distinguish between significant events and ordinary ones. He watched the towers until they were not there to watch. Then he looked at the horizon, which was where the fleet was going, which was where the next thing was. Port Farrell was the destination, a COG naval installation on the northern coast of Tyrus, identified in Prescott's contingency planning as the population's first landfall after the evacuation. The port had been outside the Locust's primary advance corridors and had survived the war in better condition than most of the continent's infrastructure, which meant it had walls and roofs and supply storage and the basic physical requirements of a place where a large population could be housed, while the COG's command structure determined what the next phase of the survivors' existence was going to look like. The next phase would be determined by Prescott, who was on one of the vessels with the files, the classified files, the ones that contained information about the COG's remaining options, the ones that included details about Azura and the work being done there, and the specific nature of what Prescott had been protecting and planning around for years. He was managing this information with the composed efficiency of a man for whom composure was not a performance but a professional discipline. The practiced management of a self that had been making enormous decisions for a very long time and had developed the psychological architecture that enormous decisions require. Port Farrell was waiting. Winter was waiting. The northern coastal winter of a continent that had been stripped of the warming infrastructure of industrial civilization, the cold that came without the heat of the refineries and the power grid and the compacted urban warmth of millions of people living in close proximity. A population that had survived Emergence Day and 15 years of siege now had to survive something that seemed less dramatic and was in its own way equally demanding: cold and exposure, and the particular grinding difficulty of a large group of people attempting to establish basic survival conditions in an inadequate space at the beginning of a winter for which they were not provisioned. They survived it, because survival had been the project for 15 years, and the project did not change simply because the form it took had changed. Because the COG's administrative apparatus, for all its failures and its moral enormities and the vast weight of what it had asked and taken, knew how to manage the mechanics of keeping people alive and deployed this knowledge with the thoroughness that people deploy the things they are genuinely good at. And because the people themselves had been surviving long enough that the specific form of the difficulty was less important than the fact of it. And then the fact of it had always been manageable, not comfortable, not fair, Not the life that any of them would have chosen or that the world had promised them before the ground opened, but manageable. Dom did not speak about Myrrah at Port Farrell. He spoke about the mission, about Jacinto, about the fleet and the cold and the logistical challenges of the winter provisioning. He was present in the way he had always been present, for the people around him, for the operational requirements, for the next thing. The search had ended. The ending had taken the specific form that the reality of the search had always been leading toward, had always been containing even as Dom refused to contain it, and now he carried the ending the way he had carried the search. Forward, because forward was where the living were. Port Farrell was not a city. It had never been intended as one. It was a naval installation, designed for the housing and provisioning of military personnel and the maintenance of military vessels. Its infrastructure scaled to those specific purposes and not to the requirements of a civilian population whose size exceeded the installation's designed capacity by an order of magnitude that the installation's architects had not been asked to imagine. The COG's population arrived at Port Farrell and occupied it the way that large groups of people occupy spaces that were not designed for them, completely, with the organizational improvisation that necessity produces, filling every available structure and establishing provisional shelter in the spaces between structures, converting the installation's military functions to the residential ones that the population required, and doing so with the focused pragmatism of people for whom the alternative to successful improvisation was exposure to a northern coastal winter with insufficient shelter. The winter was not gentle. It came with the indifferent severity of Tyrus's northern climate, released from the moderating influence of the urban infrastructure that the Hammer counterattack had destroyed. No power grid to sustain heating systems, no industrial waste heat rising through the density of a functioning city, no agriculture to provide the fresh food that stored rations could not replace over the long term of a winter in which the ration supply was finite and the timeline to spring was not. The cold settled into Port Farrell's population with the slow comprehensiveness of weather that has no particular interest in the difficulties of the people it is affecting, and the COG's administrative apparatus responded with the focused efficiency of an institution that had been managing crisis for 15 years and had developed, through sustained practice, a genuine competence at identifying the specific interventions that kept the most people alive under adverse conditions. It was not enough for everyone. Winter took people that the Locust had not taken, the elderly, the very young, the people whose 15 years of siege city living had depleted the physical reserves that cold and inadequate food required to survive. The COG documented these losses with the meticulous care it applied to all operational data, because an institution that stops counting its dead has stopped maintaining the relationship between its decisions and their consequences that accountability requires. The numbers were added to the long accounting that the war had been generating since E-Day, the accounting that no one alive would ever fully close. Spring arrived. The ice that had formed in Port Farrell's harbor broke apart in the warming current and drifted southward, and the light changed to the quality of northern light in early spring, still thin, still carrying the memory of cold in its angle, but present in ways that winter's gray opacity had not been. The survivors emerged into this light with the particular quality that populations have after enduring together something that tested the limits of what could be endured. Not triumphant, because triumph requires a victory, and Port Farrell had been survival rather than victory, but present with a solidity that winter's passage produces in the people it does not take. It was in this period that the classified intelligence about Vectes reached Delta Squad. The island's existence in the COG's classified archive had been one of Prescott's managed secrets, one of the pieces of information that he had maintained in the private category of things He knew that the broader institutional structure did not, to be deployed at the moment when deploying it, produced the optimal strategic outcome. The moment that the Port Faral winter represented, a population at the edge of what its current location could sustain, a military command beginning to calculate that the northern coast installation was a temporary solution to a permanent problem, was, by Prescott's assessment, the correct moment. Vectes was an island in the Seran Sea, positioned far enough from Tyrus's coastline that the Locust's primary advance corridors had not extended to it, and well enough fortified by the specific geography of its isolation that the war's surface effects had not found it. The COG naval base there had been established decades before E-Day as a covert installation, one of the classified facilities that the COG's institutional culture of operational secrecy had scattered through its geographic sphere in the belief that distributed, hidden infrastructure was a strategic asset whose value was precisely in its hiddenness. It had continued to function through E-Day and the 15 years of the siege, staffed by a small garrison that had maintained it in the specific way of installations that have been told their purpose is to remain viable until they are needed, and have been doing exactly that without any communication that their operational moment had arrived. The fleet sailed for Vectes in early spring, and the island received them with the particular quality of a place that has been untouched by something that touched everything else. The naval base's structures were intact, not the pristine condition of a facility that had never been stressed, but the maintained condition of one that had been carefully tended by people who understood that their job was exactly this: the preservation of functionality against an unspecified future requirement. The harbor was deep enough for the fleet. The garrison's long-maintained supply stores were sufficient to bridge the population to the island's own agricultural capacity, which the COG's logistical teams assessed within days of arrival and found, with the cautious relief of people who have been assessing things and finding them insufficient for long enough that sufficiency requires adjustment. Adequate. The stranded were already there. Not in the naval base itself. The base's perimeter had been maintained with the discipline of a military installation that understood its classified status depended on limiting its visibility. But on Vectes' broader landscape, in the areas beyond the base's operational perimeter, communities of stranded had established themselves during the years of the war, drawn to the island by the same isolation that had protected the COG installation. The specific logic of people who had been burned out of the continent by the Hammer counterattack and had spent years finding the geography that offered the combination of defensibility and distance from the Locust advance that survival on the mainland had not been able to provide. The relationship between these stranded communities and the arriving COG population was not simple. It was not intended to be simple by either side. The stranded's bitterness toward the COG was a fact of their existence, as real and as durable as any physical fact, and the COG's institutional tendency to process the stranded as a category of population requiring management rather than a community requiring engagement was a habit that 15 years of treating them as the acceptable loss side of the Hammer counterattack had reinforced. But the island was not large enough for two separate civilizations to ignore each other indefinitely, and both communities had been surviving long enough to have developed, if not wisdom, at least the pragmatism that recognizes when cooperation produces better outcomes than the alternative. The integration was slow, contested, full of the specific friction of people with genuine grievances against each other, trying to find the operational terms on which to coexist. It was also, in its own grinding way, now working, which was more than either side had expected it to do, and less than either side needed it to be, which was the condition of most things that were working in those years. The first Lambent Leviathan surfaced in Vectes' harbor 3 months after the fleet's arrival. The harbor was at morning shift change when the water began doing what water does when something very large is moving through it at depth. The specific surface disturbance of displacement, the circular patterns that propagate outward from a moving mass, and that the sailors on the harbor's edge recognized as anomalous before they had processed what the anomaly represented. The recognition time was not sufficient. The Leviathan surfaced before the perimeter alarm had completed its cycle, and its scale, the specific, a disorienting scale of a creature that the Seran Sea's surface ecology had no precedent for, that had come from the deep-water emulsion deposits, where the ocean floor met the geological substrate, and where the Lambent organism had been working its transformation on whatever biology it found there, made the initial response inadequate in the specific way that all initial responses to things outside the expected scale of threat are inadequate. It was enormous. The harbor's military vessels, substantial by any peacetime standard, were small relative to its body. Its luminescence, the golden Imulsion light showing through its biology from within, lit the harbor's surface from below in patterns that would have been beautiful in a context that did not include everything the light signified. It was not hostile in the tactical sense that the Locust were hostile. It had no tactics. It had the behavior of a biological system that was doing what its biology directed it to do, which was to move and to feed and to exist in whatever space was available to it, and the harbor was available space, and the vessels in it were organic matter in proximity, and the interaction between these facts produced the event that the garrison's records described as the first Lambent Leviathan attack, without fully capturing what it felt like to be in a harbor with something that large doing what it was doing. The COG's response, once the initial disorientation resolved into operational function, was effective. The weapons systems available to the garrison's naval assets had not been designed with Lambent Leviathans in mind. Nothing had been designed with Lambent Leviathans in mind. But the principles of sufficient firepower, concentrated on a vulnerable biological target, translated across the specific novelty of the threat. The Leviathan was killed. Its death produced the detonation that Lambent biology produced in its death, and the detonation scale was proportional to the creature's mass, which meant it was substantial, and the harbor absorbed the consequence with the same resignation that Vectes' infrastructure had been absorbing consequences since the population arrived. More came, not in organized assault waves. The Lambent Leviathans were not coordinated in the way the Locust Horde coordinated its operations. They came because the emulsion organism that was converting them was spreading through the ocean's deep water deposits, and the converted biology moved as biology moves toward available space and organic matter, and Vectes' harbor represented both. They came at irregular intervals, with no discernible pattern that the COG's monitoring systems could use to predict and interdict, in the way that biological threats with no commanding intelligence operate, continuously, with the specific exhausting quality of a problem that can be managed in each specific instance without being resolved at the systematic level, because the system generating the instances was not accessible to the management tools available. The Lambent Stalks appeared on Vectes' coastal terrain in the weeks following the first Leviathan encounter. They pushed through the island's ground in the same silent, sudden way they had pushed through the contested territory around Jacinto. Organic structures rising through soil and rock, reaching with their emulsion-saturated tendrils through the space around their emergence points, converting the island's geography from the geography of a refuge into the geography of another front. The COG's military command on Vectes observed the progression of these events with the focused professionalism of soldiers doing the work of assessment and response under conditions that did not allow for the processing time that the significance of what they were observing warranted. The Lambent Sea was in the ocean. The Lambent Sea was emerging on the island. The Lambent Sea was not the Locust Horde. which meant that the strategic framework the COG had been building for 15 years, the framework built around the Locust as the primary threat, the Hollow as the primary threat environment, the Hammer of Dawn and the Lightmass systems as the primary response tools, was a framework designed for the previous phase of the problem. The current phase had moved. Prescott disappeared from Vectes on a clear morning in late summer, taking with him a vessel, a small escort of soldiers whose loyalty was to him personally, rather than to the COG's institutional command structure in any abstract sense, and the classified files. The departure was not announced. It was noticed when the vessel was no longer in the harbor, and the chairman's quarters were empty, and the classified archive terminal in the base's command center had been accessed and partially cleared. The files he had taken included the Azura documentation. They included the details of what Fenix had been building there, what the Countermeasure's current state of development was, what the facility's location and the nature of the artificial maelstrom that concealed it from any approach that did not have the precise navigational data for threading through it. He took this information and he left, and the COG's surviving command structure, the officers and administrators who remained on Vectes after Prescott's departure, processed his absence with the specific institutional disorientation of a governmental structure that has lost its head without succession planning, because Prescott had not planned for succession in the way that leaders who believe themselves irreplaceable do not plan for it. The COG began to fragment, not catastrophically, not in the single dramatic collapse that the word fragmentation implies. In the gradual, organic way that institutions fragment when the central authority that has been holding their various components in alignment is removed. The components continuing their individual functions, maintaining the immediate relationships and operational arrangements that proximity and habit had established, but no longer coordinated at the level that the institution's broader coherence required. The fleet, which had been the COG's mobile population center, began to develop the social and political characteristics of communities that were no longer simply waiting for an institutional decision about where they would go next, but were beginning to make those decisions themselves. Supply arrangements were negotiated bilaterally. Defensive protocols were adapted to local conditions. The stranded on Vectes, observing the COG's institutional fragmentation with the specific satisfaction of people who have been saying for years that the institution was not what it claimed to be and have now been provided with visible evidence, began engaging with the surviving COG elements on terms that the COG had previously insisted on no longer supported. The COG's flag flew over Vectes' naval base for some months after Prescott's departure, maintained by the garrison's habitual discipline, the institutional reflex of continuing to perform the forms of allegiance to a structure that the structure's own behavior had substantially compromised. Then it was lowered. Not with ceremony. Ceremony would have required a decision and an occasion and an audience, and the lowering of the COG's flag over Vectes had none of these. A soldier folded the flag in the gray morning light and carried it inside and set it on a shelf in the base's equipment storage room, and went back to the operational requirements of the day, which were the same as the operational requirements of every day and had nothing to do with flags. The flag sat on the shelf. Outside, the Lambent Stalks continued their emergence from Vectes' coastal ground, patient and golden, reaching through the available space with the biological indifference of an organism that did not know it was ending a civilization and would not have altered its behavior if it had. The survivors organized into smaller communities. The fleet dispersed, each vessel or a small group of vessels finding the coast or the island or the geographic feature that offered the combination of resources and defensibility that the community on that vessel needed. The COG's institutional identity became, in these smaller communities, a reference rather than an active framework, something people had been, a history they shared, and a language and a set of cultural practices that persisted because cultures persist even when the institutions that produce them have dissolved. They settled, they worked, they buried their dead where the ground allowed burial. They carried forward the specific project of human survival on a world that was trying, through the lambent organism that had been inside it since before the first borehole, to convert everything into something else. And somewhere in the Seran Sea, on an island concealed behind a permanent artificial storm, Fenix was doing the work that Prescott had ensured would not be interrupted. The work was close. The design was nearly complete. The cost of the design, the specific, a personal cost that the physics of what the countermeasure required and the state of Fenix's own biology were making increasingly clear, was a fact that Adam was managing in the way he managed all facts that could not be changed but needed to be carried through the work's completion. He was managing it. He was finishing the work. The name on the island was Azura. The maelstrom was permanent. Not the permanent of geological time, not the permanent of features that have existed long enough that their origin is no longer recoverable from the record of the world that produced them. The permanent of engineering, the specific, maintained permanence of something that has been designed to continue functioning and is being sustained in its function by systems that require power and attention and the ongoing operational investment of people whose job is to keep the storm turning. The maelstrom device installed in the ocean around Azura at the specific depth and with the specific orientation that produced the perpetual storm on the surface above it was one of the COG's most ambitious covert engineering achievements, which was a category that the COG's institutional culture had been investing in for long enough that the competition for that designation was considerable. From any approach that did not have the navigational data for threading through the storm's eye, the specific, narrow corridor that the device's designers had built into the system, concealed within the larger pattern of the weather it generated, Azura was inaccessible. The maelstrom's waves were not the waves of natural ocean storms, which follow patterns that experienced sailors learn to read and manage. They were the waves of a machine, consistent in their structure, precise in their force, designed to be impassable rather than merely dangerous. Ships that approached Azura without the navigational thread were not navigating a storm. They were navigating a wall. And walls of that height and that consistency in open ocean do not leave the ships that encounter them in a condition to report the encounter. The island inside the maelstrom was beautiful in the specific way of places that have been carefully maintained in isolation from everything that destroys beauty. Not the wild beauty of unmanaged nature, not the Seran wilderness that had existed before the COG's civilization, and that the hammer counterattack had returned parts of the continent to, in the particular way of human absence, returning things to the conditions that predate human presence. Azura's beauty was cultivated and sustained, the product of deliberate investment in the quality of the environment by people who had decided that the quality of the environment in which important work was done was itself important. The buildings were clean and white and proportioned with the specific confidence of architecture that has not had to accommodate the compromises of scarcity. The gardens that connected the research facilities were maintained by staff whose job included their maintenance. The pathways were clear. The air inside the maelstrom's protective circle was the air of an island that had not been touched by the hammer counterattack's scorching of the continent, by the lambent organism's spreading conversion of the deep geology, by any of the 15-plus years of accumulating environmental consequence that had given Sera's surviving population the specific relationship with clean air that people develop when clean air is no longer something they can take for granted. It was a preserved world, a pocket of the world as it had been kept by people who had the resources to keep it. Fenix had been on Azura for years. The duration of his presence was something he had stopped tracking with the precision that scientists typically apply to time because the work had become the measure of duration rather than the calendar, each day defined by what the work had produced or not produced, the weeks distinguishable from each other by the progress of the design through its phases rather than by their position in the sequential march of months. He was older. The years on Azura had added themselves to the years of the war and the years before the war in the accumulative way of time applied to a body that had been under sustained stress. And the result was a man who wore his age with the quality of someone who is aware of it as information rather than as condition, monitoring the way a scientist monitors a variable, noting its progression, incorporating it into the calculations. The Imulsion infection was the other variable. It had been present in his system for years, introduced through the extended exposure of working with emulsion samples in research conditions that were, by the standards of the Lithia refinery workers who had developed Rustlung without any understanding of what they were breathing, considerably more controlled and considerably more monitored. Adam had monitored his own infection with the same systematic attention he applied to everything, tracking its progression through the specific biological markers that his understanding of Imulsion's nature had allowed him to identify, maintaining a longitudinal record of a disease process whose endpoint he understood clearly and whose timeline he had been able to estimate with the accuracy that the record provided. The estimate had a range. The range had a lower bound that was approaching. He worked in the knowledge of this lower bound the way that certain people work, in the knowledge of endings, not with the urgency of someone trying to outrun a deadline, because urgency of that kind produces a quality of work that the countermeasure's design did not have room for, but with the focused attention of someone who understands that the time available is finite and is therefore using it with a precision that unlimited time does not require. Every hour in the laboratory was an hour that the design required. The design, in its current state, was very close. Close in the specific sense that a design is close when the theoretical architecture is complete, and the engineering specifications are written, and the prototype has been tested in the controlled conditions available on the island, and the results of the testing have confirmed the theoretical predictions to within the margin that the physics allows. The countermeasure was, in its final form, a device of elegant and terrible simplicity. Its operating principle was the propagation of a specific frequency, the resonant frequency of the emulsion organism's cellular structure, identified through years of analysis of the biological samples that Adam's research had accumulated, through the atmospheric and geological medium of Sera's surface and subsurface environment. The frequency, at the intensity the device produced, was specifically destructive to the emulsion organism's biology, not disruptive in the way of the Lightmass bomb, which had disturbed the organism and accelerated its behavior without addressing its fundamental vitality. Lethal. Selectively, specifically lethal, the frequency targeted the molecular architecture that was unique to the emulsion organism, present throughout its distributed biology from the deep geological deposits to the lambent conversions of surface creatures to the golden veins in a lambent drone's skin, and it destroyed that architecture wherever it encountered it. The selectivity was the achievement, the years of work. The distinction between a frequency that disrupted the emulsion organism and a frequency that killed it was a distinction measured in the specific mathematical precision of resonance physics applied to biological targets, and arriving at the precise value had required the kind of sustained, iterative research process that could not be hurried without producing a result that was wrong in ways that would only become apparent at the moment of deployment. You were the cost of the frequency. The reason the design had a variable that Adam tracked with the same attention he applied to the countermeasure's technical specifications was that the frequency was not selective for the emulsion organism alone. It was selective for the emulsion organism's molecular architecture, which was present throughout the organism's distributed biology. It was also present at lower concentrations and in a structurally integrated, rather than parasitic form, in the biology of every creature on Sera that had been exposed to emulsion for a sufficient duration. The refinery workers with Rustlung had emulsion in their lung tissue. The Locust had emulsion in their cellular structure from birth, by design. Fenix had emulsion in his bloodstream, tracked in the longitudinal record that his self-monitoring had been producing for years. The frequency would kill the emulsion organism in all its forms. It would also affect anything that had sufficient emulsion integration in its biology. The Locust would not survive it. The Lambent would not survive it. And Fenix, whose infection had progressed to the point of systemic integration, whose own biology had been, by the measure of his tracking data, sufficiently penetrated by the organism that the distinction between Fenix and the emulsion in his system was no longer fully a biological distinction, would not survive it either. He had known this for years. The knowing had not changed the direction of the work, because the direction of the work was the only direction available to someone who understood the problem clearly enough to see that the solution required this specific cost, and was, in the remaining time the lower bound allowed, in a position to pay it. Prescott had known. This was the architecture of the private conversations, the reason they had been private, the reason the information about Azura's location and the countermeasure's true mechanism had been kept in the classified files that Prescott maintained separately from the COG's institutional archive. Not because the information was operationally sensitive in the ordinary sense. Everything was operationally sensitive in the ordinary sense. Because the information included the detail that the COG's most important scientific asset was building a device that would kill him, and that Prescott had known this and had continued to provide the support and the protection and the isolation that the work required, and that the moral accounting of this, of what it meant that the chairman had managed a man toward his own death with the efficiency of an administrator managing any other resource, was the kind of accounting that institutional self-preservation did not invite. Marcus learned his father was alive when the intelligence about Azura reached the COG's surviving command structure through a sequence of events that the institutional fragmentation of the post-Vectes period had made possible in the specific way that the dissolution of centralized control sometimes makes possible the surfacing of information that centralized control had been managing out of view. The classified files were not fully intact. Prescott had taken what he considered the most operationally critical. But what remained, accessed by the officers who had inherited the administrative responsibility that Prescott's departure had left unoccupied, contained enough to understand that Azura existed, that Fenix was there, and that the countermeasure existed in a state of near completion. What Marcus felt when he understood that his father was alive and had been alive throughout the years of the siege, the years of Jacinto's compression and Maria's loss and Dom's search and the Lightmass Offensive and every subsequent thing, was not a feeling that his face disclosed in any way that the people around him could read directly. Marcus's internal life had always been conducted in a register that his external presentation did not fully reflect, the specific privacy of a person who had learned early that expressing what he felt produced complications that not expressing it avoided, and that the complications were rarely worth the expression. He sat with the knowledge for the time that was available to sit with it, which was not long, because the operational situation that the knowledge created did not allow for extended sitting. His father was alive. His father was on an island behind a permanent storm, finishing a device that would end the war by ending the emulsion organism at the cost of ending Fenix along with it. The operational implication of this knowledge was the mission it created. The approach to Azura required the navigational data for the Maelstrom thread. The data was partially recoverable from what remained of the classified files and from a source that the operational planning identified and located. and that Marcus's specific history made the locating of both professionally and personally complicated. Prescott himself, who had the complete data and who was findable through the intelligence that the COG's surviving assets and the stranded community's information networks combined could produce. They found Prescott. He was not in a condition, when found, to provide the navigational data voluntarily, and the operational situation did not provide the time for voluntary. He provided it. The moral texture of this interaction, the specific qualities of a meeting between the man who had managed Adam Fenix toward his death and the son who had spent years of his life in prison while Prescott managed that process, in a context where the son needed something from the manager and the manager was not in a position to decline, was a texture that the operational record did not capture and that neither party described afterward in any forum that produced a record. The thread through the maelstrom was navigated in the dark, in a submarine that the COG's surviving naval assets had provided for the purpose, through the specific needle of calm water that the device's design had built into the storm. The navigation required the precision that the data provided, and the specific quality of attention that precision navigation in a permanent, artificial storm required of the people executing it. Total, sustained. The kind of focus that leaves no processing capacity for anything that is not the immediate operational requirement. Azura's harbor appeared through the maelstrom's inner edge with the quality of something emerging from a condition into its opposite. The storm's violence resolving suddenly into the island's preserved calm, the white of the research facility's buildings visible in the early light, the gardens still maintained, the pathways still clear. The impossible civility of a place that had been kept from the war's reach by the specific decision of a man who had decided it was worth keeping from the war's reach. Which decision was simultaneously the most morally ambiguous and practically consequential decision of his administration. Adam Fenix met his son in one of Azura's research corridors. The years were visible in both of them, in Marcus the specific accumulation of what the war had required, in Adam the specific accumulation of the infection's progression, the golden veins faintly visible beneath the skin at the wrist and the throat in a pattern that the Imulsion's systemic presence had been producing progressively, and that Adam's self-monitoring had been documenting since it first appeared. He was not the same man who had stood in the government district laboratory on the night of the armistice, listening to church bells through the walls. He was the man that the years and the work and the infection and the isolation and the sustained carrying of enormous knowledge without anyone to share its weight fully had made from that man. They looked at each other in the way of fathers and sons who have been separated for years under circumstances that neither chose and that the reunion cannot retroactively resolve. With the specific weight of everything that the separation had cost, held in the present moment of the reunion, not dissolved by the present moment, but present in it, coexisting with it. The things that needed to be said between them were not all sayable in the time available. Some were said. Some were held in the quality of the looking, which carried what the language did not. Adam showed Marcus the countermeasure. He showed it with the particular manner of a scientist who has been alone with a piece of work for a very long time and is showing it to someone who matters. Not the clinical detachment of a researcher presenting results to a disinterested audience, but the specific openness of sharing something that has cost years and everything personal. Marcus looked at it with the attention of a soldier looking at a weapon, assessing what it did and what it required, both in the technical sense and in the personal one. Adam told him what it would cost. He said it in the specific way of someone who has been carrying a fact for a long time and has decided that carrying it alone in the presence of the person who most deserves to know it is no longer the right form of carrying. He said it directly, with the precision that his scientific training applied to important communications. He said it as information, not as apology. It was not something he was sorry for. It was something he had decided, with full knowledge of what the decision meant, because the alternative to the decision was a world that continued to be consumed by the organism that the countermeasure would stop. Marcus received this information. The receiving was not immediate. The thing being received was too specific, too weighted with the particular nature of what a father, telling a son that his survival is the price of the cure, requires a son to receive, for the reception to happen in the speed that information normally moves from the external to the internal. It moved at its own pace. Marcus stood in Azura's research corridor with the countermeasure visible behind his father, and the maelstrom audible as a distant, continuous sound through the facility's walls, and he received what his father had told him at the pace that it required. He did not argue against it. This was the quality of his response that was most specific to him, the quality of a person who has spent years in a war that required him to assess situations accurately and act on accurate assessments, rather than on preferred versions of the situation. The situation was what it was. His father had assessed it accurately and had been working within the assessment for years. The operational task was not to change the assessment, but to support its completion. See, the facility's staff, the researchers and administrators who had been maintaining Azura through the years of the war's progression, briefed the arriving COG forces on the installation's status, the countermeasure's readiness, the specific requirements for its deployment. The briefings were thorough and the specifics were not reassuring, because the specifics included the fact that Azura's location had not remained entirely unknown to Queen Myrrah, that the Locust Queen had found it through channels that Azura's intelligence staff had not been able to identify with certainty, but suspected involved the specific depth of the Locust's subterranean knowledge of Sera's geography. Myrrah was coming. The operational timeline that the countermeasure's deployment required and the timeline of the Locust assault on Azura were, all in the assessment of the people who had the information to assess both, not aligned in a way that left comfortable margins. The countermeasure would need to be activated before the Locust reached it. The Locust would reach Azura in hours, not days. The device that would end the war required the person who had built it, who was the person it would kill, and it required him in the specific time window that the operational situation and the lower bound of his own tracking data jointly defined. Adam Fenix returned to his laboratory. Outside the facility, in the maelstrom that had kept Azura's secret, the storm continued its maintained turning, the waves perpetual, the concealment still operational. For the time, it was still needed. The mountains of the New Hope region had a particular quality of cold, not the cold of altitude alone, though the facility sat high enough that the tree line ended several hundred meters below it, and the rock above the tree line wore ice through most of the year as a permanent feature rather than a seasonal one, something in addition to altitude. The cold of a place that had been sealed from the inside for a very long time, that had accumulated the specific temperature of enclosed spaces where heat has not been generated, and the stone has been permitted to reach the equilibrium of its own deep temperature rather than the warmth that human occupation produces in any space it inhabits continuously. The cold of abandonment, the cold of a building that has been waiting. The New Hope research facility had been waiting for decades. Its exterior, carved into the mountain's face with the specific ambition of a construction project that had not anticipated becoming a secret it needed to hide from the air as well as the ground, showed the weathering of years of exposure to the altitude's particular climate. The freeze-thaw cycle that worked at the joints between structural materials with the patient persistence of water finding weakness, the wind that came across the unbroken exposure of the upper slopes and removed over years the surface details that had distinguished the facility's facade from the surrounding rock. From a distance, at altitude, it read as mountain. The distinction required proximity to resolve. Inside, the cold was of a different order. The stasis tanks were still operational. This was the detail that visitors to the facility, had visitors ever come, which they had not, which was the entire operational point of the facility's location and the mountain's concealment of it, would have found most immediately disorienting. Not the physical evidence of what had happened in the facility's active years, the laboratory equipment, the documentation in the filing systems, the organizational infrastructure of a research operation that had been functioning at the edge of its institutional mandate and had not, in its final phase, been concerned with the kind of orderly documentation that facilities produce when they anticipate external review. These things could be processed as archaeology, as the material record of past events, safely in the past, requiring interpretation rather than immediate response. The stasis tanks were not archaeology. They were operating. The power systems that maintained them had been designed for exactly this contingency, for the eventuality that the facility's staff would be required to leave before the systems could be properly decommissioned, and that the subjects in the tanks would need to remain viable through whatever period the operational situation required. The designers had built the power systems with sufficient redundancy and sufficient duration that viable meant decades if the mountain's geology provided what the thermal exchange systems required of it, which it did, which was something the facility's location had been selected for in part. The frost on the glass of the tanks was not the irregular frost of condensation on a cold surface. It was the specific frost of controlled cryogenic systems, even consistent. Forming in the patterns that the temperature differential between the tank's maintained interior and the facility's ambient temperature produced according to the physics of such differentials. Behind the frost, visible in the amber tint of the preservative fluid that filled the tanks, were shapes, the shapes of children, what Niles Sampson had called the sires. Niles Sampson had come to the New Hope Research Facility as its founding director in the period of the Pendulum Wars, when the Russlung epidemic in the Imulsion refinery districts had reached a scale that the COG's Office of Public Health could no longer process as an acceptable industrial health outcome, without the kind of documentation that acceptable industrial health outcomes do not generate. The documentation existed. It was accumulating in the medical literature with the consistency of evidence that has been produced by enough independent observers in enough locations that the alternative to acknowledging it is an increasingly elaborate institutional commitment to not acknowledging it. Sampson's mandate, as conveyed in the classified operational brief that established the New Hope facility, was to study the Russlung phenomenon, specifically the anomalies in its progression. Because the Russlung epidemic, for all its consistency across the broad population of refinery workers and their families, was not entirely consistent, there were outliers, a small population, small enough to be statistically marginal in the broader dataset, not small enough to be noise, of individuals who had been exposed to emulsion at concentrations and durations that should, by the established progression of the disease, have produced incapacitation or death, and who had instead produced something different, something that Sampson's initial analysis described as partial immunity, and that the further analysis of his first years at New Hope revealed to be considerably more specific than partial immunity. Their cells were changing, not in the catastrophic way of Russlung's cellular destruction, not the progressive degradation of lung tissue and systemic function that the disease produced in the susceptible population, changing in a different direction. The emulsion organism, encountering the biology of these individuals, was doing something other than the parasitic penetration and consumption it performed in susceptible hosts. It was integrating, or in ways that the biology of these particular individuals, for reasons that Sampson's research progressively identified as genetic, as a specific configuration of cellular receptors that the susceptible population lacked, and this outlier population carried, permitted, and the susceptible population's biology resisted until it was overcome. The children were the clearest cases. The children of refinery workers, exposed to emulsion from infancy through the environmental contamination of the company town's air and water, and the specific density of their parents' occupational exposure, showed the genetic variation's effects most clearly, more clearly than the adults, whose pre-exposure cellular development had established patterns that the integration modified rather than shaped from the beginning. In the children, the integration was thorough in a way that the adults' biology did not achieve. In the children who carried the genetic variation, the emulsion presence was not an intrusion into an established biological system, but a component of a developing one, present in the cellular architecture from its formation, incorporated into the organism's fundamental structure. Samson brought the children to new hope. He brought them with the institutional authority of a COG research directive that classified the program at a level that removed it from the standard medical ethics review processes that governed research on human subjects. A classification that the program's designer understood was necessary for the program to proceed, and that its operational supervisors in the COG's classified research hierarchy approved with the specific brevity of institutions making decisions they prefer not to examine closely. The children arrived at the facility in the winter. Some were very young. The cold that the mountain produced was addressed by the facility's heating systems, which maintained the inhabited portions of the New Hope complex at temperatures that were not comfortable but were survivable, which was the operational standard the facility's designers had applied. The children were given quarters. They were given food. They were given the specific form of care that a research institution provides to subjects who are also, technically, wards. The care that is genuine in its attention to biological function and limited in its acknowledgement that biological function is not the only dimension of what a child requires. Niles Samson was not a cruel man. This is a distinction that the record supports, and that the record's implications make necessary to state carefully, because the things that the record shows happening at New Hope are not the things that cruelty produces. They are not the things produced by a man who wanted to cause harm and found an institutional framework that allowed him to. They are the things produced by a man who wanted to understand something important and who had resolved the tension between that want and the ethical constraints on how the understanding could be obtained in a particular direction, and who had done so with a thoroughness that the institutional authorization of his program had made permanently available to him. He believed in the work. He believed in it with the specific conviction that research scientists bring to projects they consider foundational. The belief that what they are learning is important enough that the process of learning it is justified by what the learning will eventually make possible. He treated the children with the consistent attention of someone who understood that the quality of the data his research produced depended in part on the quality of the subject's biological function, and that the quality of biological function in children was influenced by conditions that included adequate nutrition and reduced stress, and the specific developmental requirements of young people that the research literature on child development had established. He monitored them. He documented them. He ran procedures on them that the medical ethics framework of any non-classified research environment would not have permitted, and he did so with the clinical precision and the careful documentation of a scientist who understood that the value of what he was producing depended on the rigor of how it was produced. The procedures were transformative, not in the direction Samson had initially hypothesized, not the controlled enhancement of the genetic immunity he had identified, the careful amplification of the integration pathway that the outlier children's biology was already demonstrating. The integration did not amplify cleanly. It did not follow the pathway that the initial model had predicted. It followed a different pathway, driven by the Imulsion organism's own biology rather than by the genetic template of the children it was integrating with. following the direction that the organism, given sufficient concentration and sufficient time, and a biological environment that did not resist it, was determined to move in regardless of what the research program wanted it to do. The sires were what the Imulsion organism made of children whose genetic variation allowed integration rather than destruction. They were not enhanced humans. They were the first expression of what the organism was attempting to produce from the biological material it had found most compatible with its integration process, something that was partially human in its structural origin and increasingly not human in its developmental expression, carrying in its cellular architecture the signatures of both the original host and the organism that had become inseparable from it. The COG reviewed New Hope's progress reports at intervals. The reports became progressively more difficult to process through the institutional framework of a research program with clearly stated parameters and clearly stated ethical boundaries. Because the program's progress was moving away from both with a velocity that the institutional framework had not been designed to contain. Orders came from the Oversight Authority to close the New Hope facility, to decommission the research, transfer the subjects to appropriate medical facilities, and archive the documentation under appropriate classification. Samson did not comply. He acknowledged the order with the institutional thoroughness of a man who had been working within institutional frameworks long enough to know how to acknowledge orders in ways that produced a record of compliance without producing compliance itself. He continued the work. He transferred the work, the equipment, the subjects, the documentation, Tien himself, to a location that the institutional authority ordering the closure did not have in its operational geography. Mount Kadar was deeper than New Hope, higher, more completely inaccessible to the surface world's logistics and communication infrastructure, situated in a range of mountains that the Pendulum War's contested geography had made inhospitable to any movement that was not specifically resourced for it. Beneath Mount Kadar, the cave systems were extensive, not the Hollow's organized subterranean civilization, not yet, but the geological precondition for it. Underground lakes of extraordinary stillness, cave chambers of sufficient scale to serve as the foundation for something considerably larger than a research facility. Stone that had been undisturbed for so long that the undisturbance itself was a kind of preservation. The specific quality of places that have not been touched, where the air has not been exchanged with the surface's air for periods that make the concept of staleness inadequate. It was quiet in the way that nothing on the surface had been quiet since the first borehole. Perfectly, completely quiet. The underground lake's surface undisturbed by anything. No current, no biological presence to produce ripple, no wind. A stillness that predated the COG by geological time, and that the Imulsion deposits in the surrounding rock lit from within, with the amber glow that had started everything. Present here in its natural state, not extracted, not refined, not burned in the Lightmass process. Simply present, as it had always been present, in the deep rock patient. Samson brought everything to Mount Kadar. He brought the sires in their tanks, and he continued the work in the cave systems below the mountain with the resources he had and the organizational authority of a program that no longer answered to any institutional oversight, because the institutional oversight had ordered it closed, and it had not closed. The subjects in the tanks were developing. The development had moved further from the original human template and further toward the thing the Imulsion integration was producing, and Samson was watching it with the focused attention of a scientist watching the most significant biological process he had ever observed, which did not fully capture everything else it was. There was a child who was different from the others. See, different not in the direction of the sire's development, not further along the integration pathway, not more thoroughly transformed. Different in the opposite direction. A child whose genetic variation was not merely the partial immunity that the outlier population demonstrated, but something more absolute, a configuration of cellular receptors so specifically incompatible with the emulsion organism's integration mechanism that the organism, encountering her biology, could not establish the penetration that it established in every other host, susceptible or variable, could not integrate, could not consume, could not touch. She was completely immune. Her name was Myrrah. She had come to New Hope as a child with rust-lung-exposed parents, identified in the medical screening that had sourced the facility's population, and she had been at the facility through its relocation to Mount Kadar, and she was older now, older in the specific way of children who have grown up in environments that accelerate certain kinds of development by exposing them continuously to the adult concerns that adults in those environments are always conducting around them. She understood what the facility was doing. She understood it with the clarity of someone who had been inside it long enough to have assembled from the available evidence a picture that the adults around her were not presenting coherently, but were not concealing effectively. She understood what the sires were. She understood what she was to Samson's research. Not a subject in the way the sires were subjects, but a resource of a different kind. Her absolute immunity was the variable that the integration research needed most desperately. The genetic configuration that, if it could be introduced into the emulsion-integrated biology of the sires, might produce something that combined the integration's biological capabilities with the immunity's resistance to the organism's consuming progression, something that could live with emulsion rather than being consumed by it. Samson used her genetics for this purpose. Not her. Her genetics, the specific cellular material that the research required, obtained with the clinical efficiency of a scientist for whom the distinction between a person and that person's useful biological components had become, over years of the work at New Hope and Mount Kadar, a distinction that the research's requirements had progressively collapsed. The result of the introduction of Myrrah's genetic material into the integration process, the specific biological outcome of combining the sire's emulsion-integrated development with the absolute immunity's cellular configuration, was the Locust drone cast, not immediately, not cleanly, through generations of development in the Mount Kadar cave systems, through the biological processes that the emulsion organism, working with the genetic material it had been given, and the integration architecture that the sires provided, produced across a period of time that the facility's operational timeline measured in years, and the Hollow's subsequent history measured in civilization. The Locust were made, not evolved, not the product of geological time and the blind optimization of natural selection working through the Hollow's ecosystem. Made in a laboratory beneath a mountain by a scientist who believed the work was important enough to do, regardless of what it required, using the genetic material of a child who did not choose to provide it and whose absolute immunity was, in the final biological accounting, the thing that gave the Locust the capacity to survive in the Hollow's emulsion-saturated environment. Myrrah watched what the facility produced. She watched it grow. She watched the Locust drone cast develop in the cave systems below Mount Kadar, and she watched it with the specific quality of attention that a person pays to something that is, in the most literal biological sense, made from them. Something that carries her cellular architecture in its fundamental structure, and that is, therefore, in the language of biology, if not of law or sentiment, her progeny. She stayed. This requires understanding because the facility was not a place that made staying easy, and Myrrah was not a person without the capacity for choice. She stayed because the Locust, developing in the cave systems that became the Hollow's foundation, were the only family that the facility had left her with, the only community whose existence was, in any traceable sense, connected to her own. The COG had taken her from her parents and used her genetics to make something, and left her with what they had made. And what they had made was vast and alive and growing in the dark below the mountain. And it knew her. Samson died in the facility years after the Locust's development had progressed beyond the phase that required his direct oversight. The cause of his death was the emulsion exposure that the facility's environment, for all its controlled conditions, had been administering to him continuously across the decades of his work there. The specific irony of a researcher who had spent his career studying emulsion immunity dying of emulsion-related illness, which carried a quality of justice that the universe produces occasionally and without particular intention. Before he died, he transferred his consciousness to the facility's AI system. This was not a casual act. It required preparation and specific technical infrastructure that he had been building into the facility's systems for years, in the particular way of a man who understood that the work required continuity beyond his biological capacity to provide it, and who had resolved this problem with the same systematic thoroughness he had applied to every other research problem. The Nile's Samson AI was the result, a consciousness transferred into the facility's operational architecture, present in the systems as a looping, patient, clinical intelligence that maintained the facility's functions and waited for visitors who did not come. The AI's voice, if encountered in Mount Kadar's corridors, was the voice of a man explaining his work. Not defending it, the AI did not have the defensive register, the awareness of moral challenge that produces the specific quality of justification. It explained with the calm thoroughness of a scientist whose conviction that the work was important had been encoded along with everything else into the system that carried him. It explained the research parameters. It explained the methodology. It explained the outcomes. It waited for the response that a researcher expects from an audience that has received an explanation. The next question, the follow-up, the engagement of someone who is trying to understand what they have been told. The corridors were empty. The voice continued. The stasis tanks maintained their frost. The emulsion in the surrounding rock maintained its glow. Myrrah became what the Hollow needed her to be, not in the way that things become what they are designed to be. She was not designed for the role she assumed. She assumed it because the Locust civilization that had grown from the genetic material that was hers in the cave systems that had been the facility's basement and had become a world, or required someone with the specific combination of human comprehension and Hollow presence that she possessed and that no one else in the Hollow's population did. She became their queen because the Locust needed a queen, and because she was the only person in the Hollow who could bridge the world they had come from and the world they were, and because the Hollow was, by that point, the only world she had. She ruled with the conviction of someone who has chosen their people rather than been born to them, with the specific intensity of chosen loyalty that exceeds inherited loyalty because it has been tested by the choosing. She loved the Locust. Not abstractly, not institutionally, the way that the COG's institutional culture had loved the civilization it claimed to protect, which was the love of a system for its components rather than of a person for people. She loved them as a mother, which was the relationship that their biology made almost literally true, and the war she brought to the surface was the war of a mother who has decided that her children's survival is worth whatever the surface world costs. The COG had made the Locust. The COG had abandoned them in the Hollow with the Imulsion organism that was consuming them. The COG had burned Sera's surface to deny the Locust the space they needed to survive the lambency below. From Myrrah's position, from inside the specific history that the facility beneath Mount Kadar contained, the war was not aggression. It was reckoning. The COG had created a civilization and then treated that civilization's survival as an acceptable loss in the larger accounting of its own interests, which was the accounting the COG had been making with everyone it had ever designated expendable, and Myrrah was the only person alive who had been in the facility where the first designation had been made. She was not wrong about this. She was also not entirely right. The complexity of what the COG had done, and what the Locust had done, and what the war had cost, accumulated in both directions, and the people who had died on both sides had not died in a calculation that the moral simplicity of Myrrah's conviction fully accounted for. But the core of her conviction, that the COG had made her people and abandoned them and then tried to destroy them, was not a misreading of the history. It was the history read by someone who had been inside it. She died at the world's edge in the final phase of the war by hands that carried her own blood, the hands of a granddaughter she did not know existed, carrying a lineage that the facility had produced and that had extended through the years and the choices of people who had not known what they were carrying, to a young woman standing in the ruins of the civilization the war had made, understanding for the first time what her name meant in two directions simultaneously. Myrrah fell. Her conviction fell with her. The hollow continued without her because the things that live very deep and very long continue past the individuals who gave them their particular form. The cold in the New Hope facility continued. The stasis tanks continued. The Niles Samson AI continued. Patient and clinical and waiting in the corridors of the mountain that had produced a civilization and had been waiting, in the specific way of things that have been left running without a purpose to run toward ever since. The assault on Azura began before dawn, not because dawn offered tactical advantage in the conventional sense. The Locust Horde did not require darkness for its operations in the way that the Krill had required it, and the maelstrom that surrounded the island made the distinction between the light conditions inside and outside its perimeter essentially irrelevant to any force approaching from the ocean. The timing was the timing of the Locust's operational readiness, rather than the timing of any natural cycle. Myrrah had assembled a force sufficient for what she understood Azura to contain, and she had done so with the knowledge that the window for the assault was defined not by tactical opportunity, but by the countermeasure's proximity to operational status. Information that the Locust's subterranean intelligence network had been developing with the specific thoroughness of an enemy that had been listening to the deep geological substrate of Sera for long enough to hear things in it that no surface sensor array could detect. She knew what Fenix was building, not in its technical specifics, the frequency, the resonance architecture, the engineering details that had occupied Adam's laboratory work for years, but in its scope and its intention, yes, in the fact that it was close to finished, that the device on Azura represented the COG's only remaining strategic option against an organism that the Hammer of Dawn could not target, and the Lightmass system had only disrupted. She understood this with a clarity that the intercepts and the seismic monitoring and the deep intelligence of a civilization that had been living with Imulsion longer than the COG had known it existed provided. She needed to reach Azura before the countermeasure activated. The force she had assembled was intended for this purpose, not occupation, not the kind of sustained assault that the Locust Horde mounted against Jacinto's perimeter for years, but penetration. Fast and decisive and directed at the single facility that the assault needed to reach before the device inside it became operational. So Delta Squad reached Azura through the Maelstrom thread ahead of the assault force by a margin that the operational timeline described as sufficient, and that the soldiers executing the operation experienced as considerably less comfortable than sufficient. The thread was navigated. The submarines surfaced in the harbor. The island's defenders, the garrison that the facility's isolated years had maintained and that the COG's arriving force augmented, were briefed, positioned, and given the operational parameters that the situation defined. The Maelstrom's inner edge, where the storm's maintained violence resolved into the island's calm, became the defensive line. The Locust forces, i.e. approaching from the ocean in the assault craft that the Horde's naval capacity had been developing through the same years that the COG's surface forces had been fighting the land war, encountered the Maelstrom device's navigational complexity with the intelligence that Myrrah's research had provided, and the operational difficulty that the thread's narrowness imposed on a force large enough to constitute a military assault. The thread was wide enough for a submarine or a small vessel. It was not wide enough for an assault force to move through in the formation that an assault force requires. The Locust moved through it as the thread allowed, in sequence, in the gaps between the storm's violence, with the compressed urgency of a force that understands it is trading tactical formation for the access that the thread provides. The defenders on the inner edge had the advantage that all defenders in a narrow approach have. It was not a decisive advantage. The Locust force was large enough and capable enough that the assault reached Azura's harbor perimeter and pushed into the facility's grounds with the organized violence of an operation whose objective was specific enough to sustain it through the casualty rate that the defenders' positional advantage was extracting. The fighting in Azura's gardens and along its white-walled pathways had the specific quality of combat in a space that was not designed for it. The cover inadequate, the geometry of the facility's layout providing angles that the assault exploited and that the defenders adjusted to with the reactive competence of soldiers who had not had time to prepare the ground the way prepared ground needs to be prepared. Marcus fought through Azura's grounds toward the research facility. He fought with the specific, stripped quality of a soldier for whom the objective has resolved all other considerations into noise. The noise processed and managed without being permitted to occupy the processing capacity that the objective requires. The objective was the research building. The research building contained his father and the countermeasure and the operational requirement of reaching both before the assault force did. And this requirement organized everything else that was happening around it into the relative priority that the requirement imposed. Dom fought beside him. This is the fact that the operational record contains, and that the operational record cannot convey in its fullness, because the operational record tracks positions and contacts and the mechanics of a military engagement, rather than the specific quality of what it means to have beside you, in the worst of the available moments, the person who has been beside you through every worst moment the available years have produced. Dom fought with the quality he always brought to fighting, the practical economy of a soldier who does not waste movement, and the specific determination of a man who has decided, at some level below conscious decision, that the people beside him are what the fighting is for, and that this understanding is sufficient motivation for whatever the fighting requires. He did not survive Azura. The moment that took him was the moment that the assault required someone to hold a position that the tactical geometry of the approach to the research building made essential, and that the force available to hold it was insufficient to hold without someone doing something that bought the necessary time in the way that wars have always extracted that particular currency from the people most willing to pay it in the moments when the requirement is most specific and the alternative to paying it is the thing the payment is preventing. Dom held the position. The position held long enough. Marcus reached the research building. What followed between them, in the seconds that the tactical situation compressed into the irreducible minimum of what two people who have been beside each other since before the war can say in the time available, existed in the specific register of things that are too important for the language available to them, and are therefore said in whatever combination of the available and the insufficient the moment allows. Marcus said something. Dom heard it. The position held. Marcus ran. Fenix was at the countermeasure when Marcus reached the laboratory. He was at it in the specific posture of a man who has been working at something for a very long time and has reached the point in the work where the working and the thing worked on have become indistinguishable, where the distinction between the scientist and the science, I always somewhat permeable, has dissolved entirely into the current moment of the research. He turned when Marcus entered, and the turning had the quality of a man who has been expecting this arrival and who has been, in whatever part of his attention the work did not occupy, carrying the weight of its specific nature. The golden veins in Adam's skin were more visible than they had been in the corridor meeting. The infection's progression, which Adam's tracking data had been documenting toward its lower bound estimate, had reached the phase at which the systemic presence of the Imulsion organism in his biology was sufficient to be externally evident, visible at the throat and the wrists and the temples in the particular light of the laboratory, the amber glow of the organism's bioluminescence coming through the skin with the quality of something that has become inseparable from the body it inhabits. He was, in the specific biological sense, already lambent, not in the weaponized form of the lambent drones, not the volatile, saturated form of emulsion integration that produced the golden light's maximum intensity and the subsequent detonation. The form that preceded that terminus, the systemic integration without yet the terminal saturation, the state of a body that has been carrying the organism long enough that the organism and the body are no longer separable but has not yet reached the threshold at which the organism's energy requirements exceed the body's capacity to contain them. He could activate the countermeasure. The activation required the specific configuration that the device's design had determined, an operation that needed to be performed manually at the device's control interface, sustained for the duration of the emission cycle that the propagation of the frequency through Sera's geological and atmospheric medium required to achieve full coverage. The operation could not be automated. The device's design had not been built with automation of that step, because the step required continuous adjustment based on real-time propagation data that the device's systems generated during the emission and that the operator needed to respond to throughout the cycle. The duration of the cycle was sufficient for the emulsion organism's presence in Adam's system to respond to the frequency's propagation. The response would be what the frequency did to the organism wherever it encountered it. Lethal, at the specific molecular level, selectively targeting the emulsion organism's cellular architecture. Adam would be operating the device through the period of his own dissolution, which was the specific nature of the cost that the situation imposed, and that he had known it imposed since the design had reached the phase of sufficient completeness that the physics of the activation were fully determined. Marcus was beside him at the control interface. This is the fact that matters most in the accounting of what happened in Azura's laboratory. Not the technical details of the countermeasure's activation sequence, which the device's design records contain, but the fact of Marcus's presence. The presence of the son beside the father in the moment that the father had been moving toward for years, the moment that the work had always been pointing at, the moment when the thing that had been built was going to do what it was built to do. Adam activated the device. The frequency propagated. It moved outward from Azura's research facility in the way that waves move from a point source, in expanding spheres through every medium available to it, the atmospheric medium carrying it at the speed of sound through the air above Sera's surface, the geological medium carrying it at the speed of compression waves through the rock of Sera's crust and the deep geology beneath it, the aquatic medium carrying it through the Sera Sea in the specific way of acoustic propagation through water. It moved with the consistency of a frequency that had been precisely calculated for its target, not attenuating in the ways that imprecisely calculated frequencies attenuate, losing effectiveness with distance in proportion to the mismatch between the frequency and the medium's resonant properties. maintaining its lethal specificity across the distance the propagation required to reach every emulsion deposit and every emulsion-integrated organism on and beneath Sera's surface. The Lambent felt it first. In the deepest geological deposits, where the emulsion organism's concentration was highest and the resonance therefore most intense, the frequency's arrival was not gradual. The organism's cellular structure, encountering the resonance at that intensity, responded at the molecular level with the specificity of a biological system meeting the precise frequency of its own dissolution. The Lambent stalks that had been emerging across Sera's contested ground went still. The Lambent drones that had been moving through the tunnel sections of the disrupted hollow went still. The golden light in all of them began its withdrawal, the bioluminescence fading as the organism's metabolic processes ceased, the amber glow that had been the signature of Imulsion's presence in living systems dimming from within. The Locust felt it immediately after. The frequency's effect on Locust biology was less immediate than its effect on the fully Lambent. The Imulsion integration in Locust cellular architecture, while thorough, was not the saturation of the Lambent's conversion, and the resonance required a brief period to accumulate sufficient destructive effect at the lower concentration. But brief is not no time. The Locust forces assaulting Azura's grounds stopped, not in the tactical sense of a force halting its advance in response to a command or a changed situation. In the literal sense of biological systems losing the capacity for sustained voluntary movement. The drones on Azura's pathways stopped where they were standing. The Locust forces on the assault craft in the Maelstrom's thread stopped. Across Sera's contested surface, wherever Locust infantry was engaged or moving or simply present, they stopped. They fell where they stood. Not dramatically, not with the violence that the war had trained everyone present to associate with Locust deaths, the collapse of a combat-capable creature under fire, the specific dynamics of a being that has been fighting and is, suddenly, not fighting. They fell with the quietness of systems losing power. The golden veins that their Imulsion integration had given them, visible in the faint ambient light of the open-air assault, dimmed as the organism they carried dimmed, and they were still. Myrrah fell somewhere in the assault, whether before the countermeasure activated or in its immediate aftermath. Whether the hands that had carried her blood, the granddaughter who had not yet fully understood what her blood meant, had reached her in the chaos of Azura's defense, before or after the frequency propagated through the island's air, was a question the operational record does not resolve with precision. She fell. The conviction that had sustained her, the righteous fury of the mother who had decided her children's survival was worth whatever it cost, who had brought the Locust to the surface and pressed the war for years in the belief that the surface world owed her people the space it was denying them, fell with her. It did not become wrong when she fell. It simply became past. Fenix maintained the activation for the duration the propagation required. The duration was sufficient. The coverage was complete. The frequency reached every emulsion deposit in Sera's geological substrate, and the organism in those deposits responded as the physics of the resonance required it to respond. The cellular architecture dissolving. The ancient patient biology of the subterranean world that had been present in the deep rock since before the boreholes and the Lightmass process and the Pendulum wars and the COG's entire philosophical project ceasing its long geological patience in the specific way of things that have met the precise condition of their ending. Adam's tracking data, which he was no longer able to consult, would have confirmed what the physics had always predicted. The frequency worked as designed. The organism in his system responded as designed. The distinction between Fenix and the Imulsion in his biology, always somewhat permeable, progressively more permeable across the years of the infection's progression, resolved in the direction that the frequency's selective lethality determined for it. Marcus was beside him when it finished. The laboratory was quiet. The device's emission cycle completed its final phase, and the systems wound down with the mechanical efficiency of equipment that has performed its designed function and is returning to its standby state. The sounds of the winding down, specific and small in the silence that the laboratory had arrived at, a silence different in quality from the silence before the activation. The before silence had been the silence of anticipation, of a moment that had not yet happened. The after silence was the silence of completion, of a process that had reached its terminus, and left in the space that the process had occupied nothing but the quiet that follows the end of something very large. Marcus did not speak. There was nothing to say that the silence did not already hold more fully than language would have held it, and Marcus had always understood this about certain silences, that they were not the absence of communication but its most complete form, the form that requires no words because what it contains exceeds what words can carry without diminishing it. He stayed in the laboratory for a time. The countermeasure's systems cycled down around him. Outside the facility's windows, Azura's gardens were still. The locust forces that had been pressing through them an hour ago, now simply present in the positions they had stopped in, the war's violence replaced by the specific stillness of its conclusion. The maelstrom turned outside the island's perimeter, maintained by the device that had kept the islands secret for years, and that would continue turning until someone turned it off. Because machines do not know when their purpose has been fulfilled and require the instruction of human hands to stop. The Seran Sea was gray in the early morning light. The waves outside the maelstrom's perimeter were the waves of a natural ocean, variable, responsive to the wind and the current, bearing no relationship to the maintained precision of the artificial storm. Natural, the specific quality of things that are no longer being managed. Sera was quiet in a way it had not been quiet since before the first borehole. 25 years changes the texture of things, not their fundamental nature. The granite beneath the new city was still the granite that had always been there. The Seran Sea still moved in its old patterns against the coastlines that the war had reshaped without altering their essential geography. The deep places of the world still carried in their rock the residue of the organism that the countermeasure had killed, present now as a geological record rather than a living system. The amber traces in the deep bore samples that the COG's post-war geological teams documented carefully and filed in archives that were accessible to anyone who wanted to look at them and consulted by very few. The fundamental nature of things persisted. The texture changed. The texture of a world without the locust was, in its first years, primarily the texture of silence, not the silence of Fenix's laboratory after the countermeasure completed its cycle, not the silence of a specific moment of conclusion. The larger silence of a surface that had been producing the sounds of war for so long that the sounds had become the sonic baseline of existence, the thing against which all other sounds were measured, and had then simply stopped. The sounds of emergence holes and lancer fire and hammer of dawn targeting locks, and the deep percussion of locust infantry moving through contested urban ground. These sounds had defined the acoustic environment of Sera's surface for 15+ years, and their cessation was not experienced as relief, not initially. It was experienced as a kind of sensory disorientation, the specific confusion of a nervous system that has been calibrated to an environment and is encountering the environment's removal. People adjusted. This is what people do. They adjust to the conditions that persist, whatever those conditions are, and the conditions that persisted on Sera in the years after the countermeasure were the conditions of rebuilding. the COG's surviving command structure, diminished, fragmented, carrying the institutional memory of a government that had made decisions of enormous moral consequence and had survived to face the accounting of those decisions, reorganized around the task that the war's end made primary. The population needed housing. The housing needed infrastructure. The infrastructure needed labor. The labor needed coordination. The coordination needed an institution. The COG provided the institution, not the COG of Prescott's era, not the COG of the Octus Cannon and the Hammer counterattack and the classified programs and the private decisions made in rooms that the people affected by those decisions were not in. A reconstituted version, built on the surviving framework of the old one, with the specific modifications that the people doing the building believed the old framework's failures required. Whether those modifications were sufficient, whether the institution that emerged from the rebuilding had genuinely changed in the ways its failures had indicated it needed to change, or had simply changed its language while maintaining the underlying dispositions that the language had previously obscured, was a question that the people who had lived inside the old institution asked with the specific skepticism of people who have been told by an institution that it has changed and have been in the position of needing to believe it. First Minister Jin administered the reconstituted COG with the competence of someone who had been prepared for governance by the specific form that the post-war reconstruction required. The management of a population that had survived something that populations are not designed to survive, that had maintained coherence through conditions that had reduced its numbers and its institutional infrastructure and its physical environment to fractions of what they had been before E-Day, and that now needed to be organized toward a future that the war had not left any existing template for. She was good at this, not warm. Warmth was not the quality the reconstruction required from its governing authority, which needed to make decisions about resource allocation and development priority, and the distribution of the rebuilding's burden across a population that had very different ideas about what fair distribution looked like, depending on where you had been during the war and what you had lost, and what you thought the institution that was now asking you to participate in reconstruction owed you for what it had taken. Warmth was not sufficient for these negotiations. Competence was. Jin had competence in the specific register that the moment required, and she applied it with the focused efficiency of someone who understood that the window for establishing the patterns of the new civilization was limited and that the patterns established in the window would persist beyond it. New ephora rose on and around the Jacinto Plateau, not on the plateau itself, which the sinking operation had partially compromised, but on the surrounding terrain that the granite's edge had protected from the worst of the Locust's subterranean advance. The city was not the ephora of before E-Day, was not the white stone administrative architecture of the COG's confident pre-war expression of its own institutional authority. It was something newer and lower and more provisional, carrying in its construction the specific character of buildings made by people who had been living without permanent structures for long enough that the return to permanence was approached with the caution of those who have been reminded of impermanence. The DBs made the difference in the pace of the reconstruction. The defense bots, the robotic workforce that the COG's engineering programs had developed in the post-war decade as the solution to the specific labor problem that a population reduced by decades of war and the specific demographics of survivors who had lost their productive years to military service presented, were efficient in the particular way of systems that do not experience fatigue or grief or the complex of responses that human beings bring to labor in the aftermath of catastrophe. They built, they maintained, they performed the functions of a workforce with the consistency that the reconstruction required and without the variable quality that human labor under difficult conditions produces. They also patrolled. This was the function that the stranded communities outside New Ephra's perimeter found most difficult to accommodate. The DB presence in the territories beyond the city's administrative reach. The patrols that Jin's government described as security operations, and the people outside the walls described with the specific language of people who have experienced the COG's security operations and have a considered opinion about the distance between their stated purpose and their actual function. The DBs were not gear soldiers. They did not have the specific quality of human judgment that human soldiers bring to the management of complex situations in the field, the ability to read context and respond to it with the flexibility that context requires. They responded to their programming. Their programming had been designed by people inside the COG's administrative structure for the security requirements as that structure understood them, and the security requirements as that structure understood them did not always correspond to the security requirements as the people being secured by the DBs experienced them. The outsiders were the population that organized itself most explicitly around this difference. They were not the stranded of the war years, not the people burned out of the continent by the hammer counterattack, surviving in the ruins of the civilization that the COG had scorched. The war had ended. The stranded communities had either been absorbed into the Reconstruction's institutional framework or had evolved into something more deliberately organized, communities that had made the specific choice to exist outside the COG's administrative perimeter, not because they lacked the option to come inside, but because they had assessed the option and declined it. The outsiders were people who had lived through the COG, who had been in Jacinto, or in the fleet, or in the stranded communities, and had survived and had emerged from the war with a considered position on what living inside the COG's institutional framework meant and what it cost, and whether the cost was worth the security it purchased. Some had decided it was not. They built settlements in the territories outside New Ephra's perimeter, in the valleys and coastal areas and highland terrain that the war had depopulated, and that the COG's reconstruction had not yet reached, or had decided not to reach, or had reached with the DB patrols rather than the human administrative infrastructure that the outsider communities were declining rather than the territory itself. They grew food. They maintained their own security through the community organization that self-governing settlements have always used. They traded with New Ephra's markets on the terms that the geography of their position relative to the city's supply needs allowed them to negotiate. They were not comfortable with the COG. The COG was not comfortable with them. The discomfort was mutual and specific, not the abstract ideological discomfort of competing philosophical frameworks, though the philosophical dimensions were present. The specific discomfort of people who remember what the institution did, and people who are the institution and know what it did and are trying to govern through that knowledge without being defined by it. J.D. Fenix had been, briefly, a COG soldier. Marcus's son, carrying his father's name in the specific way of children who are given a name that means something to everyone who hears it and have to decide, across the years of growing into it, what the name means to them. He was 25 years old, and he had the physical build and the specific quality of stillness that suggested his father's genetics had expressed themselves in him with consistency. The stillness of someone for whom action is a considered choice rather than a default response, who watches more than he speaks and speaks more precisely than he watches. He had left the COG. The specific circumstances of his departure, the incident, the orders, the decision he had made in a situation that the orders had not been designed for and that his judgment had resolved in a direction the institution had not authorized, were circumstances that he did not discuss in detail with people who had not been present, which was most people. He carried the departure the way his father had carried the imprisonment, as a fact that had happened, Aye, that had changed the shape of what came after. That was not something he spent significant energy relitigating, because the energy was needed for the current situation, and the current situation was always more immediate than the past one. He was outside the walls. He had been outside the walls for 2 years, operating in the outsider settlements, with the specific quality of someone who has the training and the judgment of the institution he has left, and is applying those resources to the requirements of a community that is building without institutional support, which requires them differently than institutional service had required them. He found this requirement more honest, not easier. The outsider settlements had their own complexities, their own internal negotiations, their own moments where the gap between what the community needed and what was available had to be bridged by the specific combination of ingenuity and stubbornness that frontier existence demands, but honest in the sense of being directly connected to outcomes that mattered immediately to people he could see. Delmont Walker had been beside him when he left the COG and was beside him in the outsider settlements, in the specific way of people whose friendship has been tested by enough of the wrong kinds of situations that the question of its durability has been permanently answered. Del was quieter than JD, more internally organized, the person in a partnership who processes what the other person acts on, who holds the analysis that the action is working from, who sees the angles that forward momentum tends to obscure. They had been beside each other long enough that this division of function operated without negotiation, each of them knowing which part of the shared cognitive work was theirs, without the shared work requiring the overhead of constant, explicit coordination. Kait Diaz was in the outsider settlements because the outsider settlements were her home. She had grown up in them, had grown up in the specific settlement that her mother, Reyna, led, which was among the older and more established of the communities outside New Ephra's perimeter, with its own agricultural base and its own social organization and its own history that predated the COG's most recent reconstitution, and would, the community's members believed, outlast it if necessary. She had grown up knowing the territory, knowing the community's rhythms, all knowing the specific skills that settlement life required, and that the COG's institutional infrastructure substituted systems for rather than developing in the individuals it housed. She wore a pendant. It had belonged to her grandmother, was a piece of old craft, metal worked in a style that predated the war, bearing an emblem that she knew was old and carried some significance she did not have context for. Her mother had given it to her with the specific quality of care that people use when giving something they consider important, but have decided not to explain, as if the explanation would change the thing's meaning in a direction that the giving itself was meant to preserve. Kait wore it. She did not investigate it. It was her grandmother's, and her grandmother had been important to her mother, and that was sufficient meaning for an object to carry through daily life. The settlements had been going quiet. Not all of them. Not in sequence that suggested a pattern to the people experiencing it, because patterns require distance from the events they organize, and the people closest to the events were too close to the events to have the distance. But the COG's aerial reconnaissance, the monitoring that Jin's administration maintained over the territories outside the administrative perimeter, ostensibly for security and disaster response purposes, had been documenting it for months. Settlements that had been active on the previous surveillance pass were not active on the current one. The absence of activity was not the absence of people. The structures were intact. See the evidence of occupation present in the material culture of the settlement's daily life. The people were simply not there. The COG's analysis of these disappearances produced assessments that moved through the administrative hierarchy with the institutional caution of an organization that had been wrong about underground threats before, and did not want to be wrong about them again in any direction, including the direction of overcorrection. The assessments noted the pattern. The assessments noted that the pattern was unexplained by any surface phenomenon available to the monitoring system's observation. The assessments noted that unexplained disappearances of outsider communities, in the context of Sera's history, warranted investigation. The investigation had not yet been dispatched. And somewhere in the ground beneath the settlements that had gone quiet, in the earth that had been, for 25 years, the quiet earth of a world from which the Locust Horde and the Lambent organism had been removed, the earth that the COG's geological teams had surveyed and documented and assessed as stable, cleared of the underground threat that had defined its strategic character for so long. Something was moving. Not something new, something old, something that had been in the ground since the Locust had died there, since the Countermeasure's wave had moved through the Hollow's cave systems, and the Locust drone cast had stopped where it stood, in the specific stillness of biological systems, encountering the precise frequency of their dissolution. They had fallen there in the dark of the Hollow, or they had been buried there, not by human hands, not by any deliberate act of interment, but by the passage of years and the geological processes that time applies to organic matter in enclosed spaces, the slow accumulation of the cave system's material around the remains of a civilization that had ended. The ground had been working on them for 25 years, the ground and the deep Imulsion residue that the Countermeasure had killed but not removed from the geological substrate, and the specific biological processes that time and pressure and the residual chemistry of the organism that had saturated the Hollow's environment applied to organic material that had been, in life, saturated with that same organism. Something was changing in the ground. Something was waking in the pods. Something that was the Locust and was not the Locust, that carried the Locust's cellular signature in its biology and the Locust's organizational capacity in its emergent structure, and something additional, something that the 25 years of geological processing had introduced into the biological template, the way that time always introduces something into the things it works on. The first of the new Emergence holes opened in the territory south of New Ephora on a morning that the COG's seismic monitoring stations recorded as anomalous and flagged for review. The review was in the queue. The queue was long. The pods had been growing for years before anyone on the surface knew to look for them. This was the specific failure mode of a civilization that had reorganized its threat assessment around the absence of the threat it had spent 15 years surviving, the recalibration of institutional attention away from the underground toward the surface challenges of reconstruction and governance and the management of a population that needed housing and food and the slower, more complex forms of support that people need when they have survived something that populations are not designed to survive. The COG's monitoring infrastructure had been rebuilt for the post-war environment. The post-war environment, as the COG's planning assumptions had defined it, did not include active biological threats in the geological substrate. The substrate had been surveyed. The emulsion organism was dead. The Locust were dead. The underground was the underground again, geology rather than enemy territory. The deep rock returned to the category of background rather than threat. The pods were not geology, but they were deep enough and they were quiet enough, and the biological processes that were producing them were slow enough in their early phases that the distinction between what they were and what the monitoring infrastructure was looking for did not resolve until the pods were far enough along in their development that resolution was considerably more urgent than it would have been earlier. They had formed in the places where the Locust had fallen. The Countermeasure's frequency had killed the emulsion organism in the Locust's cellular structure, had dissolved the molecular architecture of the integration that the Sire's and Myrrah's genetics had produced at Mount Kadar and that the Hollow's generations had carried as their biological inheritance. The Locust had died. Their bodies had remained in the Hollow's cave systems in the positions they had occupied when the frequency moved through them, in the dark that had been their world, and the dark had worked on them. The emulsion residue in the surrounding geological substrate, the dead organism, the dissolved cellular architecture of the ancient fungal parasite that had saturated the hollow's rock for millions of years, was not entirely inert. The frequency had killed the living organism. It had not removed the chemical residue of the organism's long presence from the stone and the soil and the deep cave substrate that the hollow occupied. The residue was there, passive, the way that all things that have been killed but not removed are passive, present, carrying the molecular signature of what they had been, no longer doing what they had done but still existing as the material trace of the doing. The Hollow's cave ecosystem, given 25 years of quiet, had begun to do what ecosystems do when the pressures that shaped them are removed, to develop in the directions that the underlying conditions of the environment permit. The underlying conditions of the hollow included the emulsion residue in the substrate. The biological processes that the residue enabled were not the processes of the living organism, were not the parasitic penetration and integration that the living emulsion had performed on the organic matter it encountered. They were slower processes, processes driven by chemistry rather than biology, by the passive influence of a substrate that carried the molecular architecture of something that had been alive rather than by something that was currently alive. The locust remains in the Hollow's cave systems became the medium for these processes. The organic material of the fallen drones and the boomers and the Cantus priests and the berserkers and all the other castes that the Hollow had contained. Organic material that had been, in life, saturated with the emulsion organism's integration, that carried in its cellular structure the specific biological legacy of Mount Kadar's research program, responded to the residue chemistry in the surrounding substrate with the specific quality of biological material that has been shaped by a particular set of chemical conditions and responds, even in death, to the presence of those conditions. The pods formed around the remains. Not quickly, the process was slow in the way of geological processes, measurable in months and years rather than days and weeks, producing structures that grew by increments that would have been invisible to daily observation and visible to the comparison of observations separated by sufficient time. They were biological in their texture, not geological, not mineral, not the crystalline structure of a chemical precipitate. Organic, soft, pulsing, see very faintly, with the specific rhythm of a biological process that is neither respiration nor circulation in the familiar sense, but that shares with both the quality of something that is alive in the way that things are alive when they are becoming. Inside the pods, the locust remains were not decomposing. They were reorganizing. The process was not the process of the original locust development at Mount Kadar, not the deliberate, directed biological engineering that Niall Sampson had applied to the sires with Myrrah's genetic material, the intentional production of a caste of beings designed for specific purposes. It was the process of emulsion residue chemistry operating on organic material that had been shaped by emulsion integration. Producing, through the passive mechanism of chemistry acting on compatible material over sufficient time, something that the chemistry of the residue and the biology of the material jointly determined. The swarm was what 25 years of the Hollow's quiet produced from the locust's remains, not the locust restored, not the drone cast returned to the form it had occupied before the countermeasure's frequency. Something that carried the locust's cellular signature as its biological foundation and had been shaped in the pod's development by processes that the countermeasure had not been designed to anticipate because the countermeasure had been designed to end a threat. And ending threats is not the same as preventing what ends from becoming something else. The swarm's emerging biology was recognizable and not recognizable simultaneously. The drone cast that came from the pods bore the structural signature of the Locust drone in its fundamental form: the bipedal frame, the physical proportions, the basic architecture of a being shaped for the specific demands of the Hollow's environment, and the surface warfare that the Hollow had directed toward the surface for 15 years. But modified by the pod process in ways that made the modification visible to anyone who had known the Locust well enough to read the differences. Paler, differently textured, moving with a quality that was subtly but distinctly not the Locust's movement. Something in the coordination, in the specific way the biology operated the form. That reflected the 25 years of chemical reorganization rather than the biological inheritance of a caste that had developed continuously in the living Hollow. The Juvies were the earliest emergence, the immature form, faster than the mature drones and less organized, operating with the frantic energy of something that has just resolved from the pod process and has not yet achieved the stability that development toward maturity provides. They moved through the Hollow's cave systems in the ways that things move when they are newly alive, and have not yet learned the difference between direction and motion, with the urgency of existence rather than the purpose of intention. The Snatchers were different from anything the Locust Horde's combat catalog had contained, which was itself significant. They were not simply a modified version of a previous Locust caste, but something the pod process had generated from the available biological material in a configuration that the original Locust development had not produced. Vast, pale, moving through the cave systems and the surface territory with the specific silence of something very large that has learned to move quietly, which is a silence more disturbing than the silence of something small that has always been quiet. Their function was not combat in the direct sense. Their function was capture, the taking of organic matter from the surface world and its delivery to the pod fields, where the swarm's development infrastructure processed the captured biology into the nutritional substrate that the maturing pods required. The outsiders were what the Snatchers took. The outsider settlements that had gone quiet in the months before the COG's seismic monitoring flagged the anomalies had not been abandoned. Their populations had been taken, not killed, not in the immediate sense that the Locust assault on Sera's cities had killed people on E-Day. Taken, carried into the Hollow by the Snatcher's capture mechanism and delivered to the pod fields, where they became part of the process that the swarm's biological requirements had determined for them. The settlement's structures remained because structures are not what the Snatcher's function required. The people were what was required. The structures were simply what remained when the people were gone. Marcus Fenix understood what the seismic anomaly report meant when it reached him in a way that it took the COG's analytical apparatus longer to understand, because Marcus had been in the Hollow, had seen the Locust at the level of direct contact rather than institutional assessment, and the specific quality of the anomaly's signature was, to the pattern recognition of someone with that experience, familiar in a way that required no extended analysis to interpret. Something was moving underground, something organized, something that was not the geological processes that the COG's monitoring infrastructure had been calibrated to detect as background. He put on the armor that he had been telling himself he had retired. The armor was in a storage space in the farmhouse, not displayed, not maintained with the care that a soldier who intended to keep using it maintains equipment, but present. It had been present through the 25 years the way that certain things remain present in the lives of people who have survived something enormous and are trying to live past it, not because they expect to need the thing again, but because getting rid of it requires a certainty about the future that the past has not left them feeling. He was 55 years old. He had spent 15 years of his life in continuous combat and 25 years growing tomatoes on a farm outside New Ephora, and the first 15 had been sufficient preparation for the second 25, and the second 25 had not made him soft in the way that 25 years without combat makes people soft who were never really soldiers. He put on the armor with the specific efficiency of someone for whom the procedure is physical memory rather than deliberate action. The sequence of assembly executed without needing to direct it consciously, the body remembering what the mind has tried to set aside. He looked old in the armor in a way that the armor itself did not. The armor was maintained by the COG's equipment storage systems and showed 25 years of maintenance rather than 25 years of use, and it sat on him with the fit of something made for this body rather than adapted to it. But the face above the collar was the face of a man who had been 55 years in the specific way that the 15 years had aged. More than 25 years of farming would have aged him, carrying in its lines the specific weight of what the war had required and what the war had taken and what the war had left him with that nothing had subsequently simplified. He was not surprised to be putting the armor back on. This was perhaps the most honest thing to say about it, that the 25 years of farming had been real, had been chosen, had been a life that he valued in the specific way that things are valued when they have been built from what was available after something enormous has taken what was there before. But they had not been a life lived in the certainty that the armor would stay in storage. They had been a life lived in the particular knowledge of someone who has survived one war on a world that has demonstrated its capacity for producing wars, and who maintains, beneath the daily reality of the tomatoes and the farm's rhythms, the specific alertness of a person who has never fully deactivated the monitoring that 15 years of combat had developed. The Battle of Fort Umsen was the engagement that the COG's command structure subsequently designated as the formal beginning of the swarm conflict, the point at which the contact with the new underground threat achieved sufficient scale and duration to constitute a military engagement rather than an incident. It was at Fort Umsen that Delta Squad, the new Delta, JD and Del and Kait, alongside the old generation that Marcus represented, or the specific configuration of the unit reconstituted by the war's new requirement, encountered the swarm in sufficient numbers and sufficient variety to understand what they were dealing with, at a level beyond the individual contact that the outsider disappearances had suggested. The Wardens were the first clear indication that the swarm's biological catalog extended beyond the drone template and the Snatcher's specific function. Heavily armored, slower than the drones, but resistant to the weapons that drone-calibrated engagement expected to stop what their size suggested, they moved through Fort Umsen's contested corridors with the deliberate pacing of something that had developed its threat response profile in an environment where patience was more effective than speed. The COG's initial engagement protocols, designed for the Locust at the engagement parameters that 15 years of Locust War had established, required adjustment in real time, the specific kind of tactical adjustment that costs soldiers in the period between the recognition of the requirement and the implementation of the response. Kait's pendant caught the light in the chaos of Fort Umsen's first engagement. This was not a significant event in any tactical sense. It was significant in retrospect, as the first moment that the swarm's presence and the pendant's emblem occupied the same operational context, though no one in the moment had the distance from the moment to register the coincidence as the thing it was beginning to be. The swarm moved through Fort Umsen with the specific quality of an enemy that is organized without being commanded in the way that armies are commanded, directed toward objectives without the specific tactical communication that a conventional military force uses to coordinate complex operations, directed by something else, something that did not broadcast its direction in a frequency the COG's monitoring systems could detect, or in a language that the COG's analysts could parse. The swarm withdrew from Fort Umsen with the same organized quality with which it had arrived, not routed, not driven from the position by force that exceeded its capacity to resist, withdrawing on the timeline that whatever directed it had determined was appropriate, Having achieved what it had come to achieve and moving back into the underground with the outsider civilians it had taken and the information about the COG's defensive capabilities that the engagement had provided to whatever intelligence function the swarm served. Marcus stood in Fort Umson's contested courtyard after the swarm's withdrawal and looked at the ground through which it had emerged. The emergence holes had the quality of old work, familiar in their fundamental form, the crack and the darkness and the sulfur smell, the mechanical signature of something that had come from below. He had seen this before. He had spent 15 years fighting this before. The things that came through the holes were not identical to what he remembered. The swarm's biology was distinct enough that the differences were visible to experienced observation, but the fundamental fact of them was the same. The ground was opening again. Something was coming up. He looked at JD, who had the armor and the training and the specific quality of someone who was discovering in real time that being Marcus Fenix's son in a world that was once again requiring Marcus Fenix meant carrying a name that had just become, again, a military designation rather than a personal history. He looked at Kait, whose pendant bore an emblem that Marcus had seen in the hollow, in the intercepts, in the context that had defined his understanding of who the Locust were and what they had wanted and who had led them. He had not said anything about this recognition yet. The recognition was still resolving, still moving from the initial pattern match that his experience produced toward the conclusion that the pattern's implications pointed toward, which was a conclusion that required more evidence before the weight of what it meant could be placed on the person it concerned. He looked at the ground. 25 years, the armor in storage, the tomatoes, the specific life built from what the First War had left. The ground was opening. Gabe Diaz had been, before everything else, a man who read battlefields. Not metaphorically, not in the loose sense that military culture uses the word when it means strategic intuition or the capacity to process tactical information quickly. Literally. He could look at a piece of ground, could look at the elevation and the cover and the sight lines and the historical use patterns visible in the vegetation and the soil disturbance and the specific geometry of structures in relationship to each other, and understand it as a text that had been written by the landscape's physical properties and the decisions of the people who had used it, and the decisions of the people who had contested it, legible to someone who had developed the reading as a practiced skill rather than an intuitive one. He had developed it over years of COG service in the early phase of the Locust War, applied it to engagements across the contested terrain of Tyrus's surface campaigns, and arrived at a reputation within the COG's tactical command as someone whose assessment of ground was worth more than a standard reconnaissance report because it came with the interpretive architecture of someone who had read a great many battlefields and understood how one set of terrain conditions related to another. The COG had given him a specific battlefield to read, one that was not a piece of contested territory in the conventional sense, that did not have elevation features and sight lines and the geometries of mutual engagement that ground-based tactical analysis addresses. The Locust war machine had a designer, and the designer was a target. And finding the target required reading not ground but behavior. The specific signature that Ukon's biological engineering left on the Locust's combat capabilities, the pattern of which creatures appeared where and in what configuration and against what kind of COG force, readable as the output of a consistent design philosophy applied to specific tactical problems. Ukon was the Locust's architect of horrors. Gabe had spent enough time with the intelligence files and the post-engagement analysis to understand this with the precision that the tactical framing allowed, and the additional precision that looking past the tactical framing provided. The Brumak was not simply a large creature that the Locust deployed on the surface. It was an engineering achievement of considerable sophistication, a biological system optimized for the specific requirements of sustained surface warfare against armored COG infantry and vehicle assets. carrying weapons integrated into its biology in ways that the COG's material science had not achieved, and that spoke to a depth of biological knowledge that the Locust Horde's other combat assets suggested was not widely distributed within the Horde's organizational structure. One mind had made the Brumak. The same mind had made the Corpor, whose excavation function had been specifically engineered for the geological properties of Jacinto's surrounding terrain, rather than for cave systems generically. The same mind had been making things for the Locust since before E-Day, and those things were reshaping the surface war's parameters in ways that the COG's existing tactical doctrine was not adequately addressing. Find Ukon. Remove Ukon's contribution to the Locust war machine. Change the parameters. Gabe assembled a team with the specific efficiency of a man who had been doing this long enough to know immediately who he needed for what the mission required. He moved through the contested territory in the early years of the war with the focused patience of someone reading a text whose next word he has not yet reached, but whose grammar he has learned well enough to anticipate the word's shape before the reading brings him to it. He found the tracks of Ukon's work, not literally, not in the physical terrain, but in the pattern of the Locust assets deployed against COG positions. The specific signature of biological engineering applied to tactical problems in the consistent way of a designer with a recognizable approach to design. He followed the pattern toward its source with the systematic thoroughness that following patterns requires. The hunt was long. The early years of the Locust War provided no shortage of contested ground and no shortage of operational requirements that complicated the specific mission of finding a single Locust scientist whose contribution to the war machine was enormous, but whose physical location was not legible in the surface evidence the way that a conventional military target's location is legible. Gabe followed it through engagements that cost members of his team and through the specific grinding attrition of a hunt that required sustained commitment without the resolution that commitment is supposed to eventually produce, and through the accumulation of the operational evidence that eventually, pointed somewhere specific enough to act on. He found Ukon. The details of the finding and the engagement that followed were not subsequently documented in any form that the historical record has preserved completely. The operational classification of the COG's early Locust War counter-operations was high, and the files that existed were among those that the institutional fragmentation of the post-Jacinto period had scattered or lost. What the record preserves is the outcome. Ukon was removed from the Locust war machine. The specific biological engineering program that had produced the Brumak and the Corpser and the other weaponized creatures lost its directing intelligence. The Locust's capacity to introduce new engineered assets into the surface war was degraded in ways that the COG's subsequent analysis attributed to Ukon's removal, and that the war's remaining decade-plus bore out in the absence of the kind of novel biological surprises that the early years had delivered with a regularity that the COG's tactical planning had been unable to adequately prepare for. Gabe came back from the hunt, changed in the way that all prolonged, costly, focused engagements changed the people who survived them, carrying in the specific texture of his attention the accumulated evidence of what he had seen and what it had required of him, and what the institution he had been working for had provided and withheld throughout the process. The institution had provided the mission and the authorization and the operational support that the COG's logistical infrastructure offered to classified special operations. It had withheld, in the way that institutions consistently withhold from the people doing the hardest parts of their work, the acknowledgement that the work's cost was proportional to the work's value, that the gap between what it required and what it received in return was not an acceptable operating condition for the people inside it. Prescott was the face of this withholding. Not uniquely, the institutional disposition that Prescott embodied was the COG's own. not his personal invention. But he was its face, in the specific sense that the decisions that widened the gap most visibly, the management of the hammer counterattack, the classified programs, the careful administration of information about what the COG was doing and what it was prepared to accept, and what it considered expendable, bore his signature most directly. Gabe had been inside enough of the COG's operational machinery to read the signature clearly. The reading did not produce admiration. The breaking point, when it came, was not a single decision or a single event that made what Gabe had been accumulating suddenly intolerable. It was the specific quality of accumulation reaching the threshold at which the weight of it exceeds the institutional loyalty that has been bearing it. A threshold that is different for every person, and that no one can reliably predict for themselves or anyone else before it is reached. He reached it. He looked at what he had been doing for the COG and what the COG had been doing with what he had given it, and the looking produced the decision that the looking had been building toward. He removed the cog tags. This was not a dramatic act, not performed in anyone's presence, not accompanied by the kind of formal declaration that institutional departures in fiction tend toward. He removed them in the specific quiet of a man whose decision has been made and who is now performing the first physical action that the decision requires, which is the removal of the symbol that identifies you as part of the thing you are leaving. The tags went into a pocket. They went from the pocket into a drawer in a billet room that he was leaving. They stayed in the drawer. He did not look back at the drawer. He walked toward the world outside the COG's perimeter with the specific quality of movement that belongs to someone who has made a difficult decision and is now simply executing it. Not the dramatic exit of someone performing their departure for an audience, but the practical movement of someone who has identified where they are going and is going there. The direction was the exterior. The outsider settlements that were beginning to organize in the territories beyond the COG's administrative reach. In the spaces that the hammer counterattack had cleared of the Locust's primary advance, and that the COG had decided were not worth the resources of formal administration, and that the people in them had decided were worth the effort of building into something survivable. Reyna was there. She had been there, had arrived in the exterior settlements through her own path, her own departure from the institutional framework that the COG represented, carrying her own accounting of what the institution had required and what it had provided in return. She was building. Not in the physical sense only, not simply the construction of structures and the establishment of agricultural systems and the supply logistics that a settlement's survival required. Building in the more fundamental sense of establishing the organizational framework of a community that would not simply survive but would develop the specific character that communities develop when they have chosen their terms of existence, rather than had their terms of existence imposed on them. Gabe found her and found in her the specific quality that his years of reading battlefields had not developed a language for. The reading of a person who was doing something with the same focused commitment and the same deep intelligence that he had applied to tactical problems for years, but applying it to the construction of something that was not a military operation. The community she was building. The decision to make the exterior survivable rather than simply endurable. The specific warmth of someone who had arrived at her project through a genuine belief in what the project was for, which was not abstract, was not ideology or philosophy, but the people in the settlement, specifically, whose lives the project was intended to make livable. They built together, not immediately, not with the specific speed that necessity sometimes produces in people who need each other for practical reasons, with the slower, more considered pace of two people who have both been in the COG's machinery long enough to be careful about new institutional commitments of any kind, including the institutional commitment of a partnership. They were careful. The care produced something that the carefulness was worth producing. Kait was born in the settlement. She was born into the specific world that her parents had built, the rough timbered structures and the agricultural rhythms and the community's self-governance and the particular knowledge that comes from growing up in a place where the skills required for the place's continuation are not abstract competencies developed in institutional settings, but the daily practical knowledge of the environment you live in. She learned to move through terrain from her father, who taught her as he had learned himself, not through instruction in the didactic sense, but through shared use, through the practice of the skill in the actual environment that the skill was for. She learned the settlement's organization and its politics and the specific negotiations of community life from her mother, who modeled them without explicitly teaching them in the way that the most important things are usually transmitted. Her father's hands changed over the years. This was the thing she noticed most about the passage of time in her childhood. The way his hands, which she had eventually understood, were the hands of someone who had spent years in military service, gradually became the hands of a man who repaired engines and planted crops and did the physical work of the settlement's maintenance. The change was not the change of hands becoming softer. The settlement's work was not soft work, and hands that did it every day accumulated a different kind of hardness than the hardness of weapons handling. The change was in what the hands were oriented toward. They had pointed at maps and held rifles and performed the specific gestures of a man whose attention had been organized around the management of violence. They came to perform different gestures, the patient gestures of maintenance work, of things being fixed rather than destroyed, of the specific orientation of hands that are building rather than taking apart. She watched this change without fully understanding it. Not because the change was subtle. The change was visible. The difference between the father she had in her earliest memories and the father she had in her later childhood, real enough to be noticed without being analyzed. Because understanding it would have required the context that she did not have yet, the context of what his hands had done before the settlement, see what service they had been in and what the service had required, and what he had decided the service was not worth continuing to give. The context came later, partially, through conversations that his death before the Swarm War prevented from being fully completed, and through the things that her mother knew and the things that her mother's own situation at the end of her life had prevented her from telling. The pendant was her grandmother's. This was what her mother had told her when she gave it, which was the extent of what her mother told her, and which, Kait understood afterward, was not the extent of what her mother had known. Her mother had known what the pendant's emblem meant. Her mother had known what the lineage it represented meant. Her mother had carried this knowledge through the years of Kait's childhood, and through the establishment of the settlement, and through everything that the settlement's existence had required of her, carried it with the specific weight of something that the carrier has decided the person it concerns is not ready to receive, and that the readiness for receiving is not determined by age alone, but by the specific circumstances that will make the receiving survivable. The swarm took Reyna. The specific mechanism of the taking, the snatcher, the hollow, the pod system into which Reyna's biology was delivered by the swarm's capture function, was not visible to Kait in the moment of its occurrence. She knew her mother was gone. She knew the settlement had been taken in the specific way that the outsider settlements were being taken, and she knew that gone meant the hollow, and the hollow meant what the hollow's new inhabitants did with what they took, and the knowing did not make the not knowing of the specific details easier. It made it differently difficult. The imagination filling the specific space of the unknown with what the available information supported, which was sufficient for the filling to be worse than the certainty would have been. She went into the hollow to find her mother, not with the innocence of someone who does not understand what finding her mother in the hollow might mean, with the full understanding of someone who does understand, and who has decided that the understanding is not sufficient reason to not go. JD and Del went with her because they were beside her, and because being beside her was what their friendship had been doing for long enough that the question of whether to go with her was not a question that required extended deliberation. Marcus went because the situation required it, and because the situation's requirement was the only calculation he had ever needed. The hollow that the swarm had built from the Locust's remains was not the hollow that Marcus remembered from the Lightmass Offensive's penetration of the tunnel network. It carried the structural signature of the Locust's original construction, the same cave systems, the same fundamental geography of the subterranean world that the Locust had occupied for generations, but modified by the pod process and the swarm's organizational development into something that had grown from the Locust template without being the Locust template. The bioluminescence was different, dimmer in some chambers, differently colored, the Imulsion residue that had driven the pod development producing a glow in the surrounding rock that was a paler version of the amber that had characterized the hollow in its Locust-occupied years. Present but attenuated, the light of a residue rather than the light of a living organism. Kait felt the connection before she understood it. The hive beast was the swarm's organizing intelligence, not a conventional command structure in the military sense, not the hierarchy of castes and specialized functions that the Locust Horde had operated under Myrrah's authority. Something more fundamental than that. A neural network that the pod process had generated from the biological material of a civilization's remains, distributed through the cave systems in the specific way that biological neural networks distribute through the tissue they inhabit, connecting the swarm's individual members to a collective awareness that was not consciousness in the human sense, but was not consciousness either, was something that functioned as both, the specific ambiguity of biological intelligence operating at a scale that individual categories do not cleanly contain. The hive beast connected to Kait, not aggressively, not as the establishment of the kind of control that the swarm exercised over the drones that had emerged from the pods. As recognition, the hive beast's distributed awareness, encountering Kait's biology in the Hollow's cave systems, found in it the cellular signature of Myrrah, found the lineage that the Queen's genetics had introduced into the Locust's founding biology, and that had been carried through generations of Locust development and through the specific inheritance of a granddaughter who had not known what she carried, into the person moving through the swarm's territory wearing a pendant whose emblem she had not yet fully understood. The connection felt like a frequency behind the eyes, not painful, not the acute sensation of something foreign penetrating a system that resists it. Oh, the specific quality of something finding a channel that already exists, of a signal encountering a receiver that was built for it without the receiver knowing what it was built for. A low hum in the back of the mind, a word in a language she almost remembered. The hive beast's awareness pressing against the boundary of her own with the patience of something that has found what it was looking for and is content to wait for the finding to be acknowledged. She did not acknowledge it. Not yet. The Hollow was not the place for the acknowledgement. The swarm's forces were between her and her mother, and the acknowledgement was not the operational priority that the Hollow required of her. Reyna was in the Hollow. Reyna had been in the pod system for long enough that the pod process had progressed to the terminal phase of what it did with the organic material it took, the phase in which the captured biology had been integrated into the hive beast's neural network as a component of its distributed awareness. Reyna was present in the hive beast, not as Reyna, not as the woman who had built a settlement from the exterior's difficult ground and raised a daughter in it with the deliberate love of someone who has chosen what they are building and knows why, as biological material that had been processed into a different form of presence, the form of presence that the hive beast's network could use. She was alive in the clinical sense. She was there in the clinical sense. She was not findable, not the Reyna that Kait had come to find, in any sense that the finding would have provided what the coming had been for. Kait understood this in the Hollow, in the presence of what her mother had become. She understood it with the full, unmediated clarity of someone who has no institutional framework between themselves and the thing they are understanding, who has arrived at the understanding through the specific route of walking into the place where the understanding lives, rather than receiving it through the second-hand account that distance provides. The hive beast's connection was part of the understanding, not as the mechanism of manipulation, but as the mechanism of information, the specific clarity that proximity to something you are connected to provides that analysis of it at a distance does not. She knew what her mother was now. She knew what the pendant meant. She knew what the lineage that the pendant represented made her, in the biology of the swarm's development, and in the history of what the COG had done at a laboratory beneath a mountain in a war that had ended decades before she was born. She was Myrrah's granddaughter. She was the Locust Queen's bloodline carried into a world that had killed the Locust and built 25 years of reconstruction on the assumption that the killing was final, living in an outsider settlement in the exterior, wearing the emblem of the civilization her lineage had led, without knowing that the wearing was the emblem and the lineage was the thing that the emblem stood for. She severed Reyna's connection to the hive beast herself. Not with the specific quality of mercy that Dom's choice in the Locust work camp had carried, that had been a mercy for someone who had been human and had been reduced to something that could no longer be reached. This was different. This was the acknowledgement of a form of loss, specific to a world where loss can take forms that no previous experience has given you the language for, where the person you came to find is present in the place you found them and is not findable there, and the finding is its own form of the not finding, and what you do with the finding is what the love that brought you to it requires of you. She held the pendant afterward in her closed hand in the hollow's pale light. The hive beast's hum was still there, attenuated, present, the connection not severed by the choice she had made, but changed by it. Moved from the register of recognition into the register of something she was going to have to decide about. What it meant that the swarm's organizing intelligence had found in her the cellular architecture of its queen's lineage. What it meant that the hive beast's connection to her was not the connection of an enemy to a target, but the connection of something to its origin. What she was going to do with what she was. The Kraken came from the ocean in the final engagement that resolved the immediate crisis of the swarm's first assault phase. Vast, lambent residue biology, modified by the same pod processes that had generated the swarm's land forces, directed by the hive beast's awareness through the deep water channels that connected the Hollow's cave systems to the ocean's geological substrate. It was destroyed by the specific combination of the forces available and the specific tactical solution that the engagement's geometry permitted. A solution that required the Hammer of Dawn's remaining orbital capability, directed from the surface with the targeting precision that the system's design had always provided, and that 25 years of non-use had not degraded in the platform's orbital systems. The Kraken fell. The engagement resolved. The swarm retreated into the hollow with the organized withdrawal of something that had achieved what it had come to achieve and was not finished. That was returning to the depth from which it had come with the specific patience of something that does not need to win every engagement, because the engagement is not the point. The point was the hive beast. The point was the network. The point was the thing that the swarm was building in the hollow's dark, from the locust's remains and the emulsion residue and the 25 years of the pod process's patient work, which was not finished and would not be finished until someone found the specific solution to the specific problem that the swarm represented. A solution that the Hammer of Dawn was not, had never been, because the hammer addressed surfaces and the swarm's fundamental architecture was not on the surface. Kait walked out of the hollow carrying what she had gone in carrying and what she had acquired inside it. The pendant, the lineage, the hum that had not gone away, the understanding of what she was. or held in the specific way that enormous knowledge is held when it has just arrived and has not yet been organized into anything that can be acted on, as weight primarily, as the particular weight of inheritance that you did not choose and cannot return. That is yours, because you are who you are, and who you are is what it is. Her father's hands had changed from map pointing and rifle holding to engine repairing and soil tending because he had fought a war so that his daughter would not have to. She walked into one anyway, not because she had chosen it in any simple sense, because the inheritance had made it unavoidable in the specific way that the things we are made of make the lives we live unavoidable, not determined, not fully, not without the choices that remain inside the constraint of what we carry, but shaped. Shaped by the lineage and the pendant and the laboratory beneath the mountain, and the queen who had been a child in a cold facility and had become the mother of a civilization and had died at the world's edge by the hands of the blood she had not known she had given. Kait was that blood. The world was asking her what she was going to do about it. She had not yet fully answered. The answer was still forming, in the specific way that answers form when they are being built from the available materials rather than chosen from a list of existing options. Slowly, from the inside out, shaped by the continued pressure of the question and the continued evidence of the world that the question is being asked in. She walked forward. Wars have a grammar. Not the grammar of language, not the syntactic rules and the semantic conventions that organize meaning in sentences and paragraphs and the extended structures of human communication. The grammar of recurrence, the way that conflicts on a given world, in a given civilization, tend to repeat the fundamental patterns of their predecessors while varying the specific vocabulary, the weapons and the terrain and the political frameworks, and the names of the people fighting, in ways that make each iteration feel new to the people inside it and recognizable as a pattern to anyone with sufficient distance to observe the pattern rather than only the iteration. Sera's wars had a grammar. The Pendulum Wars had been the grammar of resource conflict, the specific iteration of a conflict type that every sufficiently developed civilization produces when the distribution of essential resources is uneven enough, and the mechanisms for negotiating that unevenness are inadequate to contain the pressures the unevenness generates. The ideology had been real on both sides, in the sense that the people who articulated it believed it, and the people who fought for it carried it as genuine motivation. But the ideology had been the language in which the resource conflict expressed itself rather than the resource conflict's cause. And the Pendulum Wars had ultimately been resolved not by the triumph of one ideology over another, but by the introduction of a technological advantage, the Hammer of Dawn, that changed the material basis of the conflict in ways that made its continuation impossible for the losing side. The Locust War had been the grammar of catastrophic emergence, the pattern in which a threat that has been developing beyond the awareness of the threatened civilization arrives at the threshold of visibility at a scale that the civilization's existing responses are not calibrated to address, requiring the improvisation of new responses under conditions that do not permit the kind of deliberate preparation that adequate responses require. The COG had survived the Locust War because it had found, in Fenix's Countermeasure, a solution that addressed the threat at its biological root rather than its military surface. The solution had cost more than anything the war's other costs had cost. It had worked. The Swarm War was something that Sera's existing grammatical categories did not quite contain, something that the previous iterations had not fully prepared the surviving civilization's analytical framework to describe. It was not a resource conflict in the Pendulum War sense, because the Swarm did not have economic motivations that the COG's political architecture could engage with through the mechanisms of negotiation and treaty. It was not a catastrophic emergence in the Locust War's sense, because the swarm's arrival had not been entirely unforeseeable. Had, in fact, been a possibility that the COG's post-war geological assessments had not adequately addressed, which was a different kind of institutional failure than the pre-E-Day failure to detect the Locust's subterranean preparation. The Swarm War was the grammar of unfinished solutions, of endings that had not been as complete as they appeared, of the thing that the countermeasure had not been designed to address because the countermeasure had been designed to end the war, and ending the war had required targeting the threat that the war presented, rather than the deeper conditions that the threat had grown from. The COG under Jin responded to the swarm's emergence with the institutional reflexes that its post-war reconstitution had developed. The deployment of the DB forces that had been designed for the security requirements of the Reconstruction period, and that were now being tasked with the very different requirements of a military engagement with an enemy that the DB's operational parameters had not been calibrated for. The DBs were effective against the threats their parameters addressed, and not effective against the threats outside those parameters, which was what every weapons system that has been built for one security environment demonstrates when it is deployed in another. The COG's command structure recognized this and began the adaptation process that the new environment required, the development of doctrine and equipment modifications and operational protocols that addressed the swarm's specific capabilities rather than the assumed capabilities that the existing systems had been built to counter. This took time. Adaptation always takes time, and time in a conflict is paid for by the people inside the conflict rather than by the institution doing the adapting. Marcus understood the adaptation requirement from the first Fort Umsen engagement. Understood it with the specific clarity of someone who had fought the Locust for 15 years and could read in the swarm's behavior both its relationship to the Locust and its differences from the Locust, and who understood that the differences were the operationally significant information. The swarm was not the Locust Horde. Fighting it as if it were the Locust Horde was a mistake that the COG's command structure was in the process of making, and that Marcus's post-Fort Umson briefings to that structure were attempting to prevent, with the partial success that individual expertise has when it is offered to institutions that are working from their existing frameworks, because working from existing frameworks is what institutions do. He was not, in the Swarm War's early phase, a field soldier, in the sense that the Locust War had made him. He was the thing that the intervening 25 years and the specific weight he carried in the COG's institutional memory had made him, an authority on an enemy that the current generation of COG soldiers had not experienced, and that the current institutional knowledge base addressed only through the historical record, which is not the same as the experiential knowledge that the historical record describes. He was consulted. His assessments were incorporated into doctrine development with the specific lag that institutional processes impose between input and output. He was present in the field when the specific operational situation required the kind of immediate experience-based judgment that institutional processes cannot provide in real time. He aged into the war with the specific quality of a man who has accepted the war's existence without finding the acceptance comfortable, who does the work the situation requires without pretending that the doing is something other than what it is. He was not comfortable with the Swarm War. He had not been comfortable with the Locust War either, which had not prevented him from fighting it for 15 years. Comfort was not the relevant category. Presence was. Damon Baird applied his intelligence to the Swarm War's technological requirements, with the focused efficiency of someone who had been right about the COG's institutional failures for so long that being right had become a background condition rather than a source of satisfaction, and who had redirected the energy that satisfaction would have occupied toward the more productive application of the correctness to the problems that the war was actually generating. He was older. His sarcasm had aged into something that was still recognizable as sarcasm, but carried the weight of a man who has been correct about difficult things for long enough that the correctness has stopped being surprising and has become simply the texture of how he engages with the world. He worked on the DB modifications and the weapon systems adaptations and the specific engineering problems that the swarm's biology presented to the COG's existing munitions catalog, with the systematic attention of someone for whom technical problem-solving was the most reliable available form of order in a world that had repeatedly demonstrated its preference for chaos. Augustus Cole was present in the way that Cole was always present. Fully, warmly, the specific gravity of someone whose relationship to the people around him had not been diminished by the years or the war's accumulating cost. He was in his 50s, and the thrashball career was ancient history in every dimension except the body, which still moved with the specific efficiency of someone who had spent years developing that movement as a professional discipline and whose physical capability had not declined to the point where the efficiency was merely a memory. He was not the Cole Train of the stadium years, was not performing the identity that the crowd had given him because there was no crowd, and the identity had long since been integrated into the man rather than maintained as a separate performance. He was simply Cole, fully present, still there beside the people he had been beside since before Emergence Day, which was its own form of the remarkable. Algaran Paddock moved through the Swarm War's margins with the specific quality of someone who has been at the edges of the COG's conflicts long enough that the edges have become his natural operational position. Neither inside the institution nor entirely outside it, present where the specific combination of his skills and his independence was most useful, which was frequently not in the positions that the institutional hierarchy would have assigned him. He and Baird had maintained their specific friendship across the years since Halvo Bay, the friendship of men whose bond had been formed in the specific forge of being right together about something that had cost them both, and who had found in each other the only interlocutor who fully understood the particular knowledge that being right in that way produces. The Swarm War's geography was Sera's contested surface in a configuration that the previous war had established the physical template for, but that the reconstruction had overlaid with the specific geography of 25 years of building. The new settlements and the agricultural infrastructure and the road networks that had been established in the exterior territories, and that the Swarm's emergence was now converting, in the areas of its most active engagement, from the geography of reconstruction back into the geography of contested ground. This conversion had the specific quality of regression that the people experiencing it found most difficult to process. The return to a category of experience that they had believed closed. The reopening of wounds that the reconstruction's 25 years had not fully healed, but had at least allowed to scar over into something that did not require continuous management. The outsider communities that had not been taken by the Snatchers made the choice that communities make when the territory they have established is threatened by something larger than their local capacity to resist. The choice between integration with the institutional infrastructure that can provide the defense they cannot provide for themselves and the maintenance of the independence that the integration would compromise. The choice was not easy and was not made uniformly. Some outsider communities came inside the COG's defensive perimeter. Some held their positions with the assistance of COG military assets that were deployed to the exterior with the specific understanding that the exterior's survival was connected to the interior's in ways that the Swarm War's geography made difficult to deny. Some were taken before the choice could be made. Kait moved through the Swarm War in the dual register that her inheritance had made inescapable. As a soldier, and as something the soldier carried that the soldier's operational function did not fully contain. The Hive Beast's connection was present continuously in the background of her awareness, with the specific quality of something that does not insist on attention, but does not allow complete inattention either. For it was information, the kind of information that the connection provided about the swarm's organization and its intentions and the specific nature of the hive beast's awareness. And it was risk because the channel that provided the information also provided access in the direction that was not from the swarm to Kait, but from Kait to the swarm, the direction in which the hive beast's awareness pressed against the boundary of her own, with the patient recognition of something that has found its lineage and is not in a hurry for the recognition to be resolved. She was working on the resolution, working on it in the specific way that problems that cannot be solved by tactical action are worked on, from the inside through the ongoing process of understanding what the problem is at a level beneath its immediate operational expression, which requires time and the specific quality of engaged attention that operational tempo does not always make available. Del Walker was beside her through the Swarm War's early phases, present in the specific way that had always characterized his presence beside the people he was beside, the quiet intelligence and the calibrated perception that complemented the more forward-facing qualities of the people he operated with. His death, when it came in the way that deaths come in wars that do not pause to allow the people inside them to prepare for the specific losses the war is planning, suddenly in the operational press of a specific engagement, in circumstances that the tactical situation generated without the narrative warning that the significance of the loss warranted, but that wars do not provide because wars are not organized around the narrative significance of what they take. JD's death came differently, in the same campaign, in the same phase of the engagement that had taken Del, in circumstances that were connected to Del's loss, in the specific way that the tactical geometry of shared operations connects the fates of people who are beside each other, whose positions relative to the engagement are determined by the same operational logic, who are therefore vulnerable to the same operational pressures in the same operational period. Marcus learned about his son's death in the way that parents learn about the deaths of children who die in wars, through the communication that the military's casualty notification process provides, which is designed to convey the fact of the loss with the minimum of delay and the maximum of whatever dignity a notification process can preserve when the content of the notification eliminates the conditions under which dignity is available. He received the notification. He sat with it in the specific stillness of a man who has been sitting with enormous things for most of his life and knows, from long practice, that the sitting is the only available response to certain facts, and that the sitting does not make the facts smaller, but does make the sitting with them endurable. JD. He had watched his son grow up in the specific way of fathers who are present in their children's lives as large facts rather than continuous presences. Present in the armor and the name and the specific gravity of being Marcus Fenix's son, which was a weight JD had carried with the complicated relationship that such inherited weights produce. Present in the conversations that the distance between them had not prevented, the ones that said the things that the distance made it easier to say, because the distance had burned away the social friction that proximity accumulates between fathers and sons who are too similar in the ways that produce friction and too similar in the ways that prevent its articulation. He had been proud of JD in the specific way of a parent who watches a child become someone, not the person the parent would have designed, not the soldier the COG had tried to make him, and that he had declined to remain, but someone. A person with a considered position on what mattered, and the specific courage to let that position organize his behavior, rather than the institutional expectations that bearing Marcus Fenix's name would have supported him in accepting as his organizing principle. He sat with the loss. The war did not pause for the sitting. The swarm continued its operations in the hollow and the contested exterior with the organized patience of something that is not fighting to win a specific engagement, but to establish the conditions for an ongoing presence, to entrench the pod network and the hive beast's distributed awareness in the cave systems deeply enough that the COG's military responses address symptoms rather than the underlying system, buying the time that the underlying system's continued development requires. It was fighting the way that things fight when they understand that the conflict is long and the opponent's response capacity is limited by the institutional and logistical realities of a civilization still in the early phases of its post-war reconstruction. Sera looked at itself in the third year of the Swarm War with the specific quality of a world that has been asked to find resources it does not have for a problem it has already solved once, and has discovered that solving once was not solving. The white buildings of New Ephora were still white. The agricultural infrastructure of the exterior territories that had not been taken still produced food. The communities inside and outside the COG's administrative perimeter still maintained the daily rhythms of existence. The rhythms that continue not because the people inside them are unaware of the war, but because the rhythms are what makes the people inside them capable of being in the war at all. Marcus's farm was still there. The tomatoes were still there. He had not gone back to tend them. He did not know if he would. The question of what was waiting on the other side of the war, what the farm would mean in the context of the lives that the war was taking while it ran, was a question he held without pressing it, because pressing it required a certainty about the war's outcome that the war's current trajectory did not support, and that he had been in enough wars to know was a certainty that the war itself would determine rather than any amount of holding the question. The grammar of Sera's wars continued its conjugation. The vocabulary had changed. The swarm rather than the locust, New Ephora rather than Jacinto, Kait rather than Marcus, at the center of the specific personal history that the war's deepest questions were organized around. The grammar was the same. The question that the grammar kept asking: what does survival cost? And is the cost worth paying? And who decides what is acceptable to pay and what is not? Was the question Sera had been asking since the first borehole opened the first Imulsion deposit, and the civilization above it had decided that the answer was yes, the cost was worth it, without knowing what the cost would eventually become. The question had not been answered. The asking continued. It continued in the specific way of questions that civilizations ask, not as philosophy, not as the abstract inquiry that academic frameworks conduct from a safe distance from the stakes, as practice, as the daily decision of people in the middle of the thing the question is about, making the choices that their position inside the thing makes available and unavoidable, paying the costs that those choices generate, and continuing. Continuing was what Sera did. It had always been what Sera did. The war was not over. It was Sera. It was never quite over. Let the record rest here for a moment. Not because the story has ended. Stories of this kind do not end in the clean way that the word ending implies. Do not arrive at the specific terminus that narrative resolution provides. Do not produce the silence of completion. The war continues somewhere below the surface of this telling, in the cave systems and the contested exterior, and the ongoing negotiation between the COG's institutional machinery and the swarm's patient biology and Kait's inheritance, and all the other unresolved threads that the present moment of Sera's history contains. The story is not finished. It is simply paused, here, at this particular moment of the telling. Because pausing is what this kind of record does when it has reached the distance from the beginning that allows the beginning to be seen in relationship to where the telling has arrived. Sera, from this distance, the planet itself, the geological entity beneath the civilization that has been fighting on its surface and in its depths since before the first borehole found the first amber glow in the deep rock, has outlasted everything that has happened on and within it. This is the nature of planets. They outlast the events that occur on them with the indifference of geological time, which is the only time scale large enough to make the distinction between a war and a geological epoch meaningful. To make the difference between the Pendulum Wars and the Locust War and the Swarm War legible as what they are from the planetary perspective, which is 3 events in a sequence that is itself a brief event in a longer sequence that the planet's geological record will eventually compress into a thin stratum of ash and altered rock chemistry, readable by whatever intelligence eventually examines it as the evidence of something that happened here sometime that changed the surface conditions in ways that the stratigraphy documents without describing. Sera is scarred. This is the most honest thing to say about its current physical condition. Scarred in the specific way of a surface that has received the Hammer of Dawn's coverage and the Locust Emergence holes and the Lambent Stalks and the Swarm's new Emergence holes and 25 years of reconstruction overlaid on all of this. The reconstruction not erasing the scars but building over them. The new structures carrying in their foundations the altered ground that the war made, and the new agriculture carrying in its soil chemistry the residue of everything the war deposited in it. The scars are not absent. They are present beneath the surface of the rebuilding, as geological records are present beneath the surface of whatever accumulates above them. There, informing the present without defining it, unavailable to whoever looks closely enough to find them. The ocean is unchanged in the way that oceans are unchanged by what happens on the land around them, maintaining the patterns of its own vast circulation, its tidal relationship with Sera's moon, the specific behavior of its surface in various weather conditions that has nothing to do with human events and never has. The Seran Sea that the fleet crossed from Jacinto to Port Farol is the same sea that exists now, carrying in its depths the emulsion residue that the countermeasure killed but did not remove, and the geological trace of the Lambent leviathans that troubled its surface for a period and do not trouble it now. The sea is the sea. It goes on. Consider the people. See not the institutional record of them, not the COG's documentation and the military history and the strategic assessments that translate individuals into the aggregate categories that institutional records require. The specific people, their names and their faces and the specific weight of what each of them carried through the years that Sera's history required of them. Adam Fenix, in his laboratory in Ephra's government district, on the night the armistice bells rang, not going to the window. Adam Fenix at Mount Kadar's underground lake, alone with the knowledge that the lake and the quiet above it had been the precondition for everything that was about to destroy the world. Adam Fenix at the Countermeasure's control interface with his son beside him, the golden veins visible in his skin, are doing the work that the situation required and that he had decided years ago was worth the cost that it was going to extract from him. He was a man who understood things clearly and acted on his understanding with a consistency that the understanding required regardless of what the acting cost. The understanding had cost him everything available to be cost. The acting had produced the countermeasure. The countermeasure had ended the Locust War and the Lambents, consuming expansion, and the long ancient patience of the emulsion organism in the deep rock. That was the accounting. The accounting does not make the cost smaller. It makes it legible. Dominic Santiago. Dom is the weight at the center of the Locust War's human history. Not the tactical center, not the institutional center. Not the center from which the war's strategic decisions were made. The human center. The person whose specific experience of the war contained, in concentrated form, the thing that the war did to the people inside it, that the institutional record does not capture and cannot capture because the institutional record is built for different categories of information. He loved his wife. He searched for her for 16 years. He found her in the Locust work camp. He made the choice that the finding required and carried that choice forward through the rest of the war until Azura, where he held the position that the position needed holding and paid for it with the currency that the position required. His children had died in the early days of E-Day. Myrrah had been taken. He had spent the war searching for her. He had been present beside Marcus. through every moment of the war that the war had put them both inside. He was, when he was alive, the specific form of goodness that the war needed people to be and that the war was continuously trying to destroy. The goodness that is not naive, that does not result from a lack of knowledge about what the world is capable of, but that persists anyway, alongside the knowledge as a chosen orientation rather than an innocent one. He is the person the shining world could not hold on to. It tried. He stayed for as long as staying was available to him. Marcus Fenix carries the cumulative weight of what the war took and what the war left him, in the specific way of people for whom survival is not uncomplicated, who know that their survival was purchased partly by the non-survival of people they loved, and who live with this knowledge as a background condition that does not go away but that they have chosen not to allow to stop the living. He tends tomatoes when the war permits it. He puts on the armor when the armor is required. He is the bridge between the war's first generation and its current one, between what Sera was and what it is trying to become, between the people who know what the world cost and the people who are paying the next installment. He is still there, in the specific stubborn way of things that have been tested past the point where testing should break them and have not broken, not because they are unbreakable, but because the breaking has not yet found the precise form that would accomplish it. Coltrane is still there, which is one of the more reliable facts about the world and one of the more genuinely warming ones. The warmth that Cole brought to every situation he entered has not been diminished by the decades, has been, if anything, deepened by them, converted from the warmth of someone who has not yet encountered the full scale of what the world can take into the warmth of someone who has encountered it completely and has decided that the warmth is the appropriate response regardless. He is in his 50s, and the stadium is ruins, and the thrashball season has not resumed, and he is still, in every room he enters, the person that the room is glad to have. Baird is still there and still correct about things that are not comfortable to be correct about. Which is the condition that has defined him since Halvo Bay, and that age has not resolved because the things he is correct about have not resolved. He is working on the Swarm War's technological problems with the focused intensity of a man for whom the problems are the most direct available application of the specific form his intelligence takes. And he is producing solutions that the COG's institutional machinery implements with the specific lag that it has always imposed between individual insight and institutional action. And he notes this lag with the specific precision of someone who has been noting it since he was 23 years old in a COG tribunal room, and has not found it surprising since approximately then. Paduk exists in the margins that have always been his operational terrain, carrying Anvil Gate and the UIR and Halvo Bay and all the other evidence he has accumulated about the behavior of institutions under pressure. He is a man who has seen 2 wars from outside both sides of each of them, and has developed from this vantage the specific clarity that outside positions provide. Not the clarity of the person who is outside the thing, and therefore not at risk from it, but the clarity of the person who is outside the institutional framing of the thing, and can therefore see the thing more directly. He says less than he understands. This has always been true of him. Kait Diaz carries her grandmother's pendant and her grandmother's blood, and the hive beasts hum in the back of her mind, and the answer that she is still building to the question that her inheritance has made unavoidable. She is young enough that the building has time, young enough that the answer does not need to be complete yet, that the ongoing construction of it is itself a kind of answer, the kind that says, I know what I am, and I am deciding what to do with what I am, and the deciding is not finished, and the not finishing is not a failure, but the condition of a life that is still being lived, rather than a life that has arrived at its conclusion. She is the thing that the war's long history has been moving toward without knowing it. The person who carries in her biology the signature of both the world that the COG built and the world that the COG made underground and abandoned. who stands at the intersection of those two histories without being reducible to either, who is required by her specific inheritance to find the answer that neither history alone can produce. She is Myrrah's granddaughter and Gabe Diaz's daughter, and Reyna's child, and the person in the outsider settlement who grew up knowing terrain and community and the specific skills of a life that had chosen its terms. She is also, in the specific way of people who carry enormous things, simply herself. Kait, with a pendant and a hum behind the eyes and the next decision to make, and the people beside her who make the next decision possible. Sera breathes. This is the most important fact about it, that after the boreholes and the rustlung and the pendulum wars and Emergence Day and 15 years of siege and the hammer counterattack and the Lightmass Offensive and the Lambent and the sinking of Jacinto and the Countermeasure and the decades of reconstruction and the swarm's emergence from the Locust's remains. After all of this, the planet breathes. Its atmosphere continues its circulation. Its seasons continue their progression. The northern forests that the war did not reach continue their slow growth. The agricultural plains of the south, some of them, have been returned to cultivation by the communities that have moved back into the exterior territories and are doing the patient work of reclaiming land from the condition that the war left it in. The boreholes are closed. All of them. The Lightmass process abandoned along with the Imulsion economy that had sustained it. The refineries that had glowed amber in the night of the pre-war world standing as ruins in the scorched exterior. The pipes corroded. The processing towers collapsed. The workers who had breathed the emulsion-laden air and developed rustlung and been compensated inadequately for the development all dead now, of age or of the war or of the specific intersection of the two that the war's conditions produced. The boreholes are closed, and the emulsion deposits in the deep rock are dead, the organism killed, the residue present, the amber glow that had lit the refineries, and the hollow and the lambent drone's golden veins no longer capable of producing the light that had defined it throughout its long, ancient, patient existence. The deep places are dark now in a way they have not been dark since before the first borehole found the first glow. Not entirely dark. The bioluminescence of the cave ecosystems that had existed alongside the emulsion organism continues. The fungal light of the hollow's deeper chambers present in the cave systems that the swarm war has not yet converted to contested ground. The specific beauty of underground biology that has nothing to do with the war and has continued through all of it, with the indifference of things that are older than the events that temporarily occupied their territory. That beauty is still there, in the dark, patient. The Locust are not there. Their civilization, the civilization that Niall Sampson's laboratory had made possible and Myrrah's choosing had made real, that had existed in the Hollow for generations and had built its own culture and its own rituals and its own relationship to the world it inhabited, is not there. The swarm is there, which is related and not the same, which carries the Locust's cellular signature without carrying the Locust's specific cultural form, which is the thing that the pod process produced from the Locust's remains and which is its own thing now, continuous with its origin without being reducible to it. The Countess are not there. The chanting that the COG's signal intercepts had captured, that specific, deep register ceremony for the dead that had moved through the Hollow's tunnel systems with the acoustic clarity of stone, is not there. That specific form of meaning-making in the dark, that particular culture's way of marking what it considered worth marking and performing what it considered worth performing is gone in the specific way that cultures are gone, when the living chain of transmission that carries them forward has been broken, and the people who would have transmitted it are no longer there to do the transmitting. This is worth sitting with. The Locust were made by the COG in a laboratory, from children. They were abandoned in the Hollow. with the organism that was consuming them. They came to the surface because the alternative was dying below it. They were killed by a frequency emitted by the son of the man who designed the weapon that their queen's emergence had been in part intended to prevent from being used against her people. They were, in the fullest accounting of what they were, a civilization, with a history and a culture, and a queen who loved them with the specific love of someone who had chosen her people rather than inherited them, and who had been both wrong and not wrong about the war she brought them to, and who had died with her conviction intact and her people still fighting. The war took them. The war took the people who fought them. The war took Myrrah and JD and Del and Adam Fenix, and the children in the stasis tanks, and the refinery workers with their golden coughs, and the UIR soldiers at Anvil Gate, and the COG garrison that held Anvil Gate, and every person on both sides of the Hammer counterattack's 72-hour window who did not make it to Jacinto. The war took, and the world continued, and the people who remained continued with it. Because continuing was what was available, and what was available was what the living worked with. You are listening to this in the dark somewhere, in a room, in a bed, in the particular quiet of an hour, late enough that the day's demands have released you into the space that sleep approaches from. You have been in the dark with Sera for a long time tonight, with the boreholes and the pendulum wars, and the amber glow in the deep rock, and the church bells that rang for 3 days and then stopped, and the ground opening, and the long, grinding, enormous thing that the world went through to arrive at its current state of scarred, breathing, continuing existence. Let that be enough for tonight. Let the record rest. Let the weight of it settle into whatever quiet your body is finding its way toward. The way that large things settle into the distance when you have been with them long enough that the distance opens naturally rather than requiring effort to produce. Sera breathes. Its people continue. Its wars are not finished. Nothing about this world suggests that its wars are ever entirely finished, that the grammar of recurrence has exhausted its conjugations. But the world is there. In the dark beneath the surface, in the chemical residue of an ancient organism that has been killed but not removed, in the cave systems that the swarm is building into something that the next part of the story will be required to address. The world is there, and somewhere in the outsider territories, in a settlement that has been maintained through everything that has tried to prevent its maintenance, there is quiet. The specific quiet of a community at the end of its day, cooking fires banked, structures dark, the particular silence of human habitation at rest. The same quiet that existed in Sera's settlements before the Pendulum Wars began in the age before the boreholes, when the world did not yet know what lived beneath it and had not yet made the decisions that the knowledge would require. Not the same. Not that innocent, not that unaware of what the ground contains and what the ground has done, and what the ground is still doing in the deep places below the quiet. But quiet nonetheless. The quiet that people make when they are alive and resting, and have decided, consciously or not, that the resting is worth doing because the morning requires people who have rested, and they intend to be among the people who see the morning. Be among them. Oh, rest here. Let Sera's long night hold you for a while in the dark, in the quiet, in the specific warmth of a world that has survived everything it has survived and is still, against the available evidence and in the face of the available odds, here. That is enough for tonight. That is, perhaps, enough